They didn't even give him a chance to play around the ball or anything, and they're shouting.
We're coming out swinging for another season of the WePlay CSGO Academy League. And although the players will be playing from online, we are back here in the studio for the finals. This is the last 4 remaining teams battling it out to see who will take the championship trophy home. And that championship trophy, well, it's been in the hands of MOUZ NXT for the past seasons, but maybe this time it can change. We're gonna have to wait and see. But before that, you guys should take a look at how we got here.
This is the best that Big Omen Academy have looked throughout all the seasons.
For now, the spray through the smoke won't do much more. There is a gun to be grabbed. Double back to main. Big's A-holes have been really good. They realise just as they're climbing up, Process with a beautiful spray. Out Huck comes the last man, but he won't last long.
It's almost a shame to say that it's the same team. I think it's a complete new roster with complete new strengths and weaknesses.
DTR, I believe. They are going to boost, but you're holding for the boost. Grimbo.
That's really, really gross. Astralis talent, I think, are probably the most interesting team in the entire LAN playoffs.
Oh,
the smoke dribbles first, and that really screws him. Man, that keeps happening at Sandbags. Ooh, Big O, that's a thing of beauty.
Wow.
3 from him, and Fessa to close it.
Season 3 has been a turnaround for them, and the way they qualified deserves a lot of respect.
Flashing, Altex hoping that this first contact could have been the turning point. Instead, Breeze has got to do it all, but the AWP, it is striking nicely. Now just ZTR left to beat, and he's playing a time game. He's playing around the double boxes, not giving the fight.
I think MOUZ NXT and the fact that they lost Torsey was a bit of a question mark. Bringing in MHL, I think, has been a perfect replacement, to be completely honest.
Go off that pick, right? You don't often get gifted kills like that. Bongo's tumbling Jenga style. MHL with a cross shot, 2. No motor smoke, and look at the problem that's causing. 3, maybe another, but he will finally give it up. Let his teammates swing out. Right now they're getting flanked through the B-bomb site, so as long as Dougie can stay alive, they can still be a way in. But no, denied.
It would have been easy to say, you know, this team's lost their star AWP, or have they lost their identity? But from what we saw inside of groups, MHL is sick.
Spirit Academy have the best leader right now of any team. The Sotfik is an overall more experienced leader than anybody else here right now.
Oh, delusion! There's a man close, and he's not ready for it. Now they swing out, and it looks like he's done enough. And Sotfik, the hero, there's so little time left. Oh, Rufire's got to stick it. No kit, no kit. The spam. Sotfik finds him, and that is an incredible clutch.
And that was some of the action from the initial stages before we got to this one. Now, I do want to say, good old Pimpy is not here with us this time around. Poor guy's just gone through some surgery. You saw him on the videos, but we are sending our love back to our good old favourite Pimp because, you know, it's not the same without you, mate, but we did get a better replacement. We got Maui. He's here always, you know, rocking it. But then, actually, you're now London Snake, so I'm not even going to call you Maui anymore. You've moved.
Oi, bro.
There we go. There we go. So
Take
Maui,
a tube after this.
you're fully involved in London, you know. I like it. I'm down. But Halvor, you're back with us. You're the better replacement, the better looking replacement for sure.
There you go. And I've also tried to, like, you know, summon my inner London man.
Yeah.
You know, I've got the guy.
I said I would wear that.
Roadman right here.
Exactly. So, you know, I've done my part, I feel like, to kind of integrate with the crew immediately and just be one.
I do want to ask, what does a Norwegian roadman look like? Do you even have them?
Yeah, that's a fair question.
Who's standing
I've
outside?
never seen one.
Who's going to stand outside in Norway?
Yeah,
right?
that's
It's a little
actually-
too cold, you know.
Yeah, it doesn't make so much sense, right? But you know what? We saw the online stage. We've seen new teams added here to the Academy League. Things have been looking good. Teams that we thought would have no chances. I'm looking at Astralis talent, start to perform. They've actually made it to a LAN finally. Positive signs for sure. But guys, we any teams you would say at the moment you go, okay, you hadn't seen improvements from, Maui?
That I have seen?
No,
Oh,
haven't
not.
seen.
Ooh.
The ones that aren't here, that didn't make it to
Oh,
LAN.
the ones that didn't make it here. Well, Fnatic Rising, unfortunately, has just been trending downwards since what we got from Season 1. We were hyped up on Regali. We were hyped up on this T side that Kebe was putting together, but they couldn't deliver when they needed to. They had a very bad group stage, and even the playoffs, or the gauntlet for them, did not go all too well.
Would you look at, you know, when Process left, right? And obviously he went over to Big. He went to his old German roster. I feel like that was kind of the defining heavy hitting point because Process didn't have to always put up great numbers, but he was such a consistent factor.
Also, he was just taking space for them. He's an aggressive player, and it felt like when Fnatic lost him, they didn't have another point man to take his place. You know, Pepsor tried standing up to be that person, but he didn't really fit the role necessarily, or it was out of his comfort zone, you could tell. So they're kind of struggling. It'll be interesting to see if they can bounce back because they're still playing in some tier 2, tier 3 competition, but yeah, it's a shame they didn't make it here.
Now, however, we did have some fun just yesterday. We all had some fun yesterday because it's looking at our predictions now, guys.
Oh, right.
We went through this in detail and we tried to predict exactly what was happening across the entire league here. So we're starting with mine. I think that Big are going to win today against Spirit. then I think Big is going to lose to MOUZ overall, and then I think MOUZ are still going to take the win. But when we look at the lower bracket, I'm sorry, Astralis talent. Vigo, you may have destroyed me in the 1v1. I did get 2 rounds against him, so I'll take that, you know. Overall, I just think Spirit Academy, you know, that CIS firepower, you know, what can be brought into it, probably will overpower them in some way. I was actually really surprised of what Spirit Academy showed overall. Well, this one I didn't really know what I was going to do. I wasn't sure if I was going to put Big or Spirit all the way across, but I'm pretty happy with this overall. Mao, are you agreeing or you're not agreeing on this one?
I have a slightly different take on this. I actually think that Big is going to send MOUZ NXT to the lower bracket, and
For real?
I really think that's possible because Big's been playing a lot. They've been playing a lot of bo3s lately. They're playing a lot of different cups online, and that I feel like there's a lot of rust that comes in with teams. Even if you're boot camping, we saw the kind of rust teams had at Blast, where the tier 1 Navi, your favorite team, they didn't even look that good out the gate.
We're not talking about that. This is a sore
topic.
Yeah, but MOUZ, I feel like they're going to be in a similar predicament where they're supposed to be the heavy favorites, but you know they're gonna get caught lacking just a little bit.
I was in a really good mood, Maui, until you mentioned Navi. Like everything was going perfectly today, and then you just had to remind me that they're not
they still
here.
made it to the spring finals.
Yes, okay, that's a positive for the main team. Then, what are we looking at here? You're still with MOUZ NXT. You look like you're kind of gone a similar route to me on.
I've kind of copy-pasted, dude. The one thing I was tempted to do, and I think this is, we had a similar idea of Big versus Spirit, that one team is going to beat, you know, the other in the first round, and then there's going to be a reverse going into the second meeting. That was kind of the only thing I was you know, thinking about and mulling over. Yeah, because I do think the firepower in Spirit Academy is noticeable, right? Like it's to the point where you can win out games just off of that, you know, on a good day. So it's going to be interesting to see for sure. But this kind of felt like the most reasonable thing that comes to mind.
Now, we've all wrecked Astralis talent here, right? But I do want to give them some positives in the fact that this is a team that in the very first season, they were really just lost, right? They were getting run over by everyone. They've now made it to this playoffs, and the changes that have come in for this season, this is a massive improvement. That was a huge step up for these guys.
We could see the improvements that they were able to find by bringing in Trace. It felt like the way that they were able to beat Young Ninjas and qualify for the playoffs here was an anti-strat, a very strong anti-strat. And so we have to think that he's probably bringing something Vigo, maybe some other contributors as well for the roster, because they did swap out a couple different players. Anyone that was able to bring ideas, they heard those ideas, they used them, and we are getting such a better Astralis talent. Last place season 1. Last place season 2. Now they make it to the playoffs. This is the biggest improvement that any team has made from season to season.
Ven, we know Trace from long time ago, right?
Yep.
This guy has put the work in. He definitely knows how Counter-Strike works out. But, okay, I'm going real far back on my memory here, Ven, so you're going to have to try help me. If I'm right, he was also the one that was like, obviously we know Zonic, right? More tactical, that side of things. But Trace was the one helping out back in the 1-6 days.
Yeah, I mean, Zonic, it's kind of weird how it's turned into Zonic being kind of the godfather of all coaches in CSGO, because if you go back to the MTW days where he played with Ave, Sunda, and Trace, for instance, he was not necessarily that big of a tactical factor in the team. It's more down to, you know, Ave and Trace and those guys. So it's kind of weird how it's all worked out in that sense. But we are seeing, you know, both Ave and Trace kind of getting more and more into it with time, and obviously now Trace and Astralis talent is a pretty, I guess, you know, surefire step in terms of like him making it known that he has plans to being a coach long term.
So what happens here, right? If Ave continues to mess up with main Astralis, then they put Trace up and they give him a bump. They just do a role swap, you know?
They're actually just going to rotate through the entire MTW lineup from 2008 at some point. So we're going to get like Patty and those guys in there as well.
Man.
Everybody's coming back. So yeah.
Someone save us. Someone save Danish Counter-Strike.
Well, the Danes have too many people, like too many smart heads to really pick from. You know, they have a luxury problem at this point. It's like, oh, what do I do with all these ex-in-game leaders? Like, you know, they're in a good spot, so I think they're going to be fine.
Just don't pull a Sweden, you know, and then like keep the same people at the top for so long that you just wreck everything else. Keep the young ones coming through. And that's the beauty of what we've got here for the Academy League. Now we are going to start things off with, and it's our opening game. And this one, right, for me, Big, we spoke about it, looking really strong, certainly looking like they could be the ones coming in there. Spirit, certainly a team that we go, there is definitely a lot of potential here, nice heavy hitters. But let's look into a little bit more detail on what Big have to say.
The history of forming the Big Omen Academy roster, which had its debut during the first season of the WePlay Academy League, reminds me of the Fnatic Rising situation. The entire roster was formed just before the start of the first matches. However, the German squad had 2 players already signed, NXT and Lapex. Aqua, Glaive and PrimeTaps had joined the team to complete the roster. Having a similar level of preparation as Fnatic Rising, without complex preparation, the team chemistry just wasn't there. However, during the first matches, this notion was put under question. The confident and calculated games of the German squad allowed them to earn enough points to stay at the top of the tournament bracket. And then surprisingly, the team reached the final stage of the tournament in 3rd place. On the stage, results remained similar for the team. Losing the opening match against MOUZ NXT, the team had dropped to the lower bracket, where they had to face Fnatic Rising to fight for their tournament lives. But the team didn't manage to find themselves in these LAN matches, losing 0-2 and getting eliminated from the final stage of the WePlay Academy League. This had been the story of the first season for Big Omen Academy. Before the second season, the team had changed the roster and roles for some of the players. Lapex had left the roster and Process substituted for him coming from Fnatic Rising. Aqua and Glaive changed their roles to Orpa and IGL. It's hard to tell if the changes were a benefit to the team since the stability had dropped compared to the first season. In 6 of their matches during the online stage, Big faced off against Na'Vi Jr. 3 times, but they didn't manage to win a single map in those matchups. However, the team has shown up for the deciding games. First, they won against Astralis talent without even breaking a sweat. And then they beat Fnatic Rising not once, but twice. The second series win against Fnatic Rising marked the second LAN berth for the Big Omen Academy roster. But the LAN experience on the stage remained the same. After the crushing defeat in the opener against Young Ninjas, Big faced off against their main nemesis on the second season, Na'Vi Jr. Unfortunately, in an absolutely one-sided series, the German team didn't manage to show off consistent Counter-Strike and had to accept 4th place on LAN for the 2nd time in a row.
The 3rd season brought new changes for the lineup, and this time the changes were much more global than before. The team was left with just Process and Aqua, and they had to add Sin, Crimbo and Hyped to complete the roster. The very first game of the season was against the top rivals from the previous seasons, Na'Vi Jr., and a lackluster performance in that match didn't add any optimism regarding the refreshed German roster. However, this kind of loss woke the team up for the next series. Big sorted out their flaws and performed very confidently versus Na'Vi in the second meeting. As a result from this series against Na'Vi, they were tied 1-1, and it wasn't as bad as it looked in Game 1. After that, the season had been nothing but great for the team. They handed 2 losses to Astralis talent and even 2-0'd the favourites of the group, Young Ninjas, which made Big Omen Academy the top team in the group. And even the intense series against Fnatic Rising, which ended up in the loss column for the German boys, didn't take away the ticket to the final stage of the WePlay Academy League Season 3. And now Big are back in action, ready to do some damage. And the one thing we have to talk about as a factor for all the teams here, right, is that not being on LAN, then, that brings a lot of differences. Because we saw many teams and players struggle on LAN, so now they're in the comfort. And also, when I was speaking to the big players, guess where they are? At the big boot camp facility as well. So they're all together. They got the right support staff around them. That could be a key difference for these young guns.
Yeah, they got the pseudo LAN going on pretty much, which I think is going to be great for them, honestly. And again, I do think it's nice for younger, inexperienced players to kind of get that ease in terms of not having to deal with the pressure of LAN necessarily. So they're going to get the most out of it. That could build into confidence going into next season. Let's say if Big do as we expect and take it all the way to the finals. You know, that can be kind of the seed that lets them kind of fully sprout and do something great at LAN, you know, come next season. But no, I like what we see from the Academy side so far. You talked about, you know, what teams have shown improvements, what teams haven't. I think this is the strongest Big Academy that we've had through the first 3 seasons. And I don't think there's like too much of a discussion about it either. I think this is a clear step in the right direction for the German squad, and it's nice to see. And it's also cool that we, you know, still have Aqua in there as a centerpiece, I think.
We were so hyped about Aqua, right? And his development has been very interesting. Having to role swap, having to go through things where we were saying he didn't look as comfortable as he did in the opening games. Now he kind of found his own form again. But Maui, right now on this roster, who is like out of the new guns are you thinking is like the hot prospect, the one you're really excited about?
It's Crimbo.
Yeah?
Crimbo's the best player, I think, on the team, bar none, period. I think Crimbo has shown in the group stage, he was impressive. He had the same rating that Prosus did, he had the same rating that Hype did, but in the games after, or actually after WePlay, he's been their best player by far, and he's the in-game leader on top of that. So we saw how Aqua's performance fell apart
badly,
when he had to become the in-game leader. Crimbo wasn't an in-game leader before. He was playing under Crystal, and yet now he's taking up the role, and he's top fragging in a lot of their games. I mean, that guy is somebody that I'm going to be watching closely, and with Big's current state as a main roster, there's a chance that he could slot onto it pretty soon. So I'm actually really curious about his development, what he's able to do in a high pressure situation such as this environment now.
Oh, I like that, right? Because obviously you said he mentioned him playing him under Crystal. Crystal's got a wealth of experience, certainly a leader you can learn a lot from when it comes to this. But like you said, looking at stats for what he had in this season, maybe not so great, but if he's already been able to improve, well, this is the right time to show it now.
Oh, absolutely. And again, I think like having a 1.1 rating for an entire season, not bad as an in-game leader. Honestly, that's well above average if you want to slot him in with the other ones in the same role. So I think that's pretty impressive. Obviously, now there comes more pressure to it. Again, you're going to go up against more prepared opponents as well, and you're also going into best of 3 territory.
Yeah.
Which is also going to be like an added factor. Like, can you do it over the course of a series? Is this all just best of 1 kind of tricks that you got up your sleeve or something? And yeah, okay, well, speaking of the difference roles can make for a player, Aqua Season 2 as an in-game leader and Season 3 now is just plain old Aqua. Pretty significant.
Very good for him. You'd be happy with that for sure. But overall, looking at this big Academy roster, right? Okay, we're seeing some good, more firepower coming out of them. Tactically, what were you thinking of Maui?
They're better also. Their tactics are better than they were last season on top of that. Aqua's calling in Season 2 was very default-centric. It was a lot of just kind of basic, spread out across the map, see if anybody can find anything, all maybe make a late mid-round kind of call. And they weren't really that good, but Crimbo's putting together some kind of complicated, layered strategies. They're taking map control cleanly. They're staying alive in their defaults. They're finding enough space to pressure the opponents, and then they're able to pinch on bomb sites if the opposing team isn't able to stop them. So the strats that they're implementing this season are better than Season 1 with Lapex. They're better than Season 2 with Aqua at the helm. Crimbo's not only probably their best player right now, but he's the best caller that Big has had of all 3 seasons.
Ooh, that's some high praise, Maui. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, we can end on that note and start to talk about the Dragons, because now we're moving on to Team Spirit, who are in their opening season here.
The 3rd season marked the debut for the Team Spirit Academy. A long time before the first season of WePlay Academy League started, the Spirit organization had decided to focus on growing new rising talents for the main roster. This time around, they showed up with the following lineup of Zontix, Artfrost, Karon, Sophic, and Notaneki. Sophic became the core player for this roster, an experienced player that took the coaching responsibilities, helping the team in micro movement and macro strategies. Under his supervision, Spirit's riflers, Karon, Zontix, and Notaneki made a lot of impact and showed that they are ready for the challenges. The start of the group stage was a little bit controversial for the team. An upsetting draw versus VP Prodigy, but a surprising draw versus the champions of the previous season, MOUZ NXT. Each and every match, Spirit Academy were choosing Mirage as their pick, and only after the change of the veto system were we able to finally witness the full potential of the team, as they showed good performances on Dust 2, Vertigo, Overpass, and Nuke. After the initial games, the team was done with the draws, and with boosted confidence closed out the group stage with convincing victories over Fury Academy and Eternal Fire Academy. After finishing second, Team Spirit Academy guaranteed themselves a spot in the Gauntlet Finals, where they easily 2-0'd VP Prodigy once again, with Artfrost finally making a noticeable impact. In the fashion that the team has performed to reach the LAN finals, it's firm to say that Team Spirit Academy's journey in the WePlay Academy League has only just begun.
And although it's only just begun, they've already made it to the playoffs. The top 4 for their first season in there. There's a lot of talk, though, around one man, Maui. Kairon. I even made a tweet about him saying he's better than Nico, Manasi, Simple.
And you 100% meant it too. Right? You can't go back on a tweet. I don't think that's...
You can't delete tweets.
Yeah, I
just-
don't think that's legal.
Production, what's the time right now?
Close.
Okay, so I've got about half hour until I can undo all of the tweets I had to make for 24 hours after losing the 1v1s to these kids, because I got wrecked on social media yesterday. Gave away skins for Aqua, had changed my name to Rob Banks. Great, I'm just the villain now.
Right.
And now I also switched into Dota at the same time, thinking Kairon's the best player in the world and no one's even close to him.
I mean, Pimp thought that Kairon was the best player of the regular season. Sorry to Pimp, RIP to Pimp, but
He's in hospital, he's not dead.
oh, my bad, I forgot. But either way, Kairon was his favorite player of the regular season. That's why I'm just, carrying on the memory of Pimp.
Okay.
And also, I mean, the thing is, Kairon did impress us during the regular season. 100 ADR through a whole season. I don't know if many people have done that in WePlay history. It's insane what he was able to do. He had some of the best highlights of the regular season, but he was also, even beyond the 4K kind of highlights where he was just blowing everybody away, he was always good for 1 or 2 kills, even on some tough entry routes. So Kairon's a player that is going to open up a lot of space for Team Spirit in this one, and he's going to be a guy that can single-handedly win games. He's the reason that during the group stage, MOUZ NXT actually lost a map. It's because Kairon just deleted them from the server.
Yeah. Now, I know, right, there's stats and we're talking about him and there's another team behind him, but I will say this as well on top of it, which for me, as someone who loves to do interviews and talk to players, is a really good sign. When I did the content with him yesterday, they even gave him the option to have someone talk Russian and explain it to him, and he just full confidence, just no, I got this. And it was legit. We were talking, there was no problems. And for me, confidence is key in Counter-Strike. If you're then showing it outside, this kid could have a very bright future.
Absolutely, and I might be pulling this out of my ass, but I think his season rating for season 3 is the only one who's been higher over the course of an entire regular season would be Modesty.
Oh wow,
that's probably right. Yeah.
That's and we know what do we know about Modesty? Obviously, did great during the Academy League.
Yep.
Confident kid.
Speaks English.
Opts into interviews and actually showcasing himself. Now plays for G2.
600K buyout.
Yeah, so
buyout.
And that happened within the span of 7 months. Obviously, Modesty has been a known name, but I think for the general public, he kind of bursted onto the scene through the Academy Leagues, and I think this is an excellent opportunity for someone like Kairon to do the same.
It's the beauty of what we have here at the Academy League, right? Seeing some of these rising stars come up and getting to know them a little bit more, seeing if they can make the next step and how likely that'll be. But for the rest of Spirit, Maui, obviously they've done very well. They surprised everyone, right? If I'm looking at this correctly, they come second in Group B, right? That on its own legit. You mentioned what they did against MOUZ as well. Mm-hmm. This is a team who straight away comes into this, and Sopvik, you got to talk about him. Yes. He's the experienced one. How much of a factor do you see that as?
I will say this. Kairon is going to be the best player in the server, but even under Sotvik's leadership, Spirit's going to be the second best team in the server. I don't think that, despite the fact that they're going to have such strong output from even Sotvik, as the in-game leader, he was actually surprisingly strong as an individual player. Okay. There wasn't a lot that was joining him in these kind of things. If their initial plan fell apart for Spirit, sometimes you could see Sotvik or Artfrost come up with some big impact rounds, impact kills, but it was a little bit quiet from the other players, a little bit one-dimensional in some of their approaches. On Nuke, for example, it really felt like they were kind of a one-trick team on their T sides. A lot of just outside smokes into a lower hit. If that didn't work for them, if they got stopped, then there wasn't much else for them to go by.
I am going to say though, right? You got away with murder getting so many Mirage games your opening part of the season. And then, you could compare it last 3 months here for Omen Academy. They're playing in events outside of this, right? But this just gives the veto advantage in a big way to Big.
Yeah, no, I mean, you can't really escape that fact, especially you see that one of the maps that we don't really see Spirit Academy play on is Inferno, and obviously that's very high up there on the side of Big Omen Academy. So if Big have done their homework, again, they should spot some clear kind of advantages that they could go for going into this. But it'll remain to be seen. But if you're Big, you kind of want to play around with the fact that they don't play Ancient, they don't play Inferno, as far as we know. So, and take it from there. But, to kind of elaborate a little bit or go a little bit further into detail about this Spirit Academy team, one player that you said maybe haven't delivered up to the same level as his teammates in the regular season is Zontix. But He's a really, really interesting prospect in my eyes. Again, he's been around for, I'd say, longer than Chiron in terms of just being, someone to look out for, especially because of his age, because he's still 16, if I'm not mistaken. So he's someone that in his previous teams has looked really promising, and he has pop-off games. So he's not going to just necessarily just be like the level-headed guy who's always giving you. He's not going to be Mr. 1 KD, but he could have pop-off games that wins out entire matches for his side, which I think is unique to have at that young age. And I'd rather see someone have that potential to drop 40 in a game than always be the guy always going in at 18 and 18, because that tells me something about the ceiling of the kid. And considering that he's so young, still tons of room and spots to kind of improve upon, and I think having Sotfik in the team is going to accelerate that as well. So it might be a little bit early for Season 3, but I think he's someone that is worth keeping an eye on going forward.
You know, the Goodies haven't even started commentating yet, and they're so loud from over here, boys. Be quiet, There's a show going on at the same time. Don't make me get the bat.
They're just so excited,
I know, they are lovable like that. There we go again. The veto's going on down below, though, right? We see Mirage getting banned out, and that makes sense. From Big, we just spoke about with Spirits, ridiculously good win rate on it. Key map from Ancient out for the size of Spirit Academy. Probably makes sense, Not so much of an idea of them playing super tactical.
Right. But the thing is that they sometimes lean into nuke. So Ancient isn't really in their wheelhouse, but the fact is that they know kind of what plays work for them on nuke, and maybe they can build off of it. The thing is that they don't go for it. They go for Dust 2. They go for yet another kind of just puggy map where Chiron can wreck bases. And for Big, I would love to see a Vertigo pick. I think that Spirit hasn't really proven themselves on that map so far, and it's something that Big has been playing a good amount, but they go for Overpass. Okay,
I would have given them two opportunities, or two kind of options that would have been Inferno and Vertigo. I mean, when they've played outside of the Academy League, like when they've played Dignitas, Enterprise, and so on, like they've opted in for Vertigo or Inferno.
Right.
They played Sinners close on Inferno. So this is a bit of an oddball to me. Like this has thrown me off.
Yeah, because then it also gives Spirit the opportunity to ban Inferno, and I felt like they were either going to ban Inferno or Ancient, and now it doesn't feel like Big maybe punished as hard as they could have with that Overpass pick. So yeah, I agree with Vendetta. I don't love this veto from the side of Big. I still think that they're the favorites in this, even despite what just happened here. But I also think that they could have made this a lot easier for themselves.
Yeah.
Too.
Do you think, though, it could be a situation where they look at it and they think, okay, they're going to think we're going to pick into Inferno,
possible.
Super prepared for it, they've had this extra time before we got to this stage. Maybe it's something they've been working on. They're going, we can actually be a bit more comfortable throwing them the curveball and still comfortable on our Overpass?
I mean, it might be a play, but again, when it comes to a map like Inferno, I think it's essential for any team that wants to play it to actually have match practice on it. Like that CT side is going to fall apart so quickly if you're not well versed on the map, if you just don't have the time put into the map. And it's fair that fine that you've practiced it probably, and obviously like you hug on it all the time, but it's a very different environment to play other structured teams on that map. And I think that's where it could have fallen apart, and that's one of the big advantages Big would have had going into it. Just the fact that Spirit hasn't tested many things, right? So they might go into it thinking like, we have a ton of data on Big. Okay, well, Big realize, okay, we're getting anti-stratted. We still have, page 3, page 4, page 5 of our Inferno, because if we play it so much, let's just do that instead. And at that point, Spirit are going to be sitting there, just thinking to themselves like, well, we've made a horrible mistake.
Yeah.
This was not ideal, certainly. Yeah, that could go that way. We're looking at the parry match odds on screen right now, though. Favoring Big, we also did favor Big at the same time, right? My question, though, is at what world do we get scared for Big here? Where you guys are talking about the veto, I'm looking at it, can Big seriously match up as a whole team against the firepower?
I think that Big's rifle core is actually stronger than what we have from Spirit Academy. I think that despite the fact that Chiron's going to be the best player in the server, the thing is that Crimbo, Aqua, Prosis, that's just such a strong rifle trio. But I will give the edge actually to Spirit in terms of their Opper. I think that Artfrost is better than Sin, and I think that's a big concern, especially given the fact that we're headed into Dust 2 as our first map.
Spicy, I like him. We do love a bit of Dust 2 in there with that. We saw the AWPs go swinging wild. Spirit obviously very puggy on it. Big Omen Academy though, one game in the last 3 months on it. Okay, for Spirit you can ignore the one because they haven't played many games, right? So it's a very different kettle of fish when it comes to all of that side of things. But ultimately here, the bit I am worried about, I'd say a tiny bit with Big, is that even if we're at the boot camp, even if it's an online game, they're coming in as favourites, they're coming in with the pressure on them, where most of the time in previous seasons at least, we were not talking about them as favourites.
No, they were always like, I guess, contenders to make playoffs. type of a team, right? Like they're someone who's going to be in the fight. You know that they're not going to, join the server and look like a complete mess. And yeah, it's going to be a different kind of vibe to feel like you actually are meant to be, in the public's eyes, meant to be in a finals. So we'll see how that goes. I think being at the big office is going to be helpful for them because they can. I'm assuming, NK or someone like that is kind of lurking in the background in terms of like given them kind of just like.
They said in a post-game interview, Tabson is helping them.
Yeah,
actually.
okay, there you go, right?
He's actually going after practice and just straight up helping them with their strats or things that they're doing badly.
And then like having like a presence like that just nearby at the office, just 10 minutes before the game starts, just he comes off, gives you a couple of words in terms of what you need to focus on, what you kind of just need to leave behind when it happens, when things go wrong. It's massive because I think a lot of players kind of get into their own head and start overthinking things too easily when pressure is on. So I think that's massive.
The leadership from Tabson helping you out, NKJ, even Big Omen Academy's own coach versus just Sotfik. I mean, that's 3 versus 1. It's not a fair fight.
I'm going to make it even further for you, right? Because just think of this. Actually, in the big offices and around where the office is, Godby, for their Valorant team. He's still there.
He's helping.
You just mentioned NKG, you mentioned Tabson as well, and good old Roman R from the 1.6 days.
That's true.
He's also involved at the very highest level. So let's see how this all goes down. Tactical warfare may not be the option Spirit want to go for, but let's see if their firepower can match up like you guys were talking about. It's time for us to go into our opening game. We are starting on Dust 2. It's Spirit's Academy's pick, and we're going over to the wonderful Goonies.
Oh, dude, it feels so good to have James like throwing it over to us.
Yes.
I'm really looking forward to this, Hugo. I really, really am. I think one of the things that's so awesome about this is if you remember, right, when we got into the gauntlet last time around, we had Astralis make that like miracle run from down in the first stage of the gauntlet all the way to the very end, beating Young Ninjas. Over in the second gauntlet, though, VP Prodigy tried to do the same thing. They get to Team Spirit as the final boss, and they just get crushed, don't they? Like no contest. Team Spirit looked really, really good there. So I think this is going to be one hell of a hype matchup. Like Team Spirit have very much been able to deliver on this idea that they are a top team, that they are one of the squads that were meant to go to the playoffs, right? And I like to think they could do damage here, even versus a Big Omen Academy that looked really convincing in the group stage. And Big came into this this season saying this is the best tournament, the best squad we've fielded yet at the tournament. And I mean, the results are certainly there, right? They got that direct path into the playoffs.
Yeah, I think as well, having just this little couple of week break between the regular season here and the playoffs has given every team time to get in tip-top shape for these matches. Only a few games to play and all the pressure here, 100k on the line, Harry. No one wants to come out in 4th place. Everyone's here for a reason. And yeah, Spirit, who locked in that top spot, well, it was Big as well, who did a similar thing in qualifying straight for this stage. So these are very well-deserving teams, safe to say, and Spirit, who we've been waiting to... Wait, what's happened? What's here? What's this? Tetris?
Come on, dog. Look at the little baby T as well. You see that? Look, this is how it happened, y'all. We were just stood there one day playing Dust 2. Me, Hugo, James, Halvor and Maui were there. Maui was the little one. And they just dropped it right into place, didn't they? Right, so here we go, Hugo. We're getting into this first round of the LAN playoffs underway. And it's over on an old favourite, a bit of Dust 2, Spirit Academy with this T-side start. And already we're getting aggression out of Big Omen Academy. They've taken this upper tunnels away. This is also very exciting because if I remember right, we didn't get any Dust. So
well,
no, actually, I think we did get one, didn't we?
I was going to bring that exact game up. Spirit played one game of Dust, the Eternal Fire. And let me remind you what happened there. This team on the CT side, we didn't really see their T side. On the CT side, they had a wealth of strats. They had one-way smokes for every single position. They were super prepped. As soon as we saw that, everyone started banning it versus Spirit. So yeah, like this is a team that are ready for this map, that are happy to be here. And let's see if they can show it. Little long take fake and they double back. Did the smoke miss or did they not have two?
Just as you're hyping up how good they are on Dust.
I don't know what happened there.
Yeah, they only had one smoke and they threw it and it just went way too deep and
bailed.
Yeah,
and now, funnily enough, Harry, they're going into the setup. At least Cat is clear. They can get into A for free. Big are playing a full mid and B setup. You don't see this every day. It's a retake on Dust 2, and it started strong. Zontix gets caught, and Spirit get confused as to why they're being given so much room, but it's only temperamental. Words are hard
Temporary.
today. Temporary. That works as well as Big come in for the retake.
Yeah, that works too. Process. Going to be the lone gunman in CT, but do bear in mind that Chiron is coming in on a big wrap all the way through middle while these site fights are coming in. Not Aneki staying alive, and Chiron finding the short pick, but the bomb. Oh dear, they're on it, they're sticking it. He's got to go push it in. He's got to go swinging real wide for this one, mate. It's not planted for him. He really needed his teammates to do more in holding the site down. There's very little that Chiron could have been expected to do in that 1v2.
Yeah, it's big Aqua coming in with a 4K. This is the guy that we've been looking to, right? Maybe Maui's prop Crimbo up, but the one proven factor is Aqua in this team as well. That's weird for Spirit. Part of the reason they plant not for Catwalk, the only position they had is because, well, they took long. They gave it up eventually. So in the back of your mind, when you're given all that room on A, you're thinking maybe Big have retaken long, maybe Big have taken this space. And so, yeah, they don't get a cat plant in. They don't have post plants for that position. And it's just a bit of a weird, awkward round that really looked lost from the opening 20 seconds. Big now, armed and ready. Spirit coming in with a force, though. And a player already out behind the bin with a spam through the smoke. Oh, Aqua, he almost fell for it. He considered the position, but Chiron still comes out with the goods.
I love that little detail though, right?
Yeah.
Like just a tiny mind game of, oh, they're spamming it. They're not through. And you could see, like you said, it looked like he was going to fall for it. And even though he did still check the blue bin, you could tell it was like a half-assed, like, yeah, maybe they're there, but they're probably not. They're spamming the door smokes. So, yeah, lovely way to have secured this opener for Spirit Academy in the force buy. There's going to be a little bit of aggression into the tunnels again, right? They keep doing this. However, this time Zontix is on the angle. Oh my God.
That's a dink.
That's an MP9 from the tunnels, and now they're running him down. Mate, they're real close. They are real close. Process in with the swing. It does get on that receiving end of the Galil. Here's Crimbo up on short, at least removing some of the A plate. Thinning the herd somewhat, and you know that one man is far removed from the A bomb site right now, so temporarily there's a 3-on-3.
Yeah, bomb's going to go down for long, though. This time Spirit have that control, right? They have everyone set up. Cat retake is clear. Big have already fragged from this position before. Sotvik's got the flashbang ready to go over the tree. There's only 2 bits of utility for Spirit, and Big are not quite as lucky. They will throw in the famed Big smoke. The old God B-esque utility. Sotfix swings with a flashbang, and it's a perfect transfer. 2 kills, and Zontix with a backstab. It's a beautiful round out of Spirit as they come in with a force buy and pick it up clean. Getting out with 4 rifles is going to flip the script of this map. It is now on its head. Big, they are essentially forced to buy in this position. They do not have a choice. But it doesn't really matter. It won't mean much. 1,400 a pop.
There's definitely, you know, some ring rust early on, right? We've had some team damage, some missed smokes, but it's fine for now. You get out long again. Zontic's going to make it to the blue bin, but he's got a few guys who might want to put a stop to that. Luckily enough, he does have Chiron playing around this long doors smoke as well, so there's a chance at trading these kills out if anything does get weird with the pistols up close. Deagle on Aqua, swiftly dealt with. And Long now belongs to Spirit Academy. These 2 remaining players probably just going to be thinking about saving at this point. You know, you don't even really want to get close to this horrible, horrible situation at the A-bomb site.
I like how Zontix goes wide there after his kill, which is really unfortunate. I think it was for Crimbo, who couldn't see through that smoke, but Zontix could. But then he hides in the fade with his teammate on the door smoke, and they both fade at the exact same time. Big, even though they didn't only have the disadvantage of the smoke fade, but they also had both smokes fading at the same time. It was a very unlucky situation, and Spirit are going to run away with, again, a clean gun round. Very good start. And yeah, I mean, this veto already talked about by the desk, you know, big chances to punish pick. Often you'll hear teams of all tiers talk about how they want to play their own game, how they don't really, you know, read too much into their opponents. Obviously, in terms of prep, you know, both of these rosters haven't been playing a huge amount in the couple of weeks break we've had. So you're more going to be focused on building up your own game plan, your own strategy. But the veto is a bit scary. Spirit have done well as far as they could have in picking the maps. But does that make them favorites? We'll have to see. Right now on Dust 2, I'd say certainly. Big, pretty unproven here. But it's early days.
See, you say how, you know, they haven't really been playing much in that little break. That's true for Spirit Academy.
Yeah, I guess.
But Big Omen Academy, they actually took part in a little online event, Thunderpick series, right? I don't know much about it, but, you know, they had we'll call it a mixed bag of results there. They didn't make it out of groups, you know, kind of a rough time. But, you know, they were up against some very legit teams, including, you know, Dignitas, which I'm sure Halvor would be familiar with. You could even tell with how he was talking about them on the desk that the Dig boys have faced this Big Omen Academy a couple of times.
Yeah, it's awesome for these academy teams not just to be playing obviously in this league, where they're playing players of similar stature, similar experience, with a couple of old faces in there, but also chances to play against some of these better tier 2, tier 3 rosters in the European region. So really cool stuff. Astralis Talent, another team, as well as Fnatic Rising, who have also been grinding.
Look at this,
some of those cups. Yeah, they're
so
going to be
one flash,
through.
one flash, and it's one guy playing anti-flash is all it takes for that to get a little bit weird.
Get it.
And they'll go running through. They deal with it nicely. You know, there was a lot of room for that to go awry.
Yeah.
There was a lot of room for that to go wrong. I think it was Art Frost over at ramp playing anti-flash alongside Chiron, who just kind of, didn't really blind him. But yeah, they get it back under control. 3-1 now, and now we've got the reinvestment in for Big Omen Academy. Gonna have the AWP purchased up right away. Certainly nice. You want to try and get ahead of Art Frost early. He's definitely one of these players who, if he's able to get off to a hot start with that AWP, you're in for a bad time, man.
Yeah.
He can just dominate games. It's not every game, but when he does, it shows why he's in this Spirit Academy team.
I mean, AWP's, AWP, amazing gun firstly, but AWP's in this league.
Shout out AWPs.
Yeah, shout out AWPs. We love AWP abusers here at the Academy League. And yeah, a couple of those AWP abusers have gone up to tier 1 teams in Torshi and Monacy. Obviously, all the talk of the town, but there's plenty of AWPing talent still to go around in some of these remaining rosters. Sin's Hype's donning it now, but Art Frost is in no hurry, taking catwalk with the rest of the gang. Big still leaning 2B. It's a nice little jump spot hitting his head so he doesn't make footsteps. And while Spirit take Cat and do it loudly, forcing Big to back out of CT and lean more towards that A site. It will be a fake out. They're going back to mid. Crimbo, he's in the right position after throwing that nade, but is he convinced? No smoke down just yet. But finally coming through, and Crimbo, nothing he can do about it. Going to go back to the A site. It's exactly what Spirit wanted. Setting up this mid to be quickly. Good re-smoke for Sin. He's got to fight this split, though. He's all alone right now and overwhelmed by the double entry from Sotfig. Looking good. Spirit just locked Big out of the round, and that's a 4th.
Yeah, this is really nice out of Spirit. Like we kind of expected their dust to be good. What with them being the only team that had the privilege to play it, and when they did, everyone went, right, well, that's getting removed.
We didn't even see T-side.
No, exactly,
game.
right?
It was so one-sided.
It was literally like a 14-1 or something like that, or like a 13-2 at the end of the first half. Like incredibly dominant, right? To the point where the pistol just decides the outcome.
Yeah, I think ultimately it was like 16-8, 16-7, something like that, but it was super one-sided, and it was all CT side. And it wasn't just that, because I don't want to say like, oh yeah, Eternal Fire, I mean, they were a lower experienced team coming into this tournament. They only had a month of prac together, but that's bonkers. Chiron! That is so ridiculous. You're in your head.
Dude, that is a vintage Chiron.
That is
play,
a Chiron play. Yeah.
That is.
He went full Chiron right there.
Yeah, that is full Chiron
well
mode.
Done, Chiron.
1.97 to 1.77 odds over a parry match.
That's for the match, Harry. Big came in as favourites today. We're only 5 rounds deep, and already parry match are wondering. And if you're wondering about parry match, you can actually get 100% a deposit bonus on your first deposit. Banner below, Harry. Simple as that.
Oh,
okay. What's going on? What's happening?
Dude, I know.
What are they eating?
He's like full running while he does that as well. Dude, that is just bonkers.
All right. You said ring rust? It's already gone.
Yeah,
it's already gone.
No more ring rust.
We've de-rusted the server.
The ring is rustless, ladies and gentlemen.
It is juicy, all right. Everyone is going wild. Everyone is going ham.
The ham ring is in.
do some despicable shots. But the point I was making was Eternal Fire are actually, I want to give props to them. Again, alongside Spirit, the 2 new additions to Season 3, but I think they played some really good CS for their relative inexperience.
I mean, hell, just look at Dougie Versus, like moving on up to the main squad, right? Like, you know, we always talk about, you know, the likes of Monacy, Torshi. Dougie did the exact same thing.
Yeah, slipped under the radar there.
Yeah.
No, for sure. There are some really cool pieces. So, you know, I wouldn't say that that Dust game that Spirit played was, you know, oh, yeah, easy game. They played Eternal Fire. No, actually, they had a lot behind it. They had a lot of cool ideas. So we're already 5-1 up, and we haven't had to see too much depth from Spirit. So I'm assuring you there is more pages to this book.
Like, look at that opener, by the way.
Yeah, stupid.
He was just full running. And he fires like 2 bullets, and of course, they just both land dead on. All right, mate. Yeah, you know, Spirit Academy, kind of homing in on them just once more. I think something that is very exciting for me is Sophic. The Des talked about him a load. Yeah. If you watched CS of old, you know this guy. I mean, you know him from the old main Team Spirit squad. Here's a little B-rush, a bit of a change of pace. And Process has sent them packing.
That's massive. Process was alone on the B site. Big have lent B every single round except this one, and he had no support. So the smoke timing, plus playing up close for it, and flashed out, he still got a double. That's ruined the round for Spirit. If they win this, that'd be despicable. With how much room Big have, how much utility, plus the AWP on a nice safe angle. Big not overplaying this 5-on-3, and they will refuse to go down. Yeah, that's a cocky call for Spirit. It's a 5-1 call. You know, you feel like nothing can go wrong. You've won everything so far. So they attempt to pop B, but a reality check comes in. It's never going to be so easy.
All right. Do you commit to the run boost, or is it just trying to find an angle over the smoke?
They shouldn't save, Harry, so they could.
Oh. You ain't run boosting anymore. Flash over. They're going to get in at least, right? Crimbo able to watch this from the long side, but will eventually just have to concede some ground. And so, at a bare minimum, you've got a bomb plant here and a chance in the 2-on-5. And not really reveling at the chance at a 2-on-5, but hell, it's way better than you were 20 seconds ago. Now with the plant, we're looking at Sophic, we're looking at Artfrost to try and get this one over the line. Sophic normally a phenomenal clutch player, normally very good in these situations. And so, with Artfrost dead right away, Sin and Process going to quickly mop up the rest from short. And there it is, Big Omen Academy. They come in with a round. It takes them a hot minute, but thanks to that opener from Process over towards the B side, that double up through the smoke, they are able to pull up onto a winner in round number 7.
That was awkward. I think Sophic bounced the smoke off the ground to allow for the plant, just in case they were being cat flanked. They've already seen that before in the pistol. And you can see that little smoke went on the ledge, on the lip, and he was trying to use it as a one-way, but he couldn't cover his teammate as they came in on short. Doesn't really matter, though. What does, however, is what Big are thinking. So let's find out as we jump in.
Drop mir HEs bitte wieder.
Big Suicide gesehen. Big Box Smoke wieder. Smoke.
Nix lange early.
Suicide Smoke hat Gap. Achtung links. Low einer.
Komm kurz nach.
Einer hat Lower gesappt. Lower gibt sich Flash. Die Lurk Smoke. Du bist Mitte oben, ne?
Ja,
ich hab den Big Box.
Pass auf, Big Box Smoke fadet und so.
Mitte. Lurk Smoke gegeben, die können kurz gehen.
Lieber Molotov.
Ich hab Kurzschick gerade.
Was? Wir kennen ja einfach Anti-Flash, okay?
Ja. Habt ihr noch eine HE hingelegt?
Zappt einer. Einer sieht mich One-Way Smoke irgendwo.
Mitte nix raus. Alarm B, David.
Ja, ich seh B nix. Richtung Mitte.
Ich bin 3-1 trotzdem, okay?
Mitte unten gerade bei dir. Ganz viel.
Hier ist nix,
kurz Rumglaube, kurz Rumglaube.
Bleib B einfach, okay?
Die Kante.
Ja, ich nehm die AWP und nimm.
Blitz kurz.
Hinten geflasht.
Kurz ran.
Kurz ran.
Kurz
Blitz.
Smoke.
Nur einer. Ich hab Mitte.
Smoke.
Mitte Flash.
Base droppen theoretisch ganz los an der Wand.
Heimat Mitte gut.
Kurz einer.
Blitz, Molly, Blitz. Molly noch
durch.
Blitz kurz.
Ich bin muss nach weg.
Kommt die?
Ja,
Offside. 2 Stück Offside. Saven oder?
Legen.
Keine Kontrolle.
Kurz.
Ja.
Flash immer gegen Spot einfach.
Mach Karim Close Elevator.
Willst du, dass ich kurz komme, Karim?
In Late, wenn dann.
Wir können kurz drin sein, Achtung.
Wir sollten saven.
Ja, safe ruhig.
Lass bitte ab sofort nur noch von Spot Dash spielen, okay?
Ja.
Könnte Mitte rauslagen auf Timing, mal aufpassen.
Ja,
Kann ich taken, Digga. Ja.
Mal baiten,
Das
aber.
steppt.
Jungs, und denk dran, mir die HEs zu legen.
Ja, ich leg dir ab sofort auch noch meine. Kannst du Tanz gucken, bitte? Ich hab Mitte.
Ja.
Oh man, quite a grisly way to lose a round, right? You lose that secondary AWP over in middle in Sin, he's dead right away, and then the round just essentially ends. You know, just 9 players still alive at the end of it. You can see the parry match odds leaning ever further in favor of Spirit Academy. This time, you know, it's just for map 1. You got a 1.23 to 3.9, and there's also that 100% deposit bonus for your first deposit. If you are curious, there's a banner that will tell you everything you need to know. Far better than I ever could. Little leg onto Chiron. But with this guy, you really got to kill him in the first bullet, or else you're just going to annoy them.
Yeah, don't want to power this guy up. All right, it looks like a full long take round here for Spirit. They've bailed a couple of times in this position, but no reason to do that here. With Zontic still lurking lower, he can try and stop these rotates as they come back up catwalk or push up top mid. Big do look like they want to crunch, but as long as Zontix gets this info, that's fine. He spotted them. He knows what's up. He's going to try to bail out and just live. Actually, I don't think he did spot them there. They're walking up on him. Oh, he was close, and he does get the kill. Process gone. Good awareness from Zontix. Now that's just thrown this whole round into disarray. Spirit know they can commit to the bomb site. Eyes are in the wrong place. The AWP is here for hyped, but second smoke comes in. He's running out of time, running out of positions to play in the open. That smoke came out to try and help him, but it wasn't there in time, and it might just be another save for Big. Last time it was 1 kill to decide. This time 2, even more costly. And this is all if they get away with a save, because Zontix, he never left the B side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you're in such a good position right now if you're Spirit. You're hunting this every day of the week. You know, in that last 9-player alive round, they did just elect to keep 5 alive. This is getting real scary in the upper tunnels. Zontix isn't moving, though. They are starting to send Sotvic out through middle, and Aqua's missed that timing. So these players in the tunnels in a position where they could get wrapped on. But time's kind of running out if they do want to commit to the hunt. Now you get the info that Crimbo is here. Sin's holding down the angle in through the doors, and so the hunt doesn't really net anything for Spirit Academy. They write it off, keeping 3 alive. That's fine. They still make money on the round.
I don't think they're complaining. These guys have like 14, 15k apiece,
yeah.
So absolutely worth it. You could have thrown everyone at it there and wouldn't have had a problem.
So something you and I were talking about, you know, just moments ago was kind of AWPers here in the league. You know, we've homed in on guys like Art Frost.
Yeah.
Something I think that's been pretty apparent is that AWPers are like a go-to to get plucked out of this league. You know, if all the ones that have happened so far are anything to go by, even looking at the likes of, you know, Dougie Versus is kind of that AWP rifle player, even looking at him moving on to Eternal Fire, Monacy as well. Don't need to tell you that guy's an AWPer, and same with Torshi. And, you know, part of me kind of wonders if that's because, you know, with AWPs, it kind of always used to feel like it was better to go with a tried and tested option than to bring up, you know, some plucky young gun, take a big risk there, because it is a role in pro teams that can just dominate, right? And so I feel like the Academy League has allowed teams to take a look and be like, well, who is showing up? Oftentimes it is AWP players, and you're just kind of plucking the best of the bunch out of the teams here.
They're the hardest to counter. They're the flashiest ones. They're the ones that are often going to be the star of the show and with the most impact. So it's no shocker to see, but that has certainly been something that's been up in the air for Big across all 3 seasons, right? Having multiple players wield that weapon, not just in-game leading for Big, which we've talked about, having gone all over the place. Now Crimbo settled into that role and looking good, but I think AWPing has been, you know, touchy subject for this Big Omen Academy roster across every season, and has been constantly swapping around. You know, some teams like to play, you know, map dependent. Even some top teams like Godsend, you know, they're a roster who field 3 AWPers, and it just depends on map and position and day, really, who's playing it where, and it works. But yeah, it can be hard to get consistency with a style such as that. Right now we have Sin and Hype donning them in this round. Now, do they know that Chiron has crossed all the way into the ramp? It doesn't look like Big are aware, but Molly, though, might give them the answer. Chiron just lives in front of it. He is so lucky right now, but it takes, it spreads. They may have heard that from Gandalf. Are their eyes on the prize, though, because Chiron still has timing.
I like that Chiron's still just waiting. He knows that, like, the longer he waits, the less expected he's going to be. Hyped, good double, but you're not ready for Chiron up close. They just never considered him. That little double opener has secured a route into the A-bomb site now. Zontic's peeling away from these lurks we often see him on. He's going to move in to play around the bomb. Hype does set you up with a double. This is like the most impact the AWPs have had for Big so far. And so you want to try and follow it through. You want to try and make it worth something in the end, right? You don't want Hyped and all he was able to get away with to be in vain. But already a lot of time is ticked off this bomb. If you are going to go, it's got to be now. And the AWP's still coming in. Sin with a double of his own now. Just Zontic's left to beat. There's the first swing, and Process mops him up. Big Omen Academy, they come in with the third, and the AWPs get 4 of the 5 kills in the round.
It's like they heard us talking, Harry. We're just saying this team has had, you know, scary identities with AWPs, with in-game leaders, and right there, they show us that, no, we've still got it in our back pocket, and for good reason. Sick round from Hyped and Sin, lovely shots, even though Chiron hits his beautiful little timing to trade out both those kills. Does not matter. Spirit, that's fine, though. They do a lot of damage, they get a close one, get a bomb plant. This is still a really, really strong T side, so gonna look to keep building, and many opportunities to do so. Boost up in mid, Process crosses below the shot. Sin will hold the top of middle, and Spirit push right down Suicide. Maybe we can even change the name of that spot now. It's not as risky as it once was.
Change it to Homicide, mate. You know?
Well, the killing fields are over on B, and that's where Spirit will end up very quick indeed.
Yeah, they're already out through middle, and that's a no-scope for Sin! Why not make it a double? Screw it, go back in for a third. You won't, you madman. You won't.
Yeah,
you won't.
Will.
Oh, it misses. He tries it again. And this time he will commit to the scope, nails a third, and he will take the cake and eat it too. There it is, 4 on the board for Big Omen Academy.
Oh, he's squeezing grapes, Harry. He's leaving them out to dry. He's got everything going with these grapes right now. Wine and raisins at the same time. Some say it can't be done.
Oh, man, and also,
don't care.
I just saw the big hoodie there.
Yeah?
I almost brought that with me to rep the boys. I didn't have room in my suitcase, but I was going to bring mine out.
Well, you didn't. So
no, I know.
You're a fake fan.
But it's a lovely little hoodie, mate. Yeah. Oh, look, nades left in spawn. All right, boys, what's the plan there? It's nice, you know, if the bomb goes down in A, you can use those nades to dunk the site, do a lot of damage. Out through long, but they will back up once they learn that, you know, Noaneki's fate was kind of sealed there on the push. And then they kind of realized, well, someone could have crossed the pit. There were numbers at long. We don't want to commit into that. And they're going to immediately respond to this little problem by grouping over towards B. They know they caught a player crossing. Right, Sin was the guy who undid your last B play. Well, he's no longer a factor anymore. And so they're going to group up here outside of B. Maybe looking for, you know, gimmick around some of the, shuffle around some of these rotations, or you could be looking for a mid to B.
We just saw the danger of jumping that cross in mid as well. You don't really need to do that anymore. You just offer yourself up to a non-boosted AWP. If no one jumps there, there's no way Artfrost can pick. So we've seen Big sometimes cross under the doors, like Process doing so, but yeah, not in that round for Sin. Very quick shot for Artfrost, though. Nice shot from Hyped as well. The orbs are coming alive, and Crimbo swung out with a flashbang from the catwalk. It's going to be Zontic's alone. 1v4, and not much time to do it. His teammates ready to swing, and Crimbo doesn't even wait for the orb contact. He has had enough, and Big have woken up. Okay, as much as we were saying, you know, this is that was the case for Spirit. Just a couple of rounds in, hitting some bangers. Well, Big have, you know, put their money where their mouth is, winning a gun round and building off of it. It wasn't a one and done. Gets them constantly wielding this double AWP. Crimbo hitting only headshots.
Oh, Sin doesn't jump across this time. He's like, yep, not ever doing that again.
Yeah, I like it when players cross close to the doors, just the least you can be seen in that position. Obviously, it cuts time off of your spawn, though, if you're getting B-rushed. Hinge Smoke is not in, because they missed it. Someone called Rops. He's got the goods.
Rops is like, look, if you just take the square root of every number in the console and then multiply it by 10, that's not even a hard multiplication. That's just adding a 0 on the end, Rops. Come on now. Can't believe you would say that.
Well, you know, Maui can do the lineup quickly. The quick right-click one, not the Zywoo one. We got Zontix again, lurking on this B hold, making sure the Big don't get the info or aggression. Out long and gone is Aqua, as Notaneki was tucked in tight. Team coming to join him. Big R here, they could send this AWP up. Hype's calling for the... Oh, he's going to boost his team instead. There's the flank. Zontix didn't catch this because it's out middle, and Process will stop Sophic and even just bound out and go back for this 4-on-4, play the retake on the A site. They don't know yet that it's a commit, but it's about to be clear as day.
Yeah, only one smoke for the cross, and this is a problem they had. They've had a couple of times. You're going to try and run boost over, but that just offers Hype to freebie. They get Chiron in. They put a lot of faith in him, but Hyped with the jump shot. Oh, man. A Titan of his own making, perhaps. Zontix dead over in middle, and it's only Art Frost left.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, again, just a
no
sick
accounting
round.
for that one, is
just
there?
a gross, grimy round. What are the Orbs doing right now for Big? They are the make and they are the break, and they're breaking Spirit's face. Jumping no scopes on the A site. I really don't have anything for it, and that run boost is really awkward as well, because it essentially negates the point of it when you die doing the run boost, the close CT AWP. You don't often see the AWP there, because we saw Hyped boost Crimbo back up to play Cat, so Hype can hide behind the smoke. It's often the opposite. You'd want the AWP on the site for the long range, but Big weren't looking to get the info.
Mate, I mean, it's not quite a jump-in double from Cold, but a jump-in single from Hype is more than enough.
How about a wallbang smoke headshot?
Yeah, that's pretty nice too.
Yeah. Poor Process. Just getting banged out. And Sin didn't jump the other round. I called him out, but I was wrong.
Oh.
I thought he did jump. Art Frost had a really nice angle, dropped in. Either way, he didn't cross close, Harry.
Yeah.
And right there is why he crossed close. Yeah, either way. It's nice that you don't often have to waste nades or smokes in the middle anymore just to cross. Good shot.
Dude, I don't. It's like all the AWPs are taking turns, showing like, no, I'm the best AWPer, and then you know, Art Frost gets the open, and Hype comes in and goes, no, I'm the best AWPer, and then wrecks him in the head-to-head, and now Sin's here and be like, well, hang on, guys, don't forget about me. Actually, I'm the best AWPer, and so let's see how many he can get away with now. All the others in the round currently have one to their name. So Sin, double here would set you up nicely to take that crown. Unfortunately, it's going to be a big resounding 0. Sophics dead right away.
Hyped.
And Hyped has dropped the bomb. The molly separated this push and left it high and dry in the site alone. They don't go on the back of the flash, and they might come to regret that. It's allowed Hype to equalize out the round. Finally dealt with by Notaneki. Crimbo, he does want to attempt this. I thought he could see an elbow there.
Is he really saving? He's 14 grand. No, he's going back for nades. Oh my god, this is so sick.
And now he's going to juggle them, all right.
Hope you don't get peeked, but that's a risk you have to take. I mean, it's Tabsu who came up with a double molly or the molly nade combo from this position into default. He's going to throw them an Xbox. It's not bad, but it won't be enough right now, and he's wasting valuable seconds. This attempt's going to leave him in the dirt, and he's going to have to save really or just get exit kills. It's done. It doesn't matter. I admire the attempt there. If you get the frag, suddenly you're forced into a 1v1. You can probably just run in and overwhelm, but too much time taken for those nades. Either way, oh, okay.
Wow. Yeah, ridiculous. I mean, there's no accounting for that. No. You know, how's that for revenge over the jump shot? You know, like
yeah. Poor Sin though, like holding B down for like 20 seconds and moves, and they exec as he moves. Very unlucky stuff. That could have been the difference between a round for Big, and now Hype's had enough again. Pushed in lower, they heard the scope. They are not falling for this one. very weird round now because Spirit know the Big have tunnels, but they don't want to walk into the AWP, so they want to try and force him to be over-aggressive. Might be difficult to do so, though. Hype just holding his line. And that means Spirit have to go elsewhere. Cat is dangerous. Sin's here, but flashed off. He'll go back for more. Catches the nades out for Sotfik, and inside of the smoke is Process.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. Process round in the palm of his hands. And even though he only gets 2, he allows Hype to follow up with yet another. This is looking like Big Omen Academy are on their way to a 7th. Only Zontix left. I mean, they know where he is. They've got the bomb. They're all grouping in middle to trade this AWP. Should it fall and Hyped, he ain't going down without a fight. He gets a double of his own in the round. So there it is. 7 on the board for Big Omen Academy and 8 for the Spirit squad. But if you remember how this started, you know, look at that round timeline, 7-2 in favor of Spirit. Suddenly, you know, if you're Big, I think you're more than happy with how that half ended out, considering how it began.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that looked like a one-sided game completely for Spirit, and suddenly Big won their rifle round, and as said earlier, they just kept building off of it. The AWPs, the double AWPs specifically did everything. Crimbo had nice A anchor work. Process did well in stopping the cocky BXX through smoke when Spirit had that in their wheelhouse, but ultimately, Spirit aren't going to be too dismayed at the half. They've got a good one to show. We know this map has sort of flipped more CT fave ever since the change in mid, and the lower pushes, and we didn't even really see exploited in that game.
Dude, something I'm about to just say is that, like, some of the smokes that Spirit have for this CT side, some of the one-ways that Sotfik especially likes to use, but Chiron as well. Oh, it's so grimy. Like, it's actually like, it kind of makes me feel a little bit sick because it's like smokes aren't meant to be used like this.
No, I'm excited to see these like long takes in the second half to see what happens when you get to ramp, because they'll be like, yeah, get to ramp, boys, but don't walk into our bomb site. That's where things get really weird.
It's like, yeah, you guys have long. Just ignore the 3 site smokes that
I'm sure nothing
that we're all playing behind. Oh, man. Okay.
Yeah, we'll have to see if Spirit bring them out. 8 rounds is very good. They'll be happy, but could have been more. Parry match odds for the map 1 still favor Spirit, as they probably should at this point. And let's hear what Spirit have cooked up in this pistol.
Что-то не вижу. Вышел один для нового. Это, походу, наш писик, может быть. Что один я вроде нового слышал. Пойдем дальше? Тим?
Нет, все на флешке хорошие.
Окей.
Если не вижу, я иду с тобой. Надо пойти смотреть.
Не вижу никого. В респе просто АФК.
В респе спешки сидеть. Я отхожу.
Парни, помните, туда не надо идти нахуй. Мы играем от Зиге. Ретейк или еще. Просто Зиге, будете, он контроль мид.
Тэшка ничего не происходит.
Один смотрю. Там, беги на плюсовой на гусь, я тебе флешку дам, прочекаешь длину. Мидон дали мы.
Окей. Не вижу мид, я уйду с нишки на грибы.
Это дел.
Окей.
Пэш пикнул, дел 2 дел.
Окей, я на флешке. Дядя, сможешь подойти, тоже пикнуть
Пик,
сначала.
отошел. Сейчас репик, скорее всего, будет.
Да, смог дали. Я могу пикать.
Нету никого, подожди. Отпикай.
Давай, пикает. Кидай.
Да, флеш. Зига, аккуратно.
Все. Нет, 4, не все, 1. Мэйби где-то лурчит. Рампа 1. И два тут. Планте и Дэл.
Дэл.
Дэл без армора, с гранатами.
Дэл. План запикивать.
Без бомбы.
В смоке был.
6 секунд.
Найс!
Лучший! Ебать, что я дал нахуй.
Oh my goodness, that is a mental round. That fits the bill, Harry, with the game we've got right now between these rosters. Like, the triple B hold for Big while they walk out long, then they full rotate round, they get long, Spirit get the info off of a beautiful flash from Sotfik, and Notaneki taps out 3 through a smoke.
Yeah, man.
Just pop. destroys them, and still Big somehow managed, with the bomb loose in CT, managed to make that 2-on-4 a 1v1. But yeah, you have to plant to win the round, and Zontix runs him down while he does. So Big couldn't have done more in that position. But my goodness,
dude. I mean, you know, like when we filmed like these little like our thoughts on the season on like the group and Gauntlet once it all ended, and I gave like I gave the Spirit Squad a bunch of nicknames, and I always said that, you know, like Notaneki was like the turret. Like, this guy can just stand in place and get you like a triple, and that last round just showcases it so brilliantly. You know, that wasn't like some crazy, you know, leap through the smoke. He's like violently tapping, like jiggle peeking. No, he just runs out, stands there for a second, spams 3 bullets, and kills 3 guys through the edge of it. Like,
easy.
What do you even do? Right, Big have found the opener again. Oh, and this time they make it a double. At this point now, the alarm bells are kind of ringing for Spirit Academy. You're kind of forced to gamble a little bit here and lean pretty heavy into the A play, what with losing the first 2 over here. And this opens up a world where if Big Omen Academy did pull the trigger on a B play, if they did something with this Tunnels player to, you know, give B a little look into, that would just be a save right away for Spirit Academy. Instead, it looks like they want to follow through with the A play. And Spirit, they're kind of getting ahead of themselves here. They're moving over towards B, taking a risk. They're saying, yeah, maybe this is just a recommit into a late B play.
The timing of that.
And that couldn't be further from the truth. This should just be a save.
The one smoke, because Big, that's not some convoluted fake. Big only had one smoke. The one smoke makes Spirit think, yeah, there's only one guy along. It's probably just a fake. Obviously, in the back of your head, you're also thinking exactly what you said. You know, you lean 3B, you save or you go for it if it's a B play. But Spirit didn't really have a choice in this round. Decided for them. Big do what Spirit did in that first half, which is, you know, lose pistol, but pick up that force buy. And so the rifles have done well here. And some exits on the way out. Notaneki's fiddling around on the box. 2 more where that came from. And Sin, there's nothing wrong with going for a hunt here. But he also doesn't have to. Ooh, do it. Do it. Do it. Oh. Yeah, I'm convinced they're listening. They're listening. Who needs a crowd? When you've got tuned-in caster comms right now. Big Zorks woke up in the first, and Artfrost will do so in the second. Doesn't matter though, still going to be Big with the round. Building into this game yet again, as they did towards the end of their CT side.
Oh, back out to long. At a pretty alarming pace at that. Ooh, that's a FAMAS right there. Wrecking Process on his attempt at a peek from pit. They're going to send Hype down to retrieve that AK. Get it out of there. I like that, right? Keep the scout in pit. You'd normally do this with an AWP, but obviously, you know, it's still so early days, mate. No AWP, but Scout's fine. Scout's good because you can just, you get so much like utility out of that position. You can hold the long angle. If anyone tries to peek it for info, you've got a chance to get a kill or do damage, right? Also, it just denies so much information to Spirit, knowing that there was someone down in the pit. That scout made it in there.
Look at this full exec that Crimbo's throwing on his own. This is going to completely pull the wool over Spirit's eyes. Look at them rotating. Chiron's trapped down lower now. Oh, he's dead. Double molly, but he peeked before they popped, and he gets stopped by Hyped. Notaneki round in the palm of his hand, and Aqua, oh, he does snuff him out. Still knife out in middle right now. He might get shot in the back of the head. They're scared of top mid, but the rotate's coming in through T-spawn. This is so weird. Even though all of this is going on, Spirit now know what's up. I feel like if Big didn't shoot Chiron running away, they would have had a free B bomb site. But now they've made it clear that Crimbo faked it out. And if Big do want to commit, Spirit are making the read. They may as well. 20 seconds. Would love to see Zontix go back to that B bomb site, but the question is, will Big? They can climb right up Cat and evade capture. No, it is the mid to B. They've got smokes for it. 13 seconds, though, and peeking before they bloom means Zontix is a dead man, and Artfrost could win the round right here, right now, but a whiff spray, and he can't get a single kill. They were not ready for that, but it didn't matter. Big win the round. They're just playing around the world, Harry. Long to T spawn to B to low to mid to B. How the hell is Spirit supposed to keep on top of that?
Pyromatch shot still leaning in favor of Spirit, but I imagine they're going to start to close up a little.
Let's see a gun round.
I know we ain't seen proper gun rounds yet, but hell, man, I mean, oftentimes the score is enough, you know, and mate, something I'll say, it's a little unfortunate there for our man Art Frost over in the B site that the player in CT never actually spotted how many were in middle, right? Because I think that's why he pulls the trigger so quickly. I think that's why he's like, yeah, I'm fighting right now, because for all I know, it's 2 through mid and then 1 on like a tunnels wrap, right? And suddenly he's open, suddenly he's in for a world of hurt. Might have seen him even delay it just a little bit longer, knowing that 1 kill could have won in the round if he knew that all 3 were in middle.
Aqua was bottom of the server, but 4 little eco kills gets him back up with the rest of the squad, so that's nice to see. He had some good shots early in the game, but it was, as said, the Orbs that were doing the most work. Right now, this is Big's chance to run away before Spirit build up money and confidence. Even though this buy is out, Harry, it's not an Orb, it's a scout for Art Frost, it's a FAMAS, and it's some utility at least. But Big, they like being weird on these T-sides. Keeping you guessing. Long gets walked on. Car molly. But now because Spirit have seen 1 man throw a full long exec with mollies, smokes, flashes, they never know what to trust. Let's see if that plays into the rotates. Mid info is still good for Spirit. But they don't know about B.
Oh, just a flash pop? Oh, that's kind of beautiful. You were not ready for that if you're Spirit. You were not ready for that at all. And oh, man, it all comes crumbling down up in the A site. Oh, dude, every other A play so far has been super telegraphed with long flashes, with smokes for the cross, with mollies in the site. None of that in that round. That is a complete change out of Big Omen Academy. And Spirit, they were not prepared for what just came their way. I mean, hell, dude, you even had guys just stood out in the open in CT, like, you know, fiddling around with nades, expecting to get a lot more warning that that was coming in. Wait, oh God.
Went everywhere, anywhere. Yeah, also the other side of that is like, when we've seen long smokes, what has Spirit done? They've flashed through them. They've popped these smokes. And so Big, if they realize that they're not getting held, they know that this play isn't telegraphed at all. Spirit can't react. So yeah, really nice call. It's stuff like that, which is why Maui has been hyping up Crimbo so much as this, you know, big brained in-game leader. He's also got a bit of firepower on him as well. He's not a one-trick pony.
I'll say this as well, like Sophics been trying to use these little smokes that versus Eternal Fire in that game all the way back in the group stage were just so devastating. Big Omen Academy are just ready for it every time. Like not gotten away with anything from them. You know, little bit worrying. Little bit worrying, right, that this is starting to slip away so decisively come this second half. Just a reminder, this was 7-2 to Spirit Academy at one point in time, and now we're at an 11-9 scoreline with Big, the ones in the lead.
Yeah, I mean, even the first full buy, and I say that with air quotes, which was last round, had a scout, a FAMAS, and not full util. So, you know, I'm not making excuses. Big have definitely been the better team in this T side, but we've not gotten everything out of Spirit yet. It's going to have to be the late comeback, much as how Big did the same in their first half. But yeah, already I'm loving what we're getting out of Big's T side. Boosted onto the box at long. Crimbo holding B as Zontix did in many of those first half rounds, but Notaneki has taken his FAMAS into the B tunnels. However, no one there to get a gun if he gets this frag. It will just be that full long commit. Crimbo's checking it. Oh my God, he can see him. Crimbo, he's like a hawk. And that sent a full rotate out of A. There's only 1 man here. Good shot for Zontix, but he's dead immediately, and all the info is gone with that. They didn't see the full mass of T's running up long, and Spirit are just going for these guns in tunnels that are too far away. The round is lost at this point. Big don't know it yet. Oh, don't overcomplicate it yet. Just committing with a flash. Not enough smokes, but Crimbo's still here lurking lower, and this is all fine and dandy for Big.
Sophic could do something on his wrap round, but ultimately he does get held just as he gets to the long doors. So yeah, really, really good understanding of you know, how this Spirit squad like to play, feeling that you're in control. Like, that's something that you're definitely feeling now if you're big. It's like, you're the ones dictating the kind of, the terms of this game.
Whoa!
Hello?
Oh my god, moves!
Dude, that's me and Banks. We do that. Oh, man, we do this all the time.
Yeah?
James lays me down a beat, and I just crack these moves out. It's honestly, mate, it's the highlight of my time here in Kiev.
You got style.
Yeah, man. I didn't expect them to drop that so early, you know, like, but it's out there now. Yeah, I can break dance and what?
Yeah.
And James can play the bongos.
Pretty well, actually.
Yeah.
He's got great rhythm, yeah. Wow. All right, this is what Spirit did 5-1 up, okay? They just popped B. Let's see the difference, because Process, he locked it down last time. This time it's not an Eki full blind on the site line up for Art Frost, but his teammate's gone. The B site has been evacuated. Quick flank for Chiron and a beautiful timing. He's knifed out through the smoke. He knows he's got the window of opportunity, the world in the palm of his hands, and he takes down Aqua. Molly in, Process going to swing, but he could not see through the flames, and Sophic stops it. Crimbo will get his mid-kill on the lurk, but it doesn't matter at this point. It feels too far gone, but am I speaking too soon?
It's a pretty tall order, right? This was 1-on-4 when it all started for Crimbo. And now he's kind of resigned himself into a little hidey hole down in the lower tunnels. Chiron and Sophic still to beat, these two very heavy hitters for Spirit Academy, right? This isn't some easy clutch that you're expected to navigate in a very simple way if you're Crimbo. He's retrieved this AWP from middle. He is low on health, so he's taken it. I'm hoping that this could be the spearhead to get him back into the round, back into this this clutch. Sophic's just playing on the contact. Oh, Chiron now actually swinging out. That's info for Crimbo. That's something to go off of. Oh, close to Chiron, but isn't able to get it over the line. And, you know, back in the group stage, I'd always talk about Chiron and Sophic, these two, how they're kind of similar, but they have, like, different approaches to how they go about playing the game. Chiron is great at finding little gaps, like we just saw there. And oftentimes, it's on the back of aggression, right? It's on the back of these kind of crazy pushes. Sophic, likewise, loves to find these gaps, but he's a lot more methodical, I'll say, a lot more slower, and takes fewer risks in doing so. There, he saves Chiron's life. He keeps him alive on the wraparound. Right, he was about to die to the trade from Big Box, and that's where Sopfic's like, don't worry, brother. I know what it's like. I know what these flanks are like, mate. It's a tough street to walk alone, and you don't have to. I'm here. I've got you.
A massive round for Spirit to stop the B play, and Big a bit of a reality check as the best buy comes out with a win. Sophic 1-for-1 on long. Zontix knows he has a player trapped to blue bin, but there's just so much utility amassing in the long position. Does he want to die here? Doesn't look like it. It's a great grenade dunking onto Sin, and he'll leave. It's the right call. AWP up in the bomb site. And Zontix with some re-aggression. There's lots of mollies, though. No excuse to not get this barrels molly, or this car molly in that Big have done many times. The flash forces some shots out of Big. It's a bit of info for Spirit. Zontix should get mollied. He really should, and he has to smoke it. Now they know, although Hype's not looking like it, trying to find that AWP instead, knowing that it's unlikely this car player will swing. But now they just wait out this smoke. And really, if they want to, they can re-molly it. However, the problem is 2 more smokes available to get Zontix out of position. He gets walked on. Aqua's a dead man. Crimbo trades at least. And now swinging on the smoke is Chiron with more damage. They are painted up right now. Big are so low as they cross into the bomb site.
This boost up. Not going to find these close players, and they're now assembling one of their own, but the smokes are fading. Oh my! Chiron and Artfrost both getting a kill apiece. Sets up not an Eki to swing out right at the very end there. And so suddenly Team Spirit, you know, this CT side is taking shape before our very eyes, right? Maybe messy. It was just these kind of lackluster fall-by rounds that we saw early on that were kind of keeping them from showing their true potential here on Dusk. Because since the AWP's come out, it's found tremendous effect, right? Artfrost got that collateral in the B play in the round prior. Here, again, he's there to thin out those crossing players and set them up to win the round. And so the pressure right back on for Big Omen Academy. That feeling that we had just a matter of rounds ago where it was like, we're in control, we're in their heads, they're over-rotating at the drop of a hat, right? They are so nervous about what we're doing. Well, now it's starting to feel like it's going back the other way, right? And it's like, okay, they're warming back into this one now, guys. Don't lose. That's what you're thinking. Like, don't lose this lead.
Yeah. All you're thinking about is that little B-rush play you just did, because it's exactly what kind of screwed Spirit's momentum over in that first half at the 5-1 lead, and Big did the same. There's nothing wrong with the call inherently. It's just a very risky, high-risk, high-reward play, because you don't want to be one-dimensional either and just only go for long takes. Now a little lower push, caught out, knives in the hands, and now Dead Man. It's going to be a push from upper. Notaneki cannot convert the spray, and Aqua somehow flicks this round
get all
into
three?
a 2-on-2. I don't know. He's looking back and forth. Oh, and now he's gone. The AWP reaggresses. So much pressure put on Big in this round. These rounds are getting really messy, Harry.
Look at all the death like markers in tunnels. You never see a round like this. Frost hoping he can close. It's a missed shot. Sin will get into the site, will make it across, but he wants this gunfight. He wants the 1v1 and tag through the doors. Oh, it's going both ways, but the AWP's just done so much more damage. 3 bullets, and it's not enough. Sophic swings out, saves the day, and equalizes this game up at 12-12.
This is, I mean, Spirit, this is disrespect play right here, and I love it. It's absolutely mental. Double lower and the upper push. And of course, it's the round, the bigger 4B from the get-go. Everyone in position, knives out, nades out to clear lower. Sometimes you've got to be flashing that. Aqua does all he really can, but he's not ready for a second.
Well, yeah, right? Push. You've just been faced by 3. You're like, okay, B's clear. No, it's not. For some reason, it's not. Oh, dude, that is a lovely round out of Spirit, though, especially to get it back under control, and the aggro just keeps coming in. Now, finally, Chiron gets punished for it. That's a real feel-good moment. These aggro pushes have been horrific every single time, and even if you've been able to have a guy like Aqua, you know, go crazy and put a stop to it, oftentimes it still left you in a very weird place. This one's dealt with right away, but out as they go through long, the flash to set up Zontic, shout out Artfrost for it. Let's put this back in favor of Spirit Academy in a very real, in a very big way.
Yeah, it's really awkward because Big also flashed long as their teammates swung together. I like that play to get through the smoke to help your blue bin player, but as their flash popped, so did Spirit. So just very awkward timing for Big. And they were already committed. Utility getting cycled up short, making the most of what they've got, and it's not a lot. Artfrost, he's ready, but this shot on the jiggle now gives hyped middle. He's going to call for help. Oh, but he can't follow up. And now Sin, he's going to run his full exec. It's all he's got. Util going in heavy into this A site. He might even drop CT here. He doesn't have much. He's mollied his own pathway off, but it doesn't matter. Double kill from Sin into the site, and now he can get the plant. He's got just enough room and time. Checks long, goes safe, but so much utility and position for Spirit in this clutch. Oh, nice try from Sin. All he could have done, but it's going to be Spirit picking it up. And they just, again, like it's the comebacks on comebacks on comebacks. This game is not assured. This game is not safe. And Spirit now take the lead back. Like it's the first half all over again. I do love the play from Chiron. I mean, yeah, didn't consider the last possible angle, but just shows Spirit are confident, especially after that B play.
I mean, dude, like that's the thing with this Spirit squad is I think that you just have a group of players that complement each other so well, right? Like you've got your Chiron, who is kind of this like wild guy who will just do the most ridiculous stuff, but then around him you've got your Notanekis, you've got your Zontixes who are, you know, a little more safer in a lot of these rounds, right? I think that complements the risks that guys like him take, right? Like with the top mid push, for example, being a very obvious one for Chiron's aggressive tendencies. You know, then you've even got guys like Sophic who can also harass and take space, but in a very, very different way. His is kind of more about info gathering as opposed to sniping away early players. But no, it is a very, very cool team to watch. And considering Season 3 was their debut, they've been a real treat, right? I'm very, very glad we have them in the league.
Yeah, I'm so unsure as to what's going to happen in this playoff stage, Harry, to be perfectly honest with you. Like, my expectations are on MOUZ, but I think, you know, Spirit have certainly proven they're here for a reason. Big, this is their best formation of a roster yet.
Yeah.
And Astralis talent, who we didn't even expect to be here.
Who normally get eliminated like immediately,
last
you know?
place, still have more to show, no doubt about it. So it is the most up for grabs, I think, a playoff has been here at the Academy League. Frost in middle. Chiron's tucked low. Do they know? Well, now they do. Shot in the back of the head. He had to swing. He was getting pinched. And so Art Frost going to molly middle, but Hinge Smoke can come in. Maybe it goes in, but or maybe it doesn't because of the Molotov. I think it landed, and now they can jump up Catwalk with it. Spirit need to pick their poison, pick their position. Back to long for Art Frost. Can try and set up and bait for Sotfik, but also has to turn his head back for the cat take. 40 seconds, Big making up their mind. It does look like the A play with a mid to be fake. They drop spawn? Nah, surely. Oh,
no, it's Crimbo with the bomb.
Yeah, they're trying.
He was about to. He had the bomb. It's kind of a good thing. Oh, no, the bomb did still go down.
That was a double spawn drop.
Yeah, and both players with the with the bomb, like, oh, that's a little bit ugly. You can't win the round now, really. Like, you know, you drop in, you do what you can. I really just don't think you realize you had the bomb. Like, that's, it's a lot more, you know, I don't even want to say, but it's more understandable for the second player because it looked like his intention was always to drop, right? And he obviously just picked up the bomb from the first guy that fell with it.
On the lip.
Yeah, but also he was trying to drop anyway, and he did have the bomb to begin with. So yeah, bit of a weird one there. I guess if two players made it down with like,
it leaves your options open.
Yeah.
You can go for that mid to B and split the CT player, or if you want, you can run up the ramp and try and take it. It's still a weird one for Big. They're getting a bit screwed up. They're getting a bit scared now as Zontic spams the smoke to finish off Aqua. Yeah, it's getting convoluted. Earlier, that was a blessing for Big, but now it's a curse. Sotfik, another smoke spam. 2 kills for Spirit. They have seen no one in this round. Oh my god, crossing pit. They saw that at least, but Process, a beautiful tap to take down Sotfik. And now stuck in at the car was a man. Process does get lobbed onto a nade. Sin has a lovely timing up cap, but this is going to be called. Chiron hears it. They don't turn around in time. And Sin can win the round right now, but he can't. Zontic stops not only the man on long, but also the cat flank. That was scary. Chiron must have been yelling it, surely. They're running above his head. But the turn is too late. Does not matter anyway. This is getting very, very speedy, and we might be speeding to overpass with Dust 2 in Spirit's back pocket.
And I think, you know, you've got to give Spirit credit because it's very, very hard to take the reins of a game that you were so dominant in that then slips against you, right? And that's kind of the situation that Big are now in themselves, right? When they were 7-2 up, you're like brimming with confidence. You're playing a style of CS that is almost like a riskier, more enhanced version of how you normally play, right? Everyone's switched on. Everyone's believing they're going to win a gunfight before they even go into it. But there's a reason why that old saying, you know, oh, the bigger you are, the harder you fall, is in play. It is a thing. And it's because, like, when you're at the highest of highs and then you end up, like, fall into the lowest of lows, that is a horrible feeling. And that style that is a little more aggressive, is a little more in your face, that you were getting away with early on, it stops giving you the results it was, right? And it's very, very hard to build back into that game.
Again.
But they've managed it.
Oh, no.
No, the smoke shot for Spirit Academy. They just don't seem to render the smokes, mate.
Huge trade, though, and they now have Zontic's trapped. So Big do have one Molotov. We know this has often been multi-smoked at car, but even so, there's the smoke going in. Flashes to bail. Zontic's out if he wants to cross, but no hurry. Big call to a pause here with the AWP down long, has all the info. Ugh. Spirit in no rush to fight this, though. Big don't even have anything except for the 2 smokes for the cross. They can't flash their plays. And you don't know which of these many flashbangs that Spirit are lobbing is going to be the one that Zontic swings off, if at all. But I like this cool off for Big. They wait a moment.
A part of you could even be concerned that he's made it out, right? Because there's been a couple of second periods where these flashes have got everyone off the angle. One of those smokes has gone in, and that's a little bit weird. You know, the second one needs to follow up. Because if it doesn't, there is going to be a big gap in this smoke to play around. Artfrost looking to use that. They might just underhand it now, and they will. So good timing on that, right? Finding that double opener allows for that second smoke to come through. And Artfrost wants to get out of there. That is a risky way to save. He makes it past the first lot of big players, but isn't so fortunate the second time around.
Let me tell you about that one smoke, right? Because it looks weird, right? It looks like, why are they throwing one, not their full exec? They don't have enough to fake it out. Well, the reason they throw one is because it forces Spirit behind the smoke to elevator, and that's when Sin walks out mid to B and kills the elevator player. It's enough of a fake, I guess you could say, because it's only one bit of utility, and Spirit can't just swing long off of that util either. So Sin has a lovely little lurk out middle, and that's what wins big the round, actually. Still a very weird one, and it's not like at any point Spirit were called off by the fake. They knew it was always going to be long, but Big still get a little knife stuck in the back. And they hold on for one more round. The question is, where's the depth? Like, what do you want to start doing now? Because these long takes ultimately are being won by Spirit. They're smoke spamming you every time. We haven't even really seen the AWP at long. It's been sat on A site or playing cat or starting middle. So, that, you know, I don't think Big can keep going for long hits forever. And also, it's Dust too. If spawns start eluding you, you don't have a choice.
I mean, now the question we're all asking ourselves, do we get an overtime in the first map of the playoffs? It would be fitting, wouldn't it? Like, we've said how close this playoff bracket feels, and I think that would really do it justice. This is just an eco round, a round not an Eki saved M4. Spirit are playing for round number 30. They're playing for the win at 16-14. And, you know, I'd love to tell you I'm never willing to write these rounds off. With USPs in play, it should be fine. But, oh, God! No! No, that's the bomb! They tried to trade it, and it's all stolen away right in round 29. Man, that was meant to go the full 30. That was meant to go the distance, Hugo.
What happened?
It just ended. It just ended like that.
They had Pit, and Spirit didn't even know. They had no idea someone had crossed Pit, and still, those 1Ds from Zontix, oh my goodness, Harry. It's criminal. It's absolutely despicable, and it should have been at least 30, if not more. But it's Spirit's map pick locked in at least to start the day, to start the playoffs. And we do have Overpass up next. For Big, I still have faith this is going the distance, right? This series has still got legs on it. We saw some good signs out of Big ultimately, but how's it over? I don't know. We'll have to wait for our analyst to break it down because I'm confused.
Headshot, nice. Fist bumps go to the teammates. I wanna hear your go, go, go. I wanna see you falling fast. Win the round. Pretty much. They play, you win.
It looked like it was going to be going the distance, but instead, that distance was quickly ended. It had to go down like that. A very epic game to start things off with, but I'll come to the beginning of that game. It was quite an odd one, right? Spirit massively in the lead. You think, okay, they're doing it. They're just going to overpower Big. It's Dust 2. You can kind of say, fine. Then it got ridiculously close, and Big started to show, hey, no, we're going to slow you down. And the half ended, on, I'd say, pretty even standard.
That was kind of a robbery. I'm kind of just shell-shocked by the ending of that game right now. Yeah. Like, that was a bit of a shell shock. Like, it was just the way that Zontix was able to just find those deagle kills. Like, I kind of can't even imagine how that really just happened. But yeah, to throw it back to the first half, to remind people what happened, some players, some kind of like unlikely heroes started coming up for Big. I think almost there was contributions from just about everybody. I'd say that one guy that I kind of talked about in the pregame a little bit, Sin, he had some really nice rounds to put Big on the board. He's actually not, I think I misspoke in the pre-show that he was their opper. It's actually Hyped who's their primary. It's Sin that's sometimes the secondary opper, but he was delivering a lot of impact for them. them, and he put them on the right track to right what was looking like a pretty bad first half.
Yeah, actually, that was the one thing that got them back into it. As you said, Spirit started off with a really solid start, but it was only when we saw double ops coming out on the CT sides, Hype and Sin actually being able to find some picks for Big that actually allowed them to get back into a reasonable halftime score. Obviously, still a little bit up in the air, it feels like, in terms of like how CT-sided Dust2 has become after the changes, obviously, with the cross and everything. But it was definitely what was needed for Big to have a shot at actually doing anything in this game at all. So just how the game progressed and everything, and obviously how they start off the second half, things were looking pretty promising for Big Omen Academy, especially because we kind of saw a bit of a drop-off from, I guess, the early starters on the side of Spirit. We saw Chiron actually starting off really well. I mean, obviously being able to win the second round and kind of going off of that momentum put them in a solid position. But from that point on, and just until, you know, this very round, up until 12-9, Big were the dominating team. And it kind of felt that way as well, because the initial rounds, it's like, okay, yeah, Spirit, they win, you know, the second round, so they're going to have an economy advantage. They're automatically going to get some easy rounds off of it. And then for a large period of the game, it feels like Big were in the driving seat, without Spirit really not having too much to say about it. So kind of taken by surprise by how well they did to come back into it, considering their shaky start on the CT side. But it's great to see, and they kind of got to showcase the fact that they do have firepower. I think Sontix delivered, you know, big time once we got over to the CT side, and obviously ends it in a very neat fashion.
Even he didn't believe what happened, right?
Yeah.
That's happened on his own team, and he's like, hold up, wait a second. Okay,
I just did that.
Wait, the round's over? We won?
Am I correct? Yeah, okay, well, bodies are down, we won the game, nice, just chill, good time. We do have to touch on the fact, and you mentioned it when we were doing the pre-show, right, that the AWP difference was definitely a key factor, especially on a map like Dust2.
I think it was almost just that Big kind of weren't finding their early win condition in what was supposed to be hyped for their opping prowess, his kind of opping prowess. I don't even want to say that word, because he's probably one of the weaker oppers in these playoffs.
Yeah.
But the fact that, like Ben mentioned it, they pulled out a double op setup, and I think that was really key in them starting to lock down, especially the B hits, or even sometimes just kind of on rotations, he would get Sin would just get a kill or two, kind of in transition moments, or just being able to like look at mid, keep eyes on positions a little bit longer, meant that the rest of Big, they weren't going to get caught off as they were. And I think that Spirit were doing a pretty good job on that T side at the beginning, but you could see that there's still kind of some cracks in their offense where an op can just kind of pick them apart, like just not, you know, perfectly layered flashes. But that's what you're going to expect from an Academy team. You can't have every single detail ironed out. I mean, if they did, they wouldn't be playing in the Academy League. They'd be somewhere else right now.
Yeah, they would be for sure. Now, when it comes to looking at Spirit getting the first map pick right, they came back from a deficit after obviously being up in the first half, like I mentioned, and then down quite far in the second half and clawing their way back into it. They're going to be feeling mighty good right now, but I would say for Big, they can just look at this and say, right, it's Dust2. We just go, okay, it's Dust2, it's their pick. We almost had it, but on to the next one.
Yeah, I mean, Dust2 is usually like an easier defeat to swallow. Again, if someone picks Dust2 against you, you're always going to feel like you have a pretty decent shot at being able to kind of grab a win there and go, you know, a leg up into your own map pick. That doesn't happen for Big right now, but I think, yeah, you're correct in the kind of mindset that they need to have going forward. The thing that worries me is the fact that we're going into Overpass. Sure, we've seen Big play, albeit with a completely different lineup on Overpass in earlier seasons. But they are untested when it comes to Overpass, and we don't really know what to expect out of Spirit on Overpass. All we really know is, you know, to really grasp at straws here, we know that the Spirit main team has played a lot of Dust2, and apparently the Academy team knows how to play Dust2. The Spirit main team plays a fair bit of Overpass and are pretty proficient at it as well. So, you know, maybe there's some overlap there. Maybe there's been some transfer of knowledge that the big guys are not going to be ready for. But it does worry me, especially because now we get to see also a Spirit Academy team win, not necessarily off the back of just one-trick pony or basically a one-man show in Chiron. Now it's actually tons of contributions from multiple players on that side. And if they're going to kind of decide to simultaneously peak all five and have contributions, then that can become really problematic for Big.
And on the Overpass pick, right, obviously we come in here for knowing what Big can deliver on it. It's a map we saw them play multiple times across all the seasons they've been involved in. but is this one where they may struggle now because they don't have much knowledge on what Spirit's going to throw them? Can that play into it?
Right, it's a double-edged sword to pick a map against a team that doesn't really have any showings, because you're just going into this thinking you basically have to do the thing that we all love, James, when they say in the post-game interview, play your own game. That's basically all Big can do in this one. And so I have to think that given that they haven't played Overpass very much lately, 2 games in the last 3 months and not even 100% win rate, I think Big have just been working on this a lot. They probably did this as a kind of a target, like a punish pick. But the thing is that if you don't have the reps on it yourself, it can be very confusing to deal with a lot of the situations that are on the map.
And I mean, one thing that I'm really worried about is just T-side Overpass. You can be the best team in the world. T-side Overpass is still going to scare me because it's the map by far, at least for my money's worth, the map where you can get just hard stuck on T-side. And again, you talk about playing your own game, and that is very true. Like, you need to have a very set style. Again, there's not a whole lot of variety. If you look at pretty much the top 30 teams on Overpass in the world, they all play pretty much the same style. So there's not a whole lot of leeway. There's not a ton of different stuff you can do. Like, you could go the approach of VP, for example, and utilize A long more so than other teams do, but that's more or less the only variation you have. So if Big gets stuck and their walk-ups towards A, their contact plays towards A doesn't work, and the, let's say, 2 to 3 different BXX that they have aren't hitting, I don't know what they're going to do. Again, CT side Overpass just falls pretty naturally into any team with good players can do well on it. You could pick up 10 to 12 rounds off of just having players on a good day shutting down areas, because teams are going to have to start thinking about, are we going to use all your utility early on to get map control? And you're still not getting that much map control because you've wasted half of your utility just to get bathroom. And from that point on, you still need to have something to either take the site with or withstand the pressure of an afterplant. All that kind of jazz comes into play. And it just has me worried. So Big needs to come out really strong, pick up the pistol, hopefully the first Byron as well, just to kind of get themselves set on their tees out. Otherwise, I think it could get really dangerous when you have multiple players on Spirit Academy actually showing off solid performances on Dust 2.
And obviously Spirit do get to probably start on the CT side, right?
Yep.
But unlikely they're going to pick for the T side on it. And this one are going to look at the testing of Big of their mid rounds, right? When you say about them getting stuck, it's how you're adjusting to whatever Spirit's going to throw at you, and much of that's unknown.
Spirit is going to throw out a lot of random aggression. Just random is the only way I want to describe it, because Chiron in Dust 2, he just ran up mid with an M4 and just got a kill and then tried running away.
Yeah, why not?
He just tried running away. And you know that he's going to try those kinds of things. I think actually multiple Spirit players right now feel empowered enough that they should be trying to just throw some aggression, try to stop those sort of plays coming out from Big. Because right now that Big is throwing out a little bit of a curveball pick into this game. They came into this with a game plan. They probably think that, hey, we're just going to follow this kind of strict ordering of how we want to play these rounds out. But that's where things get crazy. Sotfik knows that. And the thing that a lot of experienced leaders do to teams that are kind of beneath them in terms of tactics is they just make the game a little bit more hectic. And he has the perfect personnel to do that. Art Frost and Chiron, they can just get in your faces and they can be so frustrating to play against that your plan A isn't what's even going to be executed by the end of a round. It's going to be your plan B, maybe even your plan C.
Actually, one thing I am a little bit curious about, because we alluded to the fact that Big has a bigger, functioning apparatus around them, the Academy team. And again, Tabson's helping them out as well. What we saw to start this year from the main team of Big is the fact that they've actually worked a ton on Overpass. Overpass was one of their weaker maps in the map pool. It was something that they would constantly do in practice, but you'd never really see it actually make it through to official games. Now, to start off the years, they've been playing tons of official on Overpass compared to pretty much all of 2021.
Yeah.
And I'm kind of curious if this is just like the youngsters being like, hey, can we just borrow that playbook? And and then just kind of see how much similarities there is between the two teams, because obviously if Big's main team is actually finding success on Overpass, a map that they've been struggling on for an extended period of time and are now kind of getting to terms with it and figuring it out, that's obviously a golden sign for the Academy teams to basically borrow that, figure out, ask Tabson what was kind of the key for you guys to unlock this more and more outside of Searson dropping 35 frags. But what did you change up to kind of make things work for you on that map? And that could be also really cool to see if they've actually gotten some knowledge there to transfer over to the Academy team.
And I do think as well, especially when it comes to looking at this Overpass, if Spirit get off to a ridiculously good start CT side and they end super strong, that climb back in for Big is going to take so much. And after what just happened on Dusty, where you felt like you had this comeback as well, that'll start to play a factor.
It also felt like what happened on Dust 2 is that Big started that second half coming back into the game, and yet Sotfik, being an experienced IGL, he is the most experienced player in the server.
By far.
Yeah, he's gonna be able to right what's going wrong. He's gonna find what adaptations need to be made, or who he needs to throw out to just be that feeler player in order to just make things uncomfortable for Big. Because this is just gonna be a game where I feel like there's gonna have to be a couple adaptations mid-game because these teams aren't too familiar with each other. There's not a lot of footage for each other, and then that's where the experienced in-game leader comes out on top a lot of the time because they just know more answers than the other team.
I said about the mid-rounds to you guys, right? So do you think this could play such a big factor that this experience is going to maybe potentially help upset all of us predicting Big here, and then we look at this and go, oh, well, you know, Spirit, they're going on through.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we might have to swallow our pride.
How many times have we done that here, you know?
Yeah, no, it becomes par for the course, obviously.
Astralis talent man over here, you never picked him?
Oh, my God.
Yeah, 3 in a row. I've never been that far down. But no, I'm happy to see Spirit go through. And again, I think it is very likely, regardless of what happens in this match, that we're going to see a rematch of this matchup in the lower bracket finals.
Okay.
So, you know, with that in mind, I do think we could see a pretty big change up once we get that far. But Spirit, again, we kind of alluded to it. They have the talent on the side to overcome Big. So, you know, it's anybody's game in that sense.
I'm glad you touched on that, right? The potential rematch potential. Because obviously we're putting MOUZ on the pedestal they deserve, even with the change of player coming in and the lack of coach side of things, right? With Cyclone going off to the main team. This actually is just like the banger of a game to kick things off with, where you're looking at the potential 2 and 3 placements here.
Yeah, this is kind of a fight for who should come in second place in the playoffs. If we're like really jumping ahead in the tournament, because MOUZ is just so far and away the best team here. I mean, there's a chance that people could like steal a map from them here and there. But either way, I really think that when I'm looking at this game and I'm looking at the landscape, I kind of want to see who's going to really show up for Big to try to just find space. And that's supposed to be Prosus. I'm going to just like single out Prosus a little bit here. Yep. He's always been a space maker back when he was on Fnatic Rising, even on this big lineup himself. Like, he's been a space taker, and that's what they've needed so that they could open up the rounds for Crimbo and Aqua to find clutches. And so if he's able to do that unimpeded, then I think we're cooking with gas if we're on the Big side. So I'm putting this game on Prosus I'm putting a lot of it on Prosus. I hope he opens things up for him.
Pressure on Prosus. He needs to take some space. It could also come down to all these mid-rounds as well. But let's get ourselves into Overpass. It is the pick of Big, and have they done it correctly? Will Spirit be able to get the win, or will they fall short and we go to Vertigo? Let's find out as we get back with Hugo and Harry.
Yes, indeed, James. Dangerous territory right now for Big, as they are a map away from being knocked down to the lower bracket, and maybe they'd be thinking about that veto once again if that's what happens here, if Spirit manage to take Overpass. I don't want to get ahead of myself, though. I'm still hoping, I'm still praying, and maybe even expecting a 3-map series here. I don't know if you echo my thoughts, Harry. What do you expect going on?
I'm actually super nervous about the Spirit 2-0, man. I always get nervous whenever I watch teams play Overpass versus this Spirit Academy squad, right? Because I look at Sotfik and I think about him back when he was in the main Team Spirit squad. Like, this was one of their go-tos all those years ago. And admittedly, you know, we are talking years ago, right? But he comes to this map with a lot of ideas, right? And I think on top of that, the individual pieces that you have on Spirit, someone like a Chiron, for example, we see him leaning over towards like the A site, CT side, normally with Artfrost. He's able to get away with so much on these aggro pushes. So I think you're going to have a lot coming at you very, very quickly if you're Big Omen Academy, right? Yeah. If you're able to kind of quell that aggression out of guys like Chiron, if you're able to put a stop to that, then that's how I think you taper off the beast that is Spirit Academy, right? But you've got to watch for aggression on both sides of the coin. Yeah. Sotfik's going to be getting up in your face over towards the B site as well. He likes to do all of that. So, yeah, you know, I am a little bit nervous that this could just be the 2-0 for Team Spirit.
Not a team that's afraid of, you know, sitting in the monster smoke till it fades as well. You got to keep that in mind. And yeah, I mean, we saw the orb sort of wake up near the end of that game on the CT side of Dust. For Big, the double orb doing a lot of work, but it was Artfrost, the one consistency, in fact, across the entire map. And keep in mind, with this being Big's pick, Spirit got that CT side as start. Yeah. As the desk have already talked about, we see how those games spiral. Recently at Funspark, we had a few overpasses, and they were always, for some reason, always 12-3s,
crazy dominant CT.
Whoever starts CT just won the game. So Obviously, it's not a short match of MM. It's still a very different game right now, but it's a little worrying. I can see your fear, Harry. I can understand it. But at the same time, I want to give Big the respect that they deserve. They're here for a reason, and I still think they should be locking in their map pick at a bare minimum.
Yeah, you know, I mean, I kind of echo, you know, like Maui's sentiment of keeping an eye on someone like Process. I think he's going to be a very integral piece of the puzzle here. I think as well, you know, trying to get ahead of Artfrost in the open department is very, very important. You know, the last thing you want, especially with them starting CT side, the last thing you want to happen is for Artfrost and Chiron to both feel like they're not getting challenged in middle, because they will punish you for it time and time again. They are relentless in how they approach this. But first, we got to get funky with it. We got to get jiggy with Maui doing that graffiti, sending us into overpass, baby. So nice.
Vandalism, Maui.
There's always one. Look at this. There's that aggression that we talk about.
Crazy.
Don't have to wait long for it to come in. Chiron actually leaning B to start this one, right? They go for the kind of matchmaking classic, we'll call it. The one-man up A for leaning towards this B site. And the one-for-one trade has sent Big Omen Academy in, but Sotfik's good for a double. It doesn't go unpunished, however. Artfrost left in a 1v1 now, and at 8 points of health, Crimbo might have this one teed up.
Yeah, time wasted as he goes to get the bomb out of position, but look at the reposition from Artfrost. He's already walking him. Crimbo, oh dear, it may only be one shot needed, but he doesn't know how close this man's got on the jump, saves his life, and now he knows one bullet should be easy peasy, and Crimbo locks it in as Spirit will fall short in their pistol round. A nice aggressive start, got them the info, but Big just doubled down and batter their way into the B bomb site. A very important pistol to start this map. And I can't believe that's how we start it. Very Chiron-esque. Big, of course, favoured now in the parry match odds for this map, at least. So we'll see if that's... I still expect that to be the case. But Spirit coming in with a force. They managed to do this on Dust. Neither team converted their pistol win. What are we lining up here, Aqua? Not anymore. The smoke's gone.
So early days, there's been a lot of the Zontics and Artfrost over towards A. Admittedly, 2 rounds in, so, you know, always times for that to change. But that is interesting to note. Chiron being this kind of rotate player thus far between the sites, he's going to start to rejoin his teammates over in the A side of the map, now getting himself situated up close in the toilets. Artfrost trying to bait them in, but the flashes leave Zontics blind and hang him out to dry.
Nice shot, but still tagged down low. Does get out to safety. Big don't have to commit, and so they shall not. Regrouping back on B with a bomb. Not much info for the counter-terrorists to know what's going down here for Big. They might just find out that monster spot for Sotfik sees nothing, and that's such awkward timing. As Big are walking in, Sotfik gets caught. All banged out by Crimbo. Notaneki alone on the bomb site has a nice position. And the gun for it catches him out with nades out. Oh, a double for Notaneki. But does he know about the third man? The fly in the ointment. Sid crept into the bomb site and dropping pit leaves him a dead man. Run down. Chiron with a quick flank. Did they hear the drop? He's going to run right through. Oh my goodness. It's a safe plant at least. They should know about it. But he's got a 1v1. Sin chasing. And he does convert the kill. Very, very scary round for Big. But a round's a round at the end of the day.
Mate, look at this. Big have given them all nuts to eat at the table.
I mean, it's like the main Big team. Didn't we used to see, was it Tizian who would often have like, you know, little raspberries, like a bowl of raspberries or something?
Yeah, they also used to love a banana. Right?
I mean, all players do.
All players love bananas. Don't know what that is. I think it's because they're a great source of fruit.
Of what?
Fruit. You know what a fruit is?
Oh, fruit. I didn't hear that word.
Fruit. With a T at the end.
Yeah, no. The lack of T.
Let's listen into Big, though. I want to hear what the German boys are saying.
Wir sind close down.
Noch einer.
Wollte Check verschalten.
Hast du noch ein Radar gesehen?
Einer holt.
Monster.
Ready mit Smoke.
Wir chillen. Ich gehe weiter A-Defaulten, okay? Wir chillen.
Ich bin Trouble.
Horn ist nicht gedeckt, Elias, ne?
Alles gut. Tür ist zu. Mach zu zweit B. Sound? Guardian oder so gesteppt, einer Karim.
Ja. Ich halte jetzt lang auf.
Und einer on Flu.
Mach Black Mountain am B, okay?
Ja, klar.
Pass auf, Loba, pass auf.
Kevin.
Macht Black Mountain. Gib Flashes.
Ja. Gleich Flash jetzt, gleich einmal.
Gib die Flash. Geht
Flash
los noch.
jetzt.
Geht da. Chill.
Rechts los.
Flash liegt.
Nice.
Neuer links.
Dead.
Gut.
Einer schon
Schläger.
Wasser, glaube ich. Ich flash Pillar.
Schläger.
Kommt.
Steht ja AP.
Bitte.
Scout.
Er ist rechts, ich hab ihn.
Einer Wasser eigentlich
Nice.
safe.
Heaven gestappt. Ich resmoke Heaven. Alles easy peak noch nicht einfach.
Nee, nicht.
Wenn ein Resmoke kommt.
Waffen raus.
Bitte.
Nice.
Sick, man.
Sick man indeed. 3-0 coming in for Big Omen Academy. That's what I do, Harry, when we win. That's exactly what I scream.
Sigmund.
Sigmund.
Sounds like a surname. It's on to Sigmund now. And there's the end of the joke, everybody.
Yeah.
Here we go. Right. Yeah, look, that was a lovely little 2v1. Like, they don't overplay their hand at all. Big, very, very cautious, knowing that that one's kind of hanging in the balance. And after winning it, you know, you sent them back onto pistols again.
Yeah.
So a lovely T-side opener here for Big Omen Academy. Really, you know, you're in a spot where you could look to go. If you win, like, the next rifle round as well, you're staring like a 6-0 lead dead in the face. And at that point, your T-side is already, you know, kind of done what it's expected to do at a bare minimum. You know, anything else on top of that is just bonus points. So
it's awkward.
Can you get this one over the line? Only pistols still to beat, but we all saw how Dust 2 ended, and some of us were more ready for it than others.
Yeah. This jiggle at the wood spot so dangerous, getting spammed through. Zontix does kill Crimbo deep in con. That's a luck. That might just force B to commit, or Big to commit into B before they get flanked. They could go back, but it will shave a lot of time off the clock. They don't know if Zontix is being active in the flank. He is, but he's clearing out A right now. That does give Big a window. The Spirit stack the lower bomb site with 3. Oh, they're changing positions. They're leaving the bomb site. They're going to boost up in CT instead. Very dangerous. The Deep needs to do work right now, and it will not. Chiron hits tag. That's all. Process runs down the pit player, and now your hopes of winning this round are gone. Spirit just getting locked out. Lovely spray. Still gets pre-fired, and Zontix with the flank as Sophic follows up. What's going on? Not an eco win. Not again. Aqua looks to make it anything but that. As Sophic creeps in, Aqua hides in the site, and he wins another 1v1. Big. I mean, these are not pretty nor clean rounds, but they are rounds, and that really is all that matters. Sin and Aqua both getting these 1v1s for Big now. And oh, it's terrifying. You see the reason why, you know, Spirit keep forcing up in these rounds, because they know how close they're getting. They know how in control they are. But it doesn't matter. Now it's the buy, and you would surely expect Spirit to come in swinging with what we've seen out of these ecos so far. Art Frost on the AWP, and hyped as well as he gets chucked up top on the boost. He's there in time for the Heaven play, but there's no Heaven player.
Ooh, look at middle. Zontix has gotten very aggressive, and they're not so aggressive as he's promptly dealt with, actually. Man, yeah, I mean, you know, we touched upon, like, the aggression you were going to get out of Spirit Academy. Big have definitely done a great job of dealing with that early on. You know, I think it's really going to make you reconsider how you normally approach this map. If you're Spirit Academy, thus far, a lot of these pushes, a lot of these info plays have given up a man advantage, and so that's going to put the fear in you. Chiron, once again, in this kind of rotate role, going to get down into the B site just in the nick of time by the looks. Oh. That flash is brutal, and yet still not Aneki's able to answer the call, putting up 3, a one-man hold so far, and now with him brushed aside, Chiron's followed up on 2 as well. Artfrost is throwing in to a 1 versus 2 clutch. And I mean, thus far, you know, while you've been able to get these close, maybe down to 1v1s, you haven't won any yet. Doesn't have a kit either. Artfrost gonna have to go looking for one of those bad boys.
Spirit learning that one man is not enough in these rounds. Last time it was Sophic, this time it's not an Eki, and still it's an unwinnable 1-on-2 unless Artfrost wants to make a move, and it doesn't feel like that's the case. You'd rather the solo open the follow-up round. No kit, no kills presented. And so Artfrost will have to moonwalk his way out of the bomb site. 5-0 up for Big. We talk about CT-sided starts being despicably dominant at times. This is nothing of the sort. Even though Spirit, again, have had a lot of grip in some of these rounds, makes no difference. And that's a massive opener for Process as well. When you're 4-man boosting, it's not like Spirit had the info, but if you take that much mid control in the early round, if Zontic's got away with that, then Spirit could have figured out at least that the Big was starting 4 or 5B, but Process wins that kill, forces Spirit out of all that aggro mid play. They have no info. They don't know where the round's ending up. Not Sneki, lovely 3-piece. Not enough though, is it? 5-0. And another quick B attempt, as these have yet to let Big down.
I mean, this AWP on Artfrost is really feeling the pressure to do something here. Process has oftentimes held down this aggression over in mid perfectly, and in this round, he doesn't hang around. He isn't going to get a chance to fight Artfrost here, but it's not like Artfrost is going to get anything out of this either. At a bare minimum, you're at least facilitating a 4-man lean down towards the B site. But you can see Big Omen Academy, they feel something isn't right here.
I mean, look at this misread for Spirit, and it's all off the back of Big. They start 4B, they throw these nades in Monster, they go back up top, and it's key to Process never gets spotted, never makes noise, doesn't use utility, and Artfrost held long for so long that he's like, yeah, they're not here. He re-rotates around, he goes back to short, which is fine, but his team are all on B. And so while this info is getting gained by Spirit, they need to make that rotate happen. Some support for Artfrost. As Long, the one position that he was sat in for 40 seconds of the round, is now corrupted. Artfrost does not know. 30 seconds, and he's got too many targets, too many positions to watch.
Look at him. You can just tell, he feels so vulnerable right now. He has called for a rotation from his teammates to help out and hold the site, but he's dead right away in the toilets. The AWP is more than irretrievable now, and the rest of the pistols gonna get whittled down out of the round, dealt with very, very cleanly by Big Omen Academy. And I mean, early on, in terms of meeting your win conditions, this is perfect for Big Omen Academy, man. We called upon Process to give us a little bit more. He's sat up towards the top of the server right now. Oftentimes the guy to put a stop to this signature aggression out of Team Spirit. On top of that, you wanted to start to best Artfrost right away. Well, you're succeeding in that nature. Chiron's not managed to find anything. Instead he's just kind of playing this rotate role a lot of the times if Zontix dies on mid-aggression. And so, this is really, really good for Big Omen Academy. I've got a very good feeling about this T-side. If it keeps up in even close to this fashion, like at this point, even if Spirit Academy come back in and won like 5 in a row, I wouldn't be too worried just yet for the Big Omen Academy squad. Yeah, this is kind of fine already.
Yeah. Anything on top is just a bonus round, but Big, they want more than that. Yeah, I like this as well. The conditioning is already in with them doing so many B hits. Just starting 4B early is really nice, even if they don't commit like they didn't last time. And this is another example. Heavy B, some util goes in. But Spirit, they at least come in with a solution. They take short water instantly. It's not the late take with the realization that, okay, short is clear. We can rotate up like last round, which was just, the timing was just enough. But obviously only on Deagles and the AWP fell first. This is at least instant map control for Spirit. Sotfik can say, all right, lean A. Otaneki holds the monster. And so Big, this time, the first time, they're walking into a, you could call it a disadvantageous hold. Disadvantageous.
There we go.
God,
could I call it a disadvantage, though, if I wanted to?
Yeah, it's a Harry Potter spell, I think. Oh,
here we go. Oh, that's an awkward jump from Sotfik. Well, Process, he casts out the Wingardium Leviosa. Linguini. Please, I'll have the Pene Arrabbiata.
You'll need a tray.
Here we go, Process over on short, holding it down. There is still, a bit of a lean in towards B. But with players in Connector, they're not really going to be here in time to help you out when this push comes in. So 3 players to hold the line. You'd like to think that's enough, but is it? Let's find out. They're crossing now. Big Omen Academy up into the site. Zontix wins the first.
Oh, no.
Finally, something to hold on to for Spirit. Not an Eki, just being a nuisance, just pushing and prodding down in pit. Finally dealt with, and suddenly it's all onto the guy who started the round. Plant coming in. They just about get it with a second left on the clock. And that's heartbreaking for Zontix, mate. A part of you was hoping that they fumbled the bomb plant, but not the case.
The fumble there is Spirits. That looked so good to start. They had a lovely crossfire. Notsaneki, like you said, was wasting so much time, and that Graffiti player had his cross as well. He lived after one, but the problem is Artfrost just swings out wide, double-scoped into so many angles, and that was a round that Spirit not only had 3 in the bomb site, but also had Chiron on the quick flank down connector. And they, you know, Big go quiet in a 4-on-4 because they think, hey, you know, maybe Spirit will doubt themselves. But if anything, that just left Big with less time to make their play. Spirit were fully assured that that was a B pop. So a very weird round that Spirit had to win. Now they have nothing. Pistols and an SMG. So this is really getting out of control now. Big are building, showing that methodical T side that they did show towards the beginning of the second half of Dust. It kind of fell apart near the end with a lot of long takes and a failed BXX. But right now it's a lovely default again. Sin gets given a double and they're just going to push off the back of that kill. Process taking space in Monster.
Well, that's going to help out. You know, what was once a dire situation for Spirit is now a really dire situation for Spirit.
And look at Artfrost. He's flanking B.
Oh, if he drops Con now, the bomb's already up and past him.
He was mid. He could have stopped this.
He might still be able to, like, get Aqua leaving and just save a gun. But, you know, the fact I'm talking about that as, like, a victory, I think speaks volumes for how one-sided this is. And Aqua never even rotated through the connector. Instead, he's just holding short. Everyone else is homed in on that position. And so Artfrost is dead immediately. Not an Eki. They've seen the little tip of his head and hyped. That's all he needs. 8-0. This is kind of crazy, isn't it? Look, mate. All I'm saying is the bowls and nuts weren't there on Dust. Now they are. Look at this.
Yeah, true. Got to get that protein. Chow down.
Look, he's having one right now.
Yeah.
Aqua's like, yeah, nut up. Let's go.
What else are those? What are those in that one? Are those dates or something?
Yeah, it could be grapes. Look,
no, those are pretty big, man. Those
but you can get seeded grapes.
Oh, those are some big grapes, man. I don't know if I can co-sign the grapes. Yeah, big carry match odds, pretty good, and for good reason. With shots like that, hyped. He's gone up that boost a couple of times. Well, finally, the fruits of his labor.
Dude, the thing I love about this is that Process still gets here so quickly, and so they saw the boost. Don't get me wrong, this is all right for Zontix, but he should still get dealt with. Ooh, it's a little bit weird, and Zontix has gotten away with absolute murder here.
Goes back. I love that play. He knows he can't escape. He'll get hounded down, but still a very nice double.
So what I was going to say is like normally when you see that 5-man boost, you go, oh, they're late to everywhere. You know, if they've assembled that, they're going to be late. They're going to be delayed. And so Spirit attempt to take mid, thinking that it's going to be easy, that it's going to be free. But no, Process so fast. You know, that 5-man boost assembled instantly.
No.
Now Sotfix the guy playing with the hearts and minds of Big Omen Academy fans all around the globe. He's pushing in on this wrap round.
This is perfect.
No one is even considering it. No one. Oh, no, wait, they've just turned. They've just turned to watch it. And Hyped has bodied him. Chiron, all alone, 1 versus 3. Already in at the B site. Catches the first, but is dead after that. And the AWP of Hyped is here to play.
What a hero, man. Not only the pick off of the 5-man boost, but then goes on to destroy in that round, killing the flank that they knew nothing about. Like the timing there that Sotfik finds to walk connector and backstab is perfect. And Hyped wins every single fight. Yeah, you know, we talk about that 5-man boost a lot. I love that teams have really iced it out properly. They know how to build it, not only methodically, but to let that 5th player get out of there as soon as possible and just take that mid control back. You don't lose everything. 9-0, another broken buy. I've seen this one before. Oh, and they walk through the monster smoke. It's a cocky call. The pre-fire's in as they hear the flashes. There's a team kill in the mix. Oh, the Deagles, they're back for revenge. And it is sweet. All right, Something with another. Dead through the smoke. That's a no-scope at range. And Hyped, he's not ready for this flank, but he is in the B site, Harry.
Yeah, timing on the smoke fade. It's gone from behind him. He could get deegged out right now. What? Oh, he went back in.
That's not Zontic's deeg. He's a lot better usually, I promise you. This never happens to me.
I mean, dude, that's a sign of the pressure, you know, you're under. Like, you could tell he was really lining that up. Like, this has to hit. And then when it didn't hit, the panic really sets in, you know. And, you know, I think a lot of people might be under the idea that, like, there isn't a huge amount of pressure for whatever reason, because you look at it and you go like, oh, they're Academy teams. Like, no, bro, there's tremendous pressure. I think Zershan actually gave a really good interview recently, obviously from MOUZ NXT fame, one of the stars of that squad. He said, like, yeah, the pressure is overwhelming at times, you know? He said that, like, suddenly you've gone from being a kind of unknown entity to thrust into the limelight, and I think that's why the Academy League's so cool. It lets you know, like, who is able to perform under pressure, who's able to keep it 100, as it were, while the stakes are so high.
Yeah, because everyone can play well from their room, playing a pug, you know, fragging out in the comfort of their own home. But suddenly you got a jersey on, you got a camera on you, and you got your coach behind you shouting. You know, this is suddenly where it all matters. Not only money on the line, Harry, but also with some of the roster changes we've seen across these seasons.
Yeah,
these aren't
literal spots on top teams like on the line.
No one's safe. No one's safe. I'm not just talking about
moving up, but like getting removed.
People will get. You know, you play bad, you get cut. Man, you're not in for next season. So there's so many hungry players from all countries that want these slots, that want these chances, because it is so hard to get from being a pugger, being a guy just playing this game at home, to get to that top level, to even get to a level where you can play full time, right? You know, not everyone can play 12 pugs a day till they qualify for FPL. So this is another route. And
I mean,
this pressure.
Even if that's the route you try to take, like, there's no guarantee that leads to a team, right? Like, MOUZ are one of the teams that have been able to pluck players out of FPL, but it's not like a go-to recruitment platform for a lot of squads. Anyway, here's the B pop. In they come. Missed shot for Artfrost. And with his teammate dead. Oh my god, dude, this is a ballsy fight out of Aqua. They're going to try and assemble the CT boost, but the Molly's going in to deny it. Oh no, it's burnt Artfrost out on the rotate. They're all burning, they're all getting singed. Burnt to a crisp in CT.
Another flank.
Yeah, but dude, they've been burned by flank. Surely they're ready. And you know, yeah, it's one kill and it goes untraded, but now you know about it. Now you know about that flank that's in play.
Flanks on flanks, baby. Look at Process coming all the way in from the A site, trying to clear out that Graffiti player who is holding for this, by the way. There's the backstab. Process does get it off, and Zontix comes back up through short. The smoke to fake that he's out, but there's 10 seconds of pressure is on Process, and he needs to grab that bomb. Zontix swings. Process, no bomb in hand. Just trying to get the stick, and he couldn't get back to safety. It's a second round picked up by Spirit, and look at what they have to do to win it, Harry. The unbelievable aggression on middle. Even though big, like, I don't want to call it one-dimensional because it's working most of the time, but when they go for these heavy B plays, the fact that Spirit is still coming in with these massive flanks through middle and connector is very ballsy. But they seem to be working out just about. 9-2, but Spirit are not in control of this game. They are barely holding on. Missed Molotov in middle, not going to make things any easier. And a heavy con walk for big.
Oh, mate, this is awful. Zontix out with the swing. Now they know about him. Oh, he's playing with smokes. He's getting pushed. And at least Chiron's here to keep it in the advantage. Traded after one. That's great spam damage. Now, if you were going to look for a silver lining here, yeah, the con fights got traded immediately, but you've at least tagged two of these players down low. That is something to go off of. It's the little victories you need to hold on to right now if you're Spirit Academy. Can they get it over the line? Artfrost at long, they don't know about this AWP. No one's coming in from this position, and so it's allowed to strike uncontested, in for a double, and there's a third for Team Spirit Academy.
Well, that's more likely from Artfrost, because think about his game on the CT side. The CT side, probably the best half in the game for Orpers, especially a talent like him, but we've not seen these slow, long creeps, these walks up through connector into toilets, taking aim methodically. Big have had a game plan today, and it has been to rumble that B-bomb site, and they've done it very well. Artfrost got burnt out in CT last round. He's playing Heaven, he's getting smoked off. He's not had the chance to do what an Orper wants to do on this map, so finally an A play, and Outfrost pops off, but Big, I'm sure that will send him back to what's been working, and that is the B site. Quick indeed. Look at this pop.
Oh, mate, yeah, they're in. They are in your face, but luckily enough, Sotfik is ready to hold the cross and keep an eye on short. Only Hype left. He's baiting shots out of the AWP, but with a Glock at 8 points of health, you don't fancy his chances.
Chase him off.
Artfrost wants this kill, and he's going to get it.
I like that he started B as well, right? Like, just knowing that they were going to try and avoid the AWP, go back to a faster round, especially on low money. And so Artfrost, he won't be stuck in that rotate role in Heaven, in CT getting mollied. He's just in the middle of the site getting involved. So this is a round where Big, you know, they've liked the fast pace, but it wouldn't be a bad idea to go to a more default round. Just stop that map control from getting taken on B water. Let the AWP work it on A. Process has often been alone, defaulting in middle. Give him some merry men, some support. So let's see what Big want to do. More standard round, perhaps. Does look like that from the default. 3-1-1, and Artfrost got that kill. Just through the edge of the smoke onto Process. So it's a perfect start for Spirit. They can back up into a safer setup, but not for long. Artfrost re-aggresses at long, and Hyped is there to receive a very important kill for the Big side. Oh, God, swinging again? Yeah, perfect time to regroup B. 4-on-4. Spirit is split up.
Oh, Sotfik normally good here, a monster. He's given up the aim of the game a little too soon, tries to catch Sin, and that's left the advantage with Big Omen Academy. Zontix and Chiron both shifting in for the retake. Chiron just commits ahead of the Molotov, but that's left Zontix all alone. They've heard the tag now, they know he's in CT.
Oh, these CT mollies.
I love how many they keep for these post plants. Like, time and time again, this util's been so punishing. Zontix doesn't spot the short player, and so there it is. Another round going the way of Big Omen Academy. This is a very, very good T side. There's absolutely no denying it. I will say, I love what Artfrost has been doing in these last few rounds. Like, there's been a real feeling of, like, I've just been locked out of everything by utility, so I'm going to try and beat them to the punch, as it were. He does eventually get punished for his aggression, but it's good to see himself throwing himself into these fights. Fights he just wasn't getting when he was playing more passive.
I lost the half, double AWP. Zontix getting into connector and even clearing out B water. What an escape route. His team naded the door so he could just run through after that smoke. Big. Still holding heavy outside of B. And Sotfik's going to meet them there. Oh my goodness, back turned for Sin, not ready for this one. Oh, he doesn't clear it! Sotfik doesn't clear the corner! And that is a uncharacteristic mistake. It's going to give Aqua the man up. Sin won't last long though, and Aqua had the bomb. That was at least spotted, so Spirit knew the intention, but Big will pull the wool over their eyes and spread out to A. Chiron, the only guy here, not really talked about him. Not really needed to. Sat in the toilet smokers. The rest of Big go and take long. The bomb's a little later. Chiron does get cleared as the smoke fades in middle. And now this round just got very awkward yet again, relying once more on the double AWP.
Yeah, it's a little concerning to me that Chiron's having a bit of a quiet day by his standards. You know, his standards have been set very, very high based on his performance earlier on in both the group and gauntlet stage. you know, oftentimes that was like a prerequisite to success for Spirit Academy, and it was a given that you were going to get a good game out of it. They're reading this as a fake into a late B play, and that couldn't be further from the truth. Big have done this before. They love this little smoke that they drop in, use it to sell an A fake, and Spirit have clearly done their research that that's normally the call when that smoke comes in. But it actually sails them down the river. They fell into Big's trap because they're well-versed in their strats here on this map. And up close, getting mowed down by the AKs. Artfrost dead after one. It's only ZonTx on this secondary AWP, hoping and praying that anything connects through the wall, through the smoke. It will. Knives are out. Oh my god, it's a little bit weird. Don't give this one away. They've tagged him down even more so. And now with both players holding it, he should be dead on the swing. They're running him down, and they lock in that 11-4 half.
I respect the knife attempt, but yeah, the realization that, okay, we could still lose this round. Let's not be that guy. Keeping it clean and keeping Big up in control of this map right now. 11-4, it's not even close, Harry. It's not even competitive. I love the game plan for Big in this series as well. Just the destruction on B. They clearly have done their homework with some of these executes, some of the Molotovs that they're throwing towards CT, just wrecking retake potential. The amount of rounds that Spirit would try and play towards that boost and lean back and give up the bomb site, and they learned very quickly in that half they couldn't do that. They couldn't get away with these safe B setups. Not with the util the Big had in play. From an org synonymous with incredible utility, it's no surprise to see the Academy team fall into that same boat as well. Map 3 is Vertigo. It is the Academy League after all. Where else would it be? And right now for the match, Big still favoured. Flipped after dust, but it's back where it should be, perhaps. Times like these, we want to give a special shout out to our latest sponsor as well, here for the Academy League. People like these guys make running this event possible. So shout out Western Digital with their new WD Black SSD. Get it now for your PC. Speed. Finesse style.
Yeah, I mean, dude, I'm just gonna own up to it. Like, I used to be SSD-less on the old PC. It's garbage, mate.
Yeah.
Put an SSD in that bad boy.
WD.
Yeah, it's all about speed, and we're gonna come at you with some speed right now. The Team Spirit comms. Let's listen in, baby.
Ладно, похуй, го, это, короче, филим, как на праке, на похуй еще. Башитесь нахуй, я поехал.
Разыгровочно, парни.
Да, это понятно.
Да, флеш.
Дал задел, да.
За сайтом слева.
Сам ПЦ. Зиг.
Зига.
Два за сайтом.
Два вода и Зига.
Вода.
Зига убил,
Зига
Зига.
минус. Вода живет.
Что Зига?
Найс.
Зига, блядь, Зига.
Где поле?
Блядь.
Mate, that is a pretty dominant way to have that stripped away from you. You know, you go into a pretty much stacked B bomb site on a bit of a B pop, an explosion. I mean, it should be. I don't want to say it, but it should be a bit of a done deal now.
I feel like it. That's an awkward round because Chiron's role there is to kill con rotate as his team pop out monster. But what Big did is they re-aggressed short when they saw the B-rush coming in. And so Chiron is sat with two players with their back turned to him, and he's got his back turned to them, mate. It's like musical chairs. And he doesn't realize, even after he turns around, kills one short player, was not ready for two. So it's a round where if he just runs either with his team or you know, if he clears short fully from his position, then maybe there's a chance there for Spirit.
Yeah, you know, I think Chiron's whole thing is that he's, like, I always say with this guy, he's very, very good at finding gaps, finding holes, and getting away with stuff from aggression. Now, that really does depend on feeling like you have a read on the game. And so I oftentimes feel like, you know, he could be one of these guys who, if he gets off to a bit of a rough start, a bit of a stinker to open up, you know, how reliably can you build upon that when you feel like you are struggling to get those reads?
Especially when you've been held to the standard that he's been
yeah,
held
exactly, right? Like, I mean, he's coming into this one.
Oh. All right. Okay. ZonTx Deeg. I remember a ZonTx Deeg. Still shouldn't be around. I want to break that to you. Chiron on the corner.
I think it's very brave for Sin to be jump spotting.
Yeah.
Just ask the last guy how that went. So Chiron's dead over at long. That's the long component of this remove. This is all like a classic, you know, you guys go A, I'll plant B from Sophic.
It's going to work.
They're rotating away. He's got the B site. Oh
Sick.
my. This never normally works, but it has.
Impressive. That's really nice.
And there you go. That's exactly what you wanted out of the round, and you got it. It was all you were expecting, and nothing else found past that point. But hell, you know, you did what you came to do here in this round of play.
No complaints. No complaints at all. Well, that's going to do, though, set up the next gun round with a bulky utility with everything they need in that regard, but it's still a 13-4 game, Harry. It's still Vertigo staring you down the barrel. And in an Academy League that we've not had many stomps. It's been pretty rare. Most games have gone the distance, not only, you know, for 3-map series in the Gauntlet, but also just close affairs, overtimes, grinds, comebacks. Is this going to be one of them? It's all going to rely on this first full buy. AWP for Artfrost lacking armor, but everything else is looking good. They can still on their bonus. That's the only hope here for Spirit. They've been pretty methodical. Oh, that's a tag onto the Armorless Orb as well. Not going to make things any easier for Artfrost.
I mean, it means he can't go for any of these crazy ballsy peaks now. And I mean, you know, he's kind of... For me, he was like the guy who had to try open up this round, and now already set back in that regard, down to 17 HP. You already touched upon the fact he's armorless with the AWP. Like, he's going to have to play a very, very tempered style of CS where he can't go for these ballsy Artfrost peaks that we're so used to seeing.
Oh, smoke spam. Oh, double up. That will do it. Spirit going to commit. There's everyone here right now for Big. They were starting 4B anyway. After that mid-info taken by the scout. Spirit need to win these gunfights so they can't afford it to get messy. Oh god, Crimbo with a double, and these smokes have actually caused more problems and help for Spirit. They're going to try to shoot through. Crimbo will do one better. And now another! What's going on? Spirit may have found a double entry through smoke, but they've been shut down the same way, and Big will win that round. Those are Spirit smokes. One of them at least on the left side they try and plant in. They just get blown out of the B-bomb site.
I'm really curious because they threw like a double nade and a flash setup in through Monster from the Spirit side. I'm really curious if, because those were deep nades, I wonder if that was to try and get like the smoke bug whereby, you know, textures in behind, like with a nade behind them in front of a smoke, actually render bits of like your opponent through it. That just looks so purposeful, and the fact that they follow up with 2 smoke kills after the fact, to me, suggests that maybe that's what just happened. Because like those weren't double nades to find a close player. They barely did any damage to the guy up close.
Also slow someone down if it does hit them, right? So you may as well shoot with them whether you see or not. Still a very awkward round for Spirit despite the 5-on-3. Fast out B, Aqua's in the monster smoke. It's about to get a lot more painful. No one can see anyone in this game, and it doesn't matter. Just shoot, lol. And another. Do you really think this is going to work? Aqua back for
Dude, he saw the shadow on the fade. As the smoke was fading, he saw the shadow of the guy stood in it. That is like, you saw that moment of realization. As he looks away, he's like, nope, nope, they're that. Oh, dude, that is wild.
Yeah, Aqua is looking very clean. He wasn't really the guy that we looked to last map. It was more the Orbs and Crimbo. In fact, I think everyone kind of had massive impact but Aqua, which is rare to say, right? It was Process locking down his solo B hold. Wasn't needed as much in that CT side. Crimbo had a good A hold, and the double Orbs, you know, were just roaming. But this is more of the Aqua that we've seen across this whole season. Looking very, very good in this map. So, 15-4. And it feels as done as it gets, Harry. Spirit have one final gun round to try and get some consolation rounds, perhaps. Some honor rounds here at the end. Oh, again.
Yeah, finally like an untraded start to a round. Like no chance of... Oh. Well, oh
yeah.
God.
Heavy mid setup.
It was the 5-on-4, but they are not ready for a third man. They are not ready for Sin. And with Hype fighting alongside him, it's clean, it's easy. Just Zontix left alive. The bomb all the way back in T-spawn. And there's no one even in B. You know, he's hoping like, yeah, maybe I can sneak out, get some late lurk.
Process, that's a nade lineup to nade the plant, but I can assure you no plants coming in here. Oh dear.
All right then, he's got 40 seconds left to play around with.
He's going to be dunked on. No ifs, ands, or buts. And I mean, that's if he doesn't, you know, plant in a different position, because you've got to care short as well. It's like, do you want to plant open for short or heaven? It's a 50-50, and you do not have time to clear both. And so Zontix may as well just go for the stick. He's going to hunt the kill. Might be able to catch Process here, but oh, it's a messy spray. 20 health, and this nade might just end the map right now if it goes over in time. There it is, and goodbye. Big Omen Academy pick up their map in a dominant fashion, and that is one way to flex your muscles. That is one way to show off your veto here in the series. There's a reason they went straight for overpass. No punish picks here. Wow, punishing game against Spirit Academy. They're going to have to brush themselves off and pick themselves up for Vertigo.
Yeah, I mean, dude, that is giving me a lot more faith in Big, right? I was a little bit worried. I was saying coming into this, it could be a 2-0. It's like, what do I know, mate, after seeing that? That was a very, very clean Big. It made me very, very happy to see Aqua as well, reliving some of those big performances that we know this guy can give us, right? You know, Season 1 was a long time ago now, but he was very much one of the guys who looked like he had so much promise. Then we saw, like, the whole role swap and whatnot with him going to IGL. I think maybe that, like, stunted his confidence a little bit, made him a little more unsure, but he still has those moments where he can be the big hero type character, and so that was great to see.
Yeah, for sure. For Spirit, you know, whatever, they can brush it off. I think we're going to see in this playoff stage, I think we are going to see some of these maps where like teams have done a lot of work, done a lot of prep, and they come in and they destroy their opponent who maybe isn't ready for the pick in this series, right? Because in Spirit's head, they're probably thinking, as our analyst said, like, oh, they're going to go for one of these punish picks, and they don't, and that's probably why, because Big are just so ready on a map like Overpass. But for Vertigo, it's a safe ground for every team in the league, and that's where we'll be heading next. But first, our desk.
Headshot, nice. Fist bumps go to the teammates.
I wanna hear your go, go, go. I wanna see you rolling fast. Win the round. Win the game.
Pretty much. They play, you win.
Well, Big Omen Academy certainly answered our questions there. We were worried about what they were showing on that overpass pick, but all they showed was domination, confidence, and the fact that they were not going to allow Spirit to upset them in any way. That was one of these games where you just go, you're outclassed, you're outmatched, you're trying a few funky things, sure, but it ain't working out.
Yeah, no, I mean, to me, a lot of that game comes down to the first 5, 6, 7 rounds, really, of the first half. And it's a situation where Spirit Academy has an opportunity to win every single round, more or less. And if they do so, again, we've talked about a broken economy for the T side. There's an opportunity to kind of establish yourself and solidify your own money on the side of Spirit Academy. And from that point on, once you have, you know, an offer, you know, all the utility you could ever want, then it becomes an actual task for Big to have to deal with. But that never really happened, and I think Spirit were kind of foiled by their, you know, near success early on because they kept forcing into it. So you see the first 3 to 4 rounds, a heavy investment from Spirit Academy that doesn't pay off. It's great that you're able to take out 4 players on the side of Big Omen Academy, but it doesn't really result in any rounds. So you're not getting that, you know, influx of money, and now you're just kind of constantly fighting uphill. And eventually you're gonna have to take that eco and allow for Big to actually get that boost in their own money, and you're already at a bad in a bad place at that point. So I feel like a lot of the entire game got, you know, decided in that sense. Also, you know, a couple of, I guess, miscalculated aggressions and so on from the side of Spirit Academy, but that was kind of the defining factor for me. But you have to give credit for Big Omen Academy. They had a very set idea of what they wanted to do. They were very adamant about wanting to attack that B bomb site, which is, again, what all the top teams do. It's something like a 75 to 25 split in terms of where top teams end up on Overpass, and it's always towards B. And they kind of just copy-pasted that. Can't really blame them for them when they see the results that they do.
I think the thing that was kind of uncharacteristic of the way Spirit Academy played in this was that they didn't really have any good aggression. Like they didn't have any way to upset Big Omen Academy for this, and that's why we got to see a variety of plays coming out from Big, whether it was the exec or Prosus just walking out of monsters sometimes. Like, where was the kind of barrel pillar smoke? I never saw Spirit throw that. Where were the counter flashes as the players from Big were running into the bomb site? It never felt like they had any protocol set up for when Big is finally going to make that site hit, what is the counter utility we need in order to stop that or to at least counter it. And I think in the first couple rounds we saw the individual ability of players from Spirit where, you know, a Zontic kind of player, not Neki, they would get multi-frags as Big players are running into the site, but there was never any semblance of teamwork. They never had a crossfire set up. They never had any sort of just response to what Big were doing. And that actually, to me, kind of showed that this counter pick or this punish pick worked for Big. That was the main story, I thought, where it was that, is this really supposed to be a good pick for Big? I think we thought it was going to be Inferno, maybe Vertigo, and then they go for this overpass pick, and it clearly paid off because Spirit were not ready. They were very much so outclassed on this map.
Now, you touched on him here, Maui. You said, like, you're going to look at what Crimbo can do across these series in general. Stepped it up for sure in this game. Prosus didn't really need to do what you were saying, right? Obviously, it didn't get to the point where it's like, oh, yeah, we're relying on him.
Everything worked. Yeah.
Everyone on Big was just doing what they needed to do, and sometimes you just have games like that. For Spirit, though, even though, like we were saying, we don't know too much of how it's going to be played out for them, right, how this is going to work, I felt like I expected more, especially starting on the CT side at least, right? And that's a bit of a concerning side of things, especially when we talk about the experience of their in-game leader.
Yeah, no, again, it's just a small details and margins in the early rounds that I think does them in. Again, it's always going to be tough to fight back on any CT side just because you're at an economic disadvantage. You're not going to have full utility. You're potentially going to have to play with a FAMAS instead of an M4. All those kind of things just can be detrimental to you. So for me, it's... Yeah, no, I mean, obviously you would have expected more, but when the game starts in the fashion it does, I can kind of be excused, and I can put this match aside as a one-off in that sense, because every team has had that experience on Overpass as well. Like, okay, you don't win the pistol, okay, you didn't win first buy round. Yeah, no, from that point on, you're at a disadvantage. That's just how that map works. So I'm not too worried about him in that sense, but yeah, obviously you would have liked to see them actually be able to follow through on the rounds, because what Maui mentioned as well, you did see instances of single players like Nutty or Zontix or even Sophic, picking up a triple kill on the exec towards B, and then there's like zero follow-up to it. And that feels like, okay, the initial defenders have already done the hard part. Now you just need to wrap it up and tie a bow on it, and on your way, you're on your way to actually starting to build back into the match. But that never happened. So that is a worrying factor, because that can also happen on Vertigo. Again, we know that site takes can be extremely explosive. If you're never ever successful with your retakes, you're gonna have a bad time.
Yeah, I think Spirit right now are in a position where they probably just hope that the CT side would go better, because going into Vertigo, there's not a lot to be loving if you're on the Spirit side either. I mean, they played it once, and they won it, but it was against Furia Academy, and let's be real, that's been the weakest team for every single season.
Yeah.
3 seasons straight.
Yeah.
They do have players that at least get swapped in and out of the main roster, I guess.
Sometimes.
Give them that caveat.
That, like, here and there, yeah. I guess it didn't work out too well for Honda, unfortunately, but yeah, it's not like that one victory, the 100% says a lot about where this series is going. I think Big is probably feeling very in charge, because once they got onto a map that's not a Dust 2, and thankfully they banned out Mirage, like they should feel like they're in full control at this point.
Yeah, I'd imagine so. Again, like Big have had not necessarily big wins on Vertigo outside of the Academy League, but they've been fighting. Again, we've talked about in the past about Sinners being like a Vertigo specialist. Obviously, a little bit of a new lineup now with Oscar not being in that squad anymore, but still a very, very good Vertigo team. And they go 16-13 against them, or barely lose out. That in itself is much better of a level than I would have expected out of an Academy team.
Crimbo top fragged in that game too.
Yeah.
And I think Sin also had like heavy contributions as a B-side anchor. I mean, if you've got guys on both sides of the map that can control things against Sinners, I feel like Spirit should be cake at that point.
Yeah, that's a pretty strong force to go up against for sure. Now, then, I don't know if are you an Overpass fan really overall?
I hate that map.
I was kidding.
Yeah.
When you were talking about it, I was sat there thinking, I was like, is this a map you really don't like? It's like, not Overpass, it's this side of this.
Yeah, no, like through the regular season, obviously, I've known there's been, a vast amount of Vertigo hatred coming from the couch, which I obviously take great offense to. I like Vertigo. I think it's actually, a very unique map. Yeah, no, but
you didn't have to sit here and go through how many games of Vertigo?
Yeah, right.
But no, I still enjoy it immensely, and I think it's one of the more maps with high level of creativity. Potentially allowed to it. Not that we necessarily see it from all the teams, but it does have that. And Overpass, I don't see it, and that comes from like having a year of watching Overpass demo after Overpass demo and just seeing the same thing being copy pasted to no end.
Didn't your old team also used to like playing into it?
What, Overpass?
Vertigo.
Oh, Vertigo. Yeah, no, we like Vertigo.
They beat Liquid on it.
There you go. See?
Yeah.
There you go. It all makes sense now. You are the problem on map picks when it comes to these spots.
No.
No Overpass, Vertigo all the way.
Yeah, no, Overpass is just again, you would have loved to see some small meta shifts or something like that, or just a potential change to the map that makes it play out a little bit differently than what it does now. But it feels like people have found a golden formula to the map, and you can't blame teams for doing it. Again, if it's the most successful path to success, or the best path to success, then you take it. That's as a competitor, that's what you have to do. The only issue for me is that it becomes stale.
Well, let's look at one that you'll have more positive thoughts of. Right? We are going to Vertigo for the decider, but Maui, I'm extremely worried for Spirit Academy on this one because Big do just come in looking hot, not off the back of that last game, but the fact that Vertigo has been something that's tried and tested for these guys.
They're frequently picking it out against teams in other sort of cups around, like not even the Academy League. They didn't actually have the best win rate in the Academy League, but it looks like they're building off of it. Ven already cited the fact that they took Sinners to a 29-round game, which is incredibly impressive. I mean, they're playing it against kind of competition that is almost basically tier 1.5 on that map. It's a Sinners type team. I think they might have played it on. Did they play it against Dignitas? Yeah. So they got double digits against them.
Not Dignitas. They lost pretty badly.
Okay, that one they didn't do well.
Sinners, they beat Isuba on it.
Isuba they beat twice, I think. Yeah. So there's a lot of reasons that you can like what Big Omen Academy has been bringing on this map, and given the fact that when it seems like the round slows down a little bit, and they have things that are planned in it, they're kind of coming out ahead. At least that's what Overpass showed. There's so many back and forth clutches, and it feels like those kind of moments, because they broke Spirit so badly at the beginning of last game, those kind of feelings kind of reside with the team a little bit. Sure, it's not land, so it's not weighing down on them in the same way, but it's still a point where Big right now, they have probably the tactical advantage, they have the prep advantage, and probably the morale advantage on top of that. That room's got to be feeling pretty good right now.
And the fact it's in their minds, they're thinking, well, actually, we could have 2-0'd this if we got the dust too. We're making that good attack coming back into it. So all in all, looking like a good day for Big here. Looking like we may have saved our predictions as well, for sure. We got the odds up on the screen right now, still heavily favouring Big here. But you know what? That's actually, considering what just happened to Spirit Academy, that isn't a terrible to be on 2.15, really, is it?
No, again, like when you see that much of a blowout, as we saw in Overpass, you kind of have to just be thankful with what you're given, more or less. And I guess, new map, new chances. And again, even though they are coming into it, and it seems like a lot of the factors are going against them, they're going to have the utmost confidence that they have a shot at pulling it off.
And what are we looking at here, Murray, for Spirit to be in a position where they can try and take this series and cause an upset here? Because they were obviously hoping that it would be a 2-0. I'm really thinking, and I'd love if we get to speak to one of the Spirit players at some point to understand if they really prepared in on Inferno and expected that to be the one that came through.
Well, I have to think that they probably prepared Vertigo a little bit more. Given that Inferno was their second veto in this series, I think they kind of left Inferno open on what it felt like on purpose. Like they wanted it to get picked by Big. And so the fact that they then second guessed themselves and kind of banned it out later. Something is kind of up where I feel like Spirit right now, this isn't like they're favored in this map by any means, but it's a little bit of a trap for Big, that they might think that we have so much experience on it lately, but that also means that there's a lot of demos for Sotfik to study, and then he can come up with a game plan that's specifically tailored to take Big down. And we just saw how Overpass, we didn't really know what to expect going into that one, and Big ran away with it because they were the more prepared team. Spirit could very well be the more prepared one here.
Are we not impressed, though, the fact that Spirit got this far with such a little map pool? Like, they got this far off a lot of Mirage coming in and just playing. Like, surely the other team should have looked at this and gone, maybe we just don't play them on Mirage. Maybe they wouldn't even be here if this was the case.
I mean, we've seen that kind of being like a running theme through all the seasons of the Academy League. It's like Astralis for the first season literally only played Vertigo.
The only game they won in the first season as well was on Vertigo.
Well, what else could they have won on?
Yeah. But it seems like teams are I guess more focused on themselves more so than the opponent, at least throughout the regular season. Changes a little bit once you get into playoff times and you have more time to fully study one single opponent. So I can see that actually working out for them in that sense. And if they are as good as they've been on Mirage, then yeah, that is enough to kind of get them over the edge. But it's definitely a worry because you do become a bit of a one-trick pony, and you do get exposed once you get into best of threes. We talk about that all of the time. Regardless of what tier of Counter-Strike you're at, as soon as you get to best of threes, that's the true test in that sense. You could do well in best of ones, you could have upsets, but you're not really like a true factor until you actually do it over the course of potentially 3 maps.
And I'm really seeing what you said, Murray, in the initial thoughts on this Spirit roster that, yeah, okay, Karon can do some damage, but even then, when they're just getting mauled and run over like we saw in Overpass, well, there was nothing he could do either.
It doesn't even feel like they worked as a unit in so many of the things. That's what's really concerning for me about Spirit Academy, where I've seen some really good mid-rounds, probably on Nuke and on Mirage. But yeah, like bringing it back to the map puddle kind of conversation is that it's just like tough for Spirit right now when they don't have those comfort maps for themselves. And I don't think Vertigo is one of them.
Well, let's get ourselves into this Vertigo. Let's see if what you guys have been saying is right. Let's see if Big can get a win here over Spirit Academy and send them down to the lower bracket. And of course, let's get back with those beautiful faces in Hugo and Harry. Boys, take it away.
Yes, James, thank you very much. And it's good to be here. It didn't feel like the WePlay Academy League without jumping into some Vertigo. Sadly, we can only have a maximum of 2 today, Harry. It feels like a bit of a scam, if you're asking me. But that's fine. We're here anyway. And hopefully a banging map. Hopefully not a one-sided map like Overpass.
Yeah, I hope so, right? But I am a little bit nervous. I kind of hope that what Maui was saying comes true in the, Sotfik's gone over a lot of the big demos here. There is a lot to go off of when it comes to Big Omen Academy on Vertigo. Maybe the only team that bests them in that regard is Astralis Talent, right? Mate, I hope this is closer, but the one thing that's really concerning to me is now both these maps, Chiron has been bottom of the board. Yeah. We always talk about this guy as like the standout individual for Team Spirit Academy. And, don't get me wrong, it feels great when the going's good and, you're getting all the praise and everyone's like, oh, you're the star. But that's the thing about being a star is that you have to keep that up. And the moment you don't, it's kind of like the target's on your back to absorb all the energy towards, oh, well, that's why we ended up losing. On top of that, Art Frost, he had a really slow start to Overpass. That cannot afford to happen now. Hyped has been consistent across every single map so far, right? Even thinking back to Dust 2, where he had a little bit of a troublesome, I'm going to say first maybe 6-7 rounds, then it was him and Sin on that double AWP setup, winning big the majority of rounds that left them in the lead. That kept up on Overpass. So, the consistency is there on the Big Omen Academy side, and it's not there for Team Spirit, and that makes me nervous.
Worth noting, at least on Overpass, that was part of the game plan for Big, no doubt, right? They did a really good job of just completely avoiding that AWP, whether that just meant, recklessly execing B round after round on the T half, or, locking him out with utility. Those molly setups we saw in CT for Big. So they knew how to get away from that AWP, and the one time Art Frost actually won a round for Big, they went straight back to B and won it again. So at least on a map like Vertigo, you're not going to have that same ability. The AWP will be floating a lot more. It will be playing spawns. You've got to win those A-round fights eventually on this T side, and so that's where you will run into Art Frost. But is he up for the task, or has he run out of gas? We'll have to find out as we get into map number 3 of this series to keep in the upper bracket.
Yeah, while we have the knife round playing out, something I do want to add on here is I have, in my mind at least, if Team Spirit were to lose this, let's say, let's just run down that train of thought.
Yeah.
I think if they do end up in the lower bracket, it is still going to be a chance for them to make a run, to get, you know, deep within the playoffs, be that a grand final, you know, be that... Jeez. All right, boys, come on. I'm trying to make a point. Right, yeah, you know, I still think they're in with a chance there because I think today isn't representative of what we've seen out of Spirit before. And largely I'm talking about Chiron. Like, he's never really been someone we've had to look at and go, oh, he's having a mare. But, you know, it's happened here and now, and that can just happen. Like, players can just have a bad day. They are only human at the end of it, right? And so, you know, a part of me likes to believe that if they ended up in the lower bracket and we get him popping off and we have the Spirit that we saw in the group stage, they can still do damage here.
Yeah, I'm still... I need to see Astralis play. I still don't know what we're expecting out of them.
Oh, Astralis are winning the whole event.
Yeah, I mean, you've already called it. That's another thing to keep in mind. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, though. Let's get into this pistol. And the double molly for Spirit has locked Big out, but they've got 2 nades with a response. In they go. There's 3 grenades, but the bomb did make it down and planted. Chiron's even taking space. Hype is not ready. Shot in the face. Crimbo trades, and Zontix follows up, keeping CT under control of Spirit. He won't last long, but there's so many more players until Sin eviscerates them all, leaving Artfrost in this clutch. Aqua, spotted and dealt with. Artfrost needs to pick his targets wisely. Doesn't want to get tapped out here. A few more seconds of stalling might just do it. Doesn't know if they're off it. It's a fake, and someone needs to stick. Someone needs to win this fight. Artfrost might have just won the round by living. Oh, lovely kill. Isolates the defuse, and yeah, this is an Artfrost round. Break it here. Sorry, Sid. All the kills, none of the glory. Artfrost hiding out sandbags, and he starts as strong as we would have hoped.
Artfrost always has a very devilish smile, and I really like that about him. Like, he just looks so cheeky in every camera shot. And honestly, you know, and maybe this is too much armchair psychology, but I like that he's, because back on Overpass, the smile kind of disappeared, you know, like, and suddenly it was a look of duress, of stress for Spirit Academy. He comes into this, he's laughing to himself as he wins the 1v2. Lovely scenes. You can see these odds leaning in favor of Big Omen Academy. You can justify that in a pretty big way, and you can also justify taking advantage of the 100% deposit bonus. There's more information in the banner below.
Yes, indeed, Harry. All of that and more. Little force up for Big. Some pistols, some armor, and a default for Spirit as they hold off for this aggression. Careful, Zontix. Chiron comes to help him out, and he knows he has to play a trap for the stairwell, so he will find that opening kill. Meanwhile, mid has been taken by Spirit, and they've got Big cordoned into this A bomb site. Although they don't know it, they go right into process. Meanwhile, Aqua takes ramp. Spirit will leave this bomb site, though, so they do have managed to avoid the stack that they weren't even aware existed. So a little B walk right about now should be a second round for Spirit Academy.
Yeah, just going to be one where they sail past each other, you know, like destined never to meet, like the sun and the moon.
Ah, yes. Not for a few billion years, at least. Until the inevitable heat death of the universe.
That's if you believe that, you know, suns explode, which I've never seen it, so...
I can't exist, then.
Now, I'm not talking about some pixelated video from a telescope that cost billions. That doesn't count. I mean, with my own eyes, up close, in real life.
Yeah, in person. Okay. Well, I'd love to send you on a mission to the sun, Harry. Destined to never return, but unfortunately, we just don't have the budget here for that.
We're working on it, though, for Season 4. the WePlay Space program is officially started. Unofficially, of course.
Yeah.
So there's that 2-0 that we promised you. We're always good for it.
But Big, still one more before things get too interesting. And so let's hear what they have in store for us, Harry. Let's hear the game plan for Big Omen Academy, so we jump into their team speak.
Yes, ich geh kurz bei dir, dann geh ich mit und dann können wir Pakt auch spielen.
Nico, spiel du mal den Tempex-Engel, weil ich hab Dings.
Ja, dann.
Hier Lurk, Smoke und Mollo. Mach du das, Nico. Nico, nicht schnell. Lass die mal naden.
Geh, die take nicht. Ist ruhig, ist voll ruhig.
Ja.
Ich bin jetzt Sandbags dann.
Bisschen
Ja.
tiefer rein, also bisschen.
Achso, Ivy ist Karim.
Gerade nicht, ich nenne mal Crispy.
Halt ist Ivy.
Ich bin bekannt hier, aber er wird nicht einfach vorkommen gegen euch.
Paar 1.
Nicht bei mir, ne?
Wenn das paar 1, 20
Ich schiebe jetzt.
Okay?
Ne, chillt noch. Was?
Ich hab B gesmoked gerade. B-Smoke ist jetzt weg. Da kurz das Timing an. Ne, Mitte Blitz. Was hier?
Mitte Explode.
Rechts, wir schieben weg. Wir schieben alle Mitte.
2B.
Was ist
gesmoked.
Wieder saven.
Mit einer. Wunder.
Safe wäre übersick, Jungs. Wir haben alle Kevlar.
Ja. Hat sich Pick auf deinen Contact, halt einfach diese Dings. Und einer jiggle mal Tunnel bitte. Einer kommt Tunnel.
Ja, on my way. Bin da.
Ich hab eigentlich auf euch.
Man once said that Dust 2 is like a big inferno. Would Vertigo be like a tall inferno?
Yeah, I guess like a layered inferno.
Yes. Well, another save coming in for Big, but it's all a prerequisite to this buy. Just trying to amass as much cash as they can. And now, let's see what they can do with it. AWP out for hyped. Good utility, thanks to the saves. But, Frost forgot his gun. No AWP for him, just going to run that SMG. Quick ramp take. Process is here, and the smoke blooms just in time to save the life of Chiron, who's up right in his grill right now. Oh, it's a good grenade. There's more where that came from, but Chiron still has a very good timing here. They're watching the ramp at least. They won't let him get involved. With that weird off angle, Chiron is not ready for it. Hit one bullet, that was it. Spirit, they at least have ramp. Put a man down. Gonna have to run the execute here.
Yeah, they've at least got the utility to do it. I mean, they've even got the utility to do it twice, and that's actually really nice on this T side, right? Because you bait out this first volley of util, they're going to start to go anyway, and that was actually the bomb leading the charge. Now, thankfully, it's been retrieved at least, so you are able to cut your losses somewhat here.
Oh,
okay.
Nade ready.
Nade for the plant, but I don't think they heard it. All that util going in just a tiny bit too late. It's not Fick and Art Frost in this clutch now. But a 2-on-4, never meant to be easy. Molly, gonna get lobbed up and over. Try to slow this down, but it's smoked immediately. Big are coming through, and they deal with the first, make it the second man at ramp he's followed up onto as well. And so the big guns come out, and a big round is on the board.
Yeah, unlucky for Spirit there. I like the attempt to go aggressive before Big were set up. It wasn't like Big were, tapping the bomb with 4 guys watching ramp. They were still moving in, and so Spirit tried to beat them to the punch, but yeah, just traded both of them. Kill a piece. And Big get their gun round on the board. Very important to see that as well. We saw what can happen when these games spiral back on overpass. But it wasn't technically a full buy. We didn't have that AWP for Art Frost. He was still on an SMG, so now we have no more excuses for Spirit. Try and reset the money back a Big, put them on pistols yet again. Art Frost scoped up, goes for a random shot on the smoke, but no one there yet. Hyped has his AWP, and he's fired it off. Oh, just about got behind cover. These are very scary fights. Anyone who's played Vertigo ever will know. Smoke shots, the wall bangs. Ooh. Good grenade. Yeah, bit of damage onto Sin. Combo that with 2 and you can get a kill there.
Is Process ready for them to be so deep? They're moving up short as well. No one's keeping an eye on this. So Process... Okay, now Hyped is from top ramp. That's nice. And he's heard the little drop.
Oh, I don't like this.
Making a lot of noise. So they know that players have made it to short, and this actually gives Big Omen Academy a chance to just be like, all right, boys, back up. Play in the site. You know, they've got the ramp control. We can't contest it anymore. And now you know you're at the mercy of this little execute. But this is where the mollies, the nades, they're all so valuable, especially as the time is running low. There's a smoke on Not a Neki that can be used to extinguish that Molotov. But guess what? There's another one. Slowing the plant down even more. And with only 20 seconds left, there's still nades to go in and disrupt this. It's not a standard plant spot. That's nice. But the nades will rain through, and the shot connects regardless for Aqua. Oh, dear. That util forced that bomb plant. That isn't where you wanted to try and stick it. And with so little time left, that kill on the planter again has won the round. Hyped doubles up. And there it is. You might even lose Art Frost after time, and that is a real disaster. If you held on to the AWP, you're at least getting a full investment here. Without that, it's really ugly. You might just partially invest. It's kind of the only option open to you here. You could force with 3 AKs, but why would you? I feel like that's just digging the hole deeper than it needs to be.
They are. Yeah, I mean, there's a reason it's called default, Harry. It's because it's the best plant spot, right? It's also why Big are lining up nades there. Spirit tried to avoid the, assault of utility, but in doing so, just puts them in the firing line. I would love to just see a wider plant, man. Like, you could, you have no cover for the boxes, but as long as your smokes are down, the nades are not going to kill you. The standard nades, at least, are not going to kill you. They might light you up. You might get spammed, but it's better than planting in that position, at least. Plant wider for short, wider for ramp, doesn't matter. Either way, very awkward round for Spirit. And Big have come prepped to this game with great utility, and every time they're backing out of A, it's perfect. Meanwhile, we've got a quick B pop. Re-aggro, and that was almost a collapse. Gonna finish the job with the second shot, and Zontix was too low. So Big just swoop in and clean it up. Very good CT side look right now. They know when to give up a ramp. The B hold was nice. The AWP's firing off. The util has won them rounds. There's not a lot to turn your nose up at for Big. And for Spirit, these are problems that they will have to solve on the fly. Nothing worse than running into a team who play like this, who give you so much room only to take it away in the final few seconds.
It's really wild, man. You need to think of a way of getting more util out of Big, you know, for the late round, essentially. The fact that every time you've gone for one of these A plays, you've been met by 3 or 2 or 3 Molotovs, nade stacks as well. Like, that just can't be happening, especially when you're trying to make plays happen in the final 20 seconds. You know, that just decides the round for you. You're never even given a chance to play. Zontix opens up with a nice little dig shot, but how much more is going to come from this round? Chiron, good for another in middle. Keeps Spirit in the 4-on-3. Aqua's trying to reclaim some ground. It's not the guy who got the kill here, so he should be prepared for a second. Definitely didn't look like he was.
They're going to boost. They're dead.
Yeah,
they're dead.
You don't live this.
They are dead.
Surely. Oh, they're looking right at him. Oh man, that is Zontix somehow getting away with that one. This can't happen. This should never be a Spirit round. The D-Goals have broken apart the B site. Process trying his best to hold the line. Needs some help from Hyped, and the flash will sort him out. Lovely. Beautiful little double to close it. 3 in the round and a 4th on the board for Big Omen Academy.
Artfrost was so blind he didn't know he was still out in the open. He thought he had cover, but yeah, that's a really nice flash just over the green gens. A big, I like how Aggro even reaggresses there. It was not, you would think, what Spirit would expect, but they are one step ahead, and maybe they can bleed their way into this game after all. Let's see.
Может, бешено халял. Пачку вас скинул.
Дым. Паре, да.
Я не могу пройти, я не могу пройти.
Он отошел.
От Вена, короче, я ушел.
Нихуя не дали они.
Надо флешку дать направо. Дайте флешку направо. На...
Дал флеш направо.
2Б, 2Б.
Я хожу с меда к вам на...
Я контролю, гад.
Я чувствую, что это сетап. СНД, может быть, чел. Дайте молик СНД, мне кажется, там чел сидит.
Окей, сейчас дам.
То он справа, понял, с Айком сидит, и над ним чел стоит. Они что-то как пассивно стоят, это пиздец.
Это на Б флеш была?
Да,
Это
СНД.
шум сначала. Ему сейчас гранаты будут.
Смог выйдал.
А, не буду сейвить.
Говодим в Б, парни, говодим в Б.
Авику не втуп, я дал флешку от авика.
Да-да, там тут сейчас 3А, парни. Надо, короче...
Го Б.
В дефолте. Нужен буст, я убью его. Ну, я дам. Фаст. Бегу. В дефолте еще. Да буст.
Надо сносить его тут.
Или клево не видно. Тройка может жить.
Молик 9 докинул. Не надо.
9.
Тройка.
3 убил.
Минус, 9 был.
Я давлю по 9.
Надо поставить. У нас бомба, нет.
Я смог даю.
А у нас бомба, парни.
Она в автоспауне. А, нет.
А там, где нас убили.
2 КТ, блядь, стоят. Пизда.
Я бегу. Дай смог правый. Даю. Лево взял. Право.
9.
Вышел. Право кушай. Я даю флеш налево. Левый.
That's a tilter. That is a really upsetting round to lose. They forgot the bomb. They forgot the bomb. When Aqua came down ladder on the A flank and killed 2, no one picked it back up. No one realized. You heard the word bomb about 35 seconds left on the clock after they'd already taken the B bomb site. They had to go all the way back, pick it up. By that point, it's not like Big even doubted themselves. It's not. I would love to see them, fake the flank out, run across the bridge or something, but yeah, Big just stayed on B and they just re-aggressed the second Spirit through utility. That's a weird round to lose. All set up by the flank from Aqua, but Spirit maybe getting a bit rumbled here. The boost back up. Does get a kill. Zontix, he is on one right now. Double entry, and he has got a lot of room to run, or so he thought. Aqua dropped in off of middle very quickly. Will keep the B site under good keeping. 4-on-3 here, and I like how Spirit don't just rush the commitment. They can group back up and go towards A, run their exec if they want. Only one smoke to do it. But that's still fine. With a man advantage, Big unlikely to play that nade setup. They have 2, but Aqua is so far away. So as long as a healthy player plants, it should just be fine. Got to clear sandbags, though. One molly. Do they want to announce their presence? Or will Process get away with murder? Oh, dear.
Surely this gets checked, man. Full util going in.
Oh,
Process not accounted for. He's milking this for all it's worth. Double up. And the man in the sight of the bomb was about to stick it, now out of position. Process just being a nuisance. Even manages to take a third to the grave with him. Can he make it to 4K? Can he deal with the whole A component? No, but it's fine. He does all he had to and then some.
Spirit must be in tatters mentally after these last 2 rounds for getting the bomb and then not clearing sandbags. Like, they're thinking they get, like, when Spirit think they have room, most of the time it's justified. Like, Dontix gets his double entry and immediately Aqua is like tucked in the corner, and then Spirit who think they faked out B enough go back to A, but no one even left. Big are not falling for these fakes.
Yeah, I mean, that's a little freebie. It's only pistols, you're telling yourself, so you're going to try and run at them. Going to try and get away with something. Playing the little one-way smoke at short. Won't even net you the kill onto this AWP as he's hidden back behind Kierby right now. Oh, they heard the tag. Yeah. Oh, mate, that is so brutal. Chiron can't catch a break. And this should be a done deal. Flashed it, set up the B peak. Zontix manages to get out of there, and Artfrost does find one from his Deagle in middle. That's created a little bit of room here, put a bit of fear in Big Omen Academy as they try to plug this hole. But as he goes into either bomb site, mate, he's going to have so many angles to bear in mind. This isn't some blessed flank, right? They know about it. They know you're here, and you do not know where they are. It's a real asymmetry of information for Artfrost in this spot. Bombs all the way back down at bridge as well, so like even if he gets a double here, it's still kind of hanging in the balance because of that bomb being so far out of play.
Oh no, he moved! Oh, oh my, he was holding it. One more second to holding, and that's his kill. Process just swung on the last possible tick of the molly. And it's done, just pre-fired. Heard running up the steps, big. I mean, they are not only playing good CS, but if I'm Spirit, I'm mad. I can't imagine how they're feeling. They've got to somehow brush it off. Some ridiculous situations right now in this game. We're seeing that experience from Big, who have played decent teams, as said, right? Like taking down Asuba, taking double digits to Dig, and more. They've got the experience on Vertigo, and they are putting it to good use. Hyped with an aggressive ramp peak, not seen much of this, and oh, he hit that, Harry. Little tag through the corner of the wall, knew where Artfrost would be, could be, and in fact was. Never saw him though.
Oh, the spam doesn't connect, and now they learn about the sandbags orb. That molly gonna make things a little trickier for Hype. He's gonna drop the right side smoke, and it lets him try to play around this. Oh my! That's a no-scope through the smoke onto Chiron. And so he still gets to... He gets out! Hype should never be surviving there.
Yeah, Chiron did all he could there, just sprinting in. He caught Process throwing utility for crying out loud. But just gets no-scope, doesn't he?
Dude, if Aqua's flank ruins the round again, that is going to be heartbreaking.
Oh, it might.
He is in prime position. If they attempt to go back, if they attempt to join up with Zontix at B, they're going to die with the bomb. And if Zontix tries to rotate over to help out with the A play, he's going to die and leave it in a 4-on-3.
Well, now you know what's happening. Double smoke exec, Aqua's walking, and he can just tell his team, give up the site. They've even got nades to stop the plant yet again. No surprise, nothing new, and good damage done. Aqua now activated, Artfrost shows his hand. Aqua may as well kill the rifle, forget the AWP. You know this short player's up, but he will get his revenge. Notaneki stops the flank, and now there's hope.
This is a huge reposition out of Artfrost. Like, you saw him at Sandbags. You're not anticipating an aggro move here. Oh, I say that. Crimbo spams him. Oh, man. I thought Artfrost had tried to get real smart with it there. But apparently Crimbo's just one step ahead. Notaneki all alone. 1v1. AWP to beat. Best chance at a round yet for Spirit. Scope as he taps to bait the peak. And it will be a round for Spirit Academy after all. They get it over the line. And they managed to find a fourth. All things considered, that was like a round where so much could have gone wrong. And the fact that they still win it out, it is a very, very nice thing for Spirit, especially after losing Chiron like that.
Yeah, flank only getting one. Notaneki, the hero of the round, absolutely. And not only stops Aqua, but just doesn't fall for the fake taps. Dodges the orb shot, 7-4. Spirit still have hope, right? We've been framing this pretty badly, mainly because they have just been destroyed in this map. They only won the first 3 openings, and they were forces for Big, Force and Eco. So now Spirit, their chance to maybe dance in this T-half after all. Chiron coming up ramp, he always does this. It's nothing new. Just trying to catch those timings, trying to hit those gaps. He did step, and they jump up on top of default again, but they fall, and still Process wins that fight. Don't think he meant to fall, but you take what you can get, and again, caught out. This keeps happening. Players just standing in the open, getting swung on ramp. It's not exactly clean CS from Spirit, but it's Bigger, just not ready for it. Expecting a certain level of respect that they are not getting still. It's traded favorably for Big in a 3-on-4 where a default is still being held. Big, they do not give away kills in these positions. You're going to have to come for them. So 2 towards B plus a mid lurk is what Spirit have planned.
Yeah, Hyped is in a good spot to make this round nice. He can switch with Aqua and take mid from Elevator with the AWP. That's a rough spot to get past. Sin even aggroing. They're trying to assemble this boost. Oh, he sees Zontix, but still he's able to win that out. Now we're going to have this switcheroo of positions. The AWP taking up position in Elevator. Aqua having to try and get a handle on this B site before it all gets out of hand. Oh, the flash is so awkward, and Aqua's left fully blinded by it. Zontix trying to be the man, trying to be the difference maker. And his double just might have won Spirit the round. This should be a save. With so low HP on Process, he's going to bow out, give this one over. Spirit, they're on to a 5th.
Yeah, with a cold day from Chiron and with Artfrost being locked out at least of the previous map, he played well on Dust though. You know, we have had a resurgence of some of these backup players in Zontix and Notaneki winning rounds almost single-handedly for Spirit. Zontix, even on lost rounds, he has consistently been getting openers, double openers off of this boost play on B. It's not like Big are surprised by it. They were holding for it that round, and he just jumps up and deletes them in one bullet. Some really, really sick rounds out of Zontix. Spirit managed to do the impossible yet again. There was a necessity to keep this game going, otherwise it would have been a reset round and Big running away with a half. Instead, it's them who are on the back foot economically. 2K a player. And yeah, the one thing Big need to get on top of right now is just stay focused on A. All that they're getting dealt, when it's the executes, Big are very comfortable, right? Because they go back to CT, they go elevator, they nade stack the plant, their retakes look really methodical, they have the smokes for it. The util is really good for Big, but what's not good is how they're just standing around on default, you know, looking at each other, not focused on these random swings. And like, yeah, it's annoying to die to that because you just feel like, you know, what's the play there for Spirit? They're just swinging you with no flash. But at the end of the day, it's what Spirit are doing and it's what they're getting kills with, you like it or not. So as long as Big just keep the focus in some of these mid rounds, they can still win the half over pretty favorably. These are a couple of swing rounds right here, right now for Spirit. Buy back in for Big. Managed to drop some guns over from the saved players.
Yeah, but I mean, you know, you kind of hit the nail on the head. This is very much like the swing round to decide how this first half looks, right? If you win this as Big Omen Academy, you start to take control of the money again. You know, you start to leave Spirit on the back foot. You've had a bare minimum one out of the half. If you lose it, though, you're staring down the barrel of eco rounds to follow. And suddenly Spirit, you know, they're... However bad it looked at one point in time, like back when they were 7-3 down, only able to get anything in the pistol, you know, suddenly they're on to actually a very good T half. So this round matters a hell of a lot.
Process ready. He's been dropping this little one-way on the bomb site so he can just fight from this corner, crouch and peek through the edge of the smoke. Will he get time to throw this, though, with Chiron ready to swing at a moment's notice? Notaneki too. There will be an executor team. Smoke's coming in. Process gets that time to drop his utility, and now he has the gap. Chiron's even ready for it, but can't put a stop to Process. Notaneki shot as well on the pre-fire, and Sophic out through short. That's the round pretty much said and done. 5-on-2, and Big, they are just fighting for the site right now. Everyone swinging in. Zontix alone on short. He's being wrapped. It's going to get worse before it gets better. 5 alive round for Big, and that is everything they needed and more.
Man, I do love this little, you know, one-way smoke that Process always loves to play around at top ramp. Drops it over towards the front of default, right? Has that little gap to spot players coming up. And I mean, I think that round, better than any so far, has showcased how annoying that angle is to deal with, right? Poor old Notaneki, bro, is like pre-firing, crouching in the corner, Crab walking across. Crabs, of course, being the thing that Evolution always goes back to, right? Everything becomes Crab in the end, and even then, Process is able to best it. So he looks Evolution dead in the eye, and he says, "You're wrong. You're a mockery of nature."
We're Crab people now. Ooh. Right, back to ramp. A slower one for Spirit. And this time, Big, given the room, are going to fight for it. Chiron with the pick and up close Sophic. I don't think Process was ready, but he does react, however. Wide on the angle, allows Artfrost to trade. And there's a gun down for Zontix as well if he wants to make his way over to A. Spirit again, a 4-on-3 rather, in a good position. A re-smoke to make things complicated, to buy time. But Big only have one man on this site, and it's Crimbo just pushed up on the boost. Spirit, they have gotten lurky in these rounds, right, and rotated. So, yeah, you understand why Big is still holding both B and middle. But this will end A. Crimbo in cover, just about a risky spot on your own with no cover from short. Aqua's going to have to pick that one up. But even then, yeah, get on the box. Keep your teammate up. Crimbo needs a multi-kill from this position, or we're in hot water.
Yeah, Aqua's trying to reel them in, and Crimbo, they're not checking. Oh, out with the swing, it's only one, makes it a double, that's the AWP removed. This triple hold that was suddenly assembled in the blink of an eye has done wonders. This was a 3-on-4. And now it's only Zontix left 1v3. He's got to succeed where the rest of his team failed. Ooh. And the double's nice, but the molly gets him after the round, after the death. Bit of martyrdom. And so there it is, 9 on the board for Big Omen Academy. That was not one that they really should have had any business winning out, as I was going to say, as cleanly as they did. Obviously, it's only one guy surviving at the end, but to flip a 3-on-4 to a 3-on-1 is a victory in and of itself.
Absolutely. And like you said, how quick that stack was assembled. That was a 1-1-1 until the first smoke came in, and suddenly everyone was set up. Aqua covered Crimbo's very dangerous position, but stuff like that is not getting checked at 9-5 when you haven't seen it at all. And that's a kind of sneaky play that pulling this late in a half, it's going to leave Spirit with nothing, and that's what they've got in this round, pistol armor. Plenty of util, but how much hope can you really have? As Big look for the double-digit half. It looks like a B retake round. Sin, he's the only guy here, Harry.
Sorry, was that the only guy or the
only guy here, Harry?
Yeah.
But it's fine. He can afford to give it up if he doesn't like what he sees, or at least try and take down a couple with him. Aqua's waiting for the mid-lurk, won't be able to help out. Sin, ahead of the smoke, flashed off, and there it is, the retake round now, a 5-on-5. And with nades, of course, to dribble in, to try and be a problem to the
Yeah,
plant.
I mean, honestly, though, these B retakes have kind of been a worse point, I guess, for Big Omen Academy, like where they've had the bulk of their issues. So this might not be as bad as it seems, although
Pistols,
it might be worse than it seems. As the pistols have been dealt with, the guys that tried to get close have been dealt with, and now you've just got to find the far boys, the ones further away, and Crimbo's got no issue with that.
Yep.
10-5. A very, very good CT side out of Big Omen Academy. Spirit, they win the pistol, they get the conversions, and there were 2 other rifle rounds in the mix, but that's the extent of it.
Yeah, you gotta give it to Big, right? They're clearly showing the experience on a higher level than just the Academy League coming in here. Like even with losses, but they've got plenty of games against these tier 2, tier 3 teams in the European region, like we kind of talked about. So that is showing up massive. As Big have had this retake game plan all game long on both bomb sites. Excellent utility, really nice setups on A. To reiterate, they've had close losses v Sinners, Dignitas, and even managed to beat Asuba twice on this map. So those are respectable wins. Big bringing the upper echelon where it matters most, trying to put Spirit in the lower bracket. This is day 1 and game 1 of the WePlay playoffs here for Season 3. Our next game is, of course, Astralis taking on the likes of MOUZ NXT, back-to-back champions of the Academy League. And that one, don't look at that one as one-sided as many may. Feeling like MOUZ Sports are unbeatable.
Dude, something that I'll say about that Astralis game that's coming up later is like, don't underestimate the work that someone like Trace as the coach puts in, right? How much research is done. Also, the fact that this IGL role is now swapped up between, Breezer and Bigo, that's a huge deal. Right, and they've looked really, really good for it. So I think that match later is going to be a very exciting one to see just how good this Astralis talent squad have gotten. Also, you can see the parry match odds there, leaning in favor of Big Omen Academy in a pretty big way now.
Yeah, only fair with what we've got now in this game. Think about, again, some of the earlier rounds of this half with Spirit forgetting the bomb, with that sandbags round where Hype gets the no-scope and gets out. There have been some mad rounds here. Let's jump into Big's team speak for this pistol.
Einer ist 100% B offensiv.
Wir müssen den ficken, Matze.
Ja.
Muss Bombe wegdroppen einmal.
Schmeiß sie runter einfach.
Spacing.
Ja, warte gleich. Passt.
Dann halte ich hier Karim.
Ike?
Was?
Ganze Zeit.
Gut.
Ganze Zeit halten.
Ja. Gleich rumjumpen, okay?
Ja.
Warte.
Ready?
Go.
Wart.
Im B laut
Komm
geretaked.
zurück.
Einer
Nico, du kannst jetzt so ein bisschen vorsteigen schon mal.
Nein, nee, ich warte. Ich mach Full Baitlock.
Ja.
Dann bank noch Holz.
Kommt jetzt A und ihr geht alle Ivy. Ich werde Tunnel smoken und ich werde Ninja Molotoven.
Ja.
Wir werden links. Wir werden Einser legen, okay?
Ja.
Wenn es gar nicht geht und die Jungle fighten, legen wir links von Default. Das, weil Tunnel ist
ja,
eh gesmoked, okay?
Ich contacte jetzt Ivy. Das ist ein bisschen
das Vorgehen jetzt.
Seid ihr ready?
Ja.
Tunnel Smoke kommt. Ninja Molotov fliegt. Go.
Einer kommt Tunnel. Ja. Willst du kurz reingehen, Karim?
Einer Heaven. Leg links von Default, leg links von Default. Heaven Ding.
Heaven 2, noch ein Heaven. Ich hab Ding. Ja, Problem.
Ich bin Sandbags.
Ich geh auch.
Du kannst Sandbags.
Sujuk.
Beide hier. Default.
Default Smoke. Ivy Smoke.
Retake Dead, einer.
Sick.
Ninja.
Zwei pushen mich.
Auf Ninja
Low,
tot.
Bruder. Ich hab Low.
Tunnel.
Jemand die Smoke vielleicht.
Sitz.
Auch ein AP.
Hey, ich hab dein Cross.
Einer rechts von der Smoke, einer rechts von der Smoke, irgendwo.
Digga.
Nein!
Well, 1 and 9 HP. All the difference there for Big Omen Academy. They're able to win that one out. And dude, I've got to say, I love how much authority they're letting Crimbo speak with on this squad. Like, you heard it, dude. Like this crazy mad engineer of the round. He calls everything to a T. You know, it's not uncommon, like, for sometimes IGLs to take a very, like, loose approach, right? And
yeah, have all the nice chipping
exactly, right? And, you know, give them some onus in how they want to do it, but not in this big team. Crimbo just called everything to a T. Like, we're going to throw this smoke, this molly, Aqua, you're going to bait lurk mid. Everything about that was planned to a T. They all knew what they were doing. And I think that little look in there has given us such a good understanding of the kind of level that this big squad are operating on.
Absolutely. Again, like going back to the in-game leader talk, it's been something that has been great and it has been awful for Big at the same time. It's been plaguing them across 3 seasons. So yeah, really nice to see an authoritative in-game leader and everyone on board with it as well. Crimbo not afraid to get involved in this round, runs up ramp, jump shots onto it.
Dude, the other thing that's mental to me is, like, while Crimbo's doing all that, he also is someone who very consistently puts up numbers. Like, he's not a quiet IGL, be it vocally or in terms of performance. And that's so impressive. You know, micromanaging, just ask Aqua. It's like, it's really hard to do that and still put up numbers. He is the case study for someone who attempted to embark on that journey when maybe he wasn't ready for it. Maybe it's just not where he fits. Like, not everyone can reinvent themselves as an IGL,
you know,
right?
Especially when you have star players. A lot of star players like to think that they want to in-game lead because everyone obviously at this level gets Counter-Strike pretty damn well. But and everyone has their own style and own idea to play. And especially when you're a star, you kind of want your pieces exactly around you. You want to be the star, you want to be set up, and you want to, you know, organize that. I mean, I think Nico is always such a great example, but it's not always going to work. At least for Nico, it never forced him to take a back seat in the fragging. He always kept that up. But for someone like Aqua, relatively inexperienced in comparison, of course, yeah, you change your role, and it can have a drastic effect on your ability in the server. But no, Crimbo, yeah, from that round alone, seems very good for the job.
I mean, dude, it's something I think that is actually really sick. Like, when you look at the big org as a whole, they're ones that love to build around players that they know they have, like, a good rapport with, or they feel like there's a lot of potential within, right? I think that's why we see guys like Aqua and Process held on to, despite the rest of the team, you know, getting swapped out in between seasons. So, yeah, you know, I mean, just think about, like, the main big squad and how the roster's changed so many times around Tabson, but he's always been a consistent face there.
Yeah, to talk about, because this round should just be a sweep, to talk about Process as well. I feel like in Season 1, if you don't remember, I know you do, of course, but he played for Fnatic Rising. He was one of that ragtag bunch of, you know, European mixes there. And when we listened to the voice comms, Process was clearly one of the more vocal players in that. Oh dear, going for the knife. clearly one of the more vocal players in that team.
Most definitely.
Yeah, and had a lot to say and was doing a lot of micro, it sounded like. So, you know, no, it wasn't, and also he was fragging, and it wasn't a shocker to see him join this German team as well.
Hello.
He's still here in spirit, and he's driving the forklift with Maui. Very cute.
You can't separate them. But you know what you can separate? These thighs, baby. Banks. Show me what you got. Oh, yes. That's that. This was $1 billion. This was a bit, but well spent, in my opinion.
Oh,
look at that. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Unlike Big, he won't have his nuts on the table after that one, I can assure you. Here we go. It's the...
I've seen that in person. James do that with his legs. Not on the forklifts, but no, he can do the splits. Harry can break dance. And Maui does have a forklift license, which is the most important part. This is it, Harry. This is the game right now. Spirit, one buy to rule them all.
Yeah, I mean, it's always horrible being in these situations. No one is happy when essentially your CT side can boil down to one rifle round. And like, if this doesn't go your way, I think the reality is it's probably a done deal, right? So pressure is really on. Spirit, they need to find success right away. Little B-pop planned for Big Omen Academy. And, you know, this is like the perfect time to do it. You know they're going to be lacking the util on this CT side to really slow you down in any meaningful way. They run in, they get the double opener, and that's the round. Like, you're done. You're saving.
Wow.
You're writing this one off. And that is just a horrible feeling. Like we said, how this comes down to one rifle round.
There it is.
There's the rifle round, and that's why the save's been called in as well.
At least you save, and so sort of, you know, in the cope side of things. Oh, we've got another buy here. Sort of dropped over what we can, but yeah, reality setting in now. This is a big game. This is big, running forth to that upper bracket. Of course, it's not the end of the road. Double elim, bo3, Spirit. They've not lost yet either, but they would have to do something unbelievable to get back into a match like this. Big aren't even hunting. They're playing the long game, just in case it goes that way. But why would it at this point? 14-5, lovely quick B entries. Chiron just gets overwhelmed on the rotate. You could see his teammate was not ready. He was hiding quad mollied. So he didn't even know that Chiron was, or didn't even know that a player was so deep in the bomb site. The cool to Chiron. It doesn't shock me that Spirit would be in their own heads in this position with some of the rounds we've seen, with some of the mistakes that have been made. Is that rebuy? And yeah, play like you got nothing to lose, because really at this point you don't. Chiron, aggressive in middle. Artfrost picks Crimbo on the A side, and suddenly you have reason to believe.
Oh dear. And now the aggro down short. You know, they probably aren't ready for this, but one anymore. Getting out would be a victory in and of itself. He's going to hang around and keep fighting, and Zontix, never knowing when to quit, proves to be his friend. Hyped, is getting wrapped, is getting pushed from B. And so there's not an Eki to close the round out, 6-14. But, you know, I mean, that one like hinged on those openers going your way. You find success on both of them, you're onto a winner. Is that going to happen every round, though, for the next, you know, 9 that would be needed to get you into the league?
You need something. You need something to rely on. And maybe that'll give Spirit a bit of oomph, some confidence. And if anything, it's Big No going, well, I'm glad we saved all those guns in our first rifle round and didn't hunt, because now we have a lot more to play with as well and something to fall back on. If things do happen to go against them again, Aqua, he might have seen that cross, but the nade could have been a problem. Oh, aggression for Chiron. He is really done with waiting around and letting these rounds get decided for him. 2 opening kills from Chiron. These last 2 rounds. What's Big's solution?
Mate, it's like the moment they got on the 14, he just went, what am I doing? Like, why am I standing around? That's not what I do.
It's after he got killed on the rotor.
Yeah.
it was like, yeah, no, I'm not. I don't trust you guys anymore. This is my game. I want to play my style. And yeah, I'm not against it. We've had the orb swap. Zontix is low. Oh, but he's gone now. Now he's really low. Sophick's got his one way. And up they jump, but he's having a bit of a mare in this game. That's a massive kill, but not going to be anything more than that. And Artfrost does re-aggress. With the Molotov, they now know he can try and grab that orb. Flank is ready to go, just not yet activated. Curran doesn't want to run too quick, but he hits a perfect timing, slips the net. Will go too far after that, though. And now the A-hold has to come in. It will. Quick trade from Notaneki, 1v1, and he knows exactly where Sin's coming from.
Oh, but Sin's holding. Sin's waiting for this pick. And still Notaneki's going to be there to lock the round in. All right, Spirit Academy, 7 to their name now. It is going to be an uphill battle for the remainder of this game, but it's not impossible, right? Not over till 16's on the board for one of these teams. And now you've broken the money as well. I'd love to see like a hero AK on Sin, especially because I think it was Process has extra money anyway.
Yeah, I mean, that's if they don't fall by here just because of the scoreline and because of the confidence. They have 3 players with good cash.
Yeah, I mean, I would just love like double hero AK, keep extra money on Process, use him to buy the AWP, feeling good.
Yeah, a little pause before we do.
I don't think you need to start, you know, running amok with 4 spies just yet. There's such a big gap still, right? Like you don't want to give them a reason to believe on the side of Spirit.
Yeah, a very reserved buy, not even a hero rifle that would have been justified. Instead, pistols dropped over and plenty of util to get weird with it. That was a tag. Barely. Oh, they hear the reload and they chase him down. Something's not holding. He's not covering. He's holding nothing. And now Big have been given away.
Oh man, look at Aqua out through middle, but Chiron bests him again. Chiron is the anti-Aqua.
Yeah.
You know, what's that? Like fire, I guess? 5v water, who wins?
Water puts out fire, yeah.
Yeah, but fire also, you know,
burns water.
Like evaporates water, turning it to gas.
Sure. I still think water wins.
I don't know.
Maybe he's Earth.
Otherwise, forest fires would just be no issue. Just put some water on it. And I know that is kind of what they do, but...
you're not making your best argument.
No.
We'll get back to the drawing board. Well, sadly, it's only February, so no earth, wind, and fire yet. But right now, Big are just holding off, ready to pop into A. 1 smoke.
This is going to be a real last-second exec. And I say exec kind of hesitantly. You've got one smoke to go out. It's going to be used to block elevator and a flash to try and get the AWP off the angle. Oh, this is a lot of spam damage. And now the Tech-9s are going to get up close. Spirit cannot afford to let this one slip away. That molly kill onto Hyped as he plants could be big. Oh, Process playing in their smoke, and he goes through right as they come out. They never knew. They never knew about him, and he's going to get out scot-free. The attention's divided. They're so busy looking for this man in CT that they're pincered by the site players. And so Big Omen Academy, they get 15. They find it with just pistols. That's kind of heartbreaking for Spirit, but it all starts with the fumble at ramp.
Yeah, that was a mess, right? Zontic spammed the entire smoke. They were waiting inside for his reload. The second he reloads, you would hope that Sophic would swing out and help, but he's holding yellow, and so he's not able to do anything. And not only that, but he dies without a kill. A 5-on-3, even though you kill the mid lurker, doesn't matter when Big are just patient enough to wait out your util on A, get the plant in, and even hunt. Pistols in your face. And now maybe the end of the line here for Spirit. They're going to get aggressive themselves. Big are waiting for this. Good flashbang and almost a double kill. Might still be. Crimbo's hit by the Molotov. They know he's here. Wow, he gets out. He lets Sophic live. He could have easily tried to double down there, but would rather keep the 4-on-4. Nothing wrong with that. But a reserved decision with the intention of closing the series.
Yeah, you know, I think if he didn't have the bomb there, he 100% tries to swing that, but you just don't want to run the risk of losing it over at ramp. Like, that would be the round over. So, has to be a little more conservative than perhaps he would have liked. Spirit taking a bit of a gamble, leaning heavy towards this B site. Oh, not an Eki. Timing on that's a little awkward. There's more where that came from. Chiron is good for the kill to Crimbo. That's all these players in through B main dealt with, and the bomb now controlled by Spirit Academy. They hear Util in middle. They know that this is the two-pronged attack into the B site, and Big don't even know about this second man. They don't even know about Art Frost, so he comes as a real nasty surprise, and there's Chiron to close it.
Yeah, I mean, that was just a gamble for Spirit. They immediately left the A site. Everyone moved over towards B, and they read that pretty well. Crimbo was trying to fake it out after he left with the bomb. He dropped it on the ground. He ran over it, but Spirit weren't falling for that at all. And yeah, I mean, Sophic surviving there is a shocker in and of itself, but it's Chiron and Art Frost on B who get it locked in. So Spirit, again, they're just holding on, but I don't know how much faith I have for the longevity.
Dude, it's something that's a bit of a shame. Is like, we haven't had regular Chiron all day, apart from in like the last 6 rounds. Yeah. And and it's been such a treat to watch. Like, even that one there, it's a big 3K from him. In all the rounds that they found on this CT side, it's often hinged on him getting an opening pick in mid, from mid aggro. This one's a little awkward for Zontix. Timing on that nade pull is so brutal. And I mean, Sophic back at the sandbags. His track record here isn't great, so he's going to try and get out of there. It's nice that he's eluded capture at least, right? It's not another double opener into the A site. That's something.
Oh, dear.
Now he's actually going back in for more. Misses that opportunity. And he at least knows when to quit.
Oh, he turned to look to try and call for help on the smoke, and he looked into the flashbang. Poor Art Frost. It all falls apart then. Triple entry as Big just swing in on Spirit, and suddenly not an Eki with the impossible to do, and with 2 smokes in the face, Big aren't even rushing the plant. They're waiting for the kill to come their way, and it will. Over the top, not an Eki. Can't stop that bomb from going down, and at this point, it's setting in. 1 on 3. Jump up, player on the left side. He's not ready for that either. It's Aqua to close, and Big, Omen Academy, go forth in this upper bracket, 2-1. And in the maps they pick up, Harry, they're pretty damn quick, they're pretty damn dominant, and they're everything we would have wanted from this Big team.
Yeah, you know, I mean, that's a very, very convincing look. You know, I was definitely a little bit worried coming into this that, like, there was a wobble. We could have had a 2-0, but we get off of Dust, we get off of, like, a tried and tested Team Spirit map. We go into Big's playground of Overpass and Vertigo, and I mean, they show why they were the team to make it out of their group, right, and just go straight to the playoffs. That was very, very impressive. I think Hyped impressed me a lot with how consistent he was on the AWP. Aqua had some great games as well, even though it wasn't like the strongest of starts. He definitely turned it up. So Big are looking really good. And Crimbo's IGL, mate, getting a listen in for that one round just like instantly made me a huge Crimbo fan. So there's always that. For Team Spirit, a little bit heartbreaking. You know, they're going to drop on down, fight for their life now down in the lower bracket, and Big will continue on to face the winner of MOUZ NXT versus Astralis Talent. That's coming up in just a moment, but before that, we'll give this one back to the guys at the desk.
Headshot, nice. These bombs go to the teammates.
I wanna hear your go, go, go. I wanna see you ballin' fast. Win the round. Win the game.
Very much. They play, you win.
And there we have it. Big show their dominance on the 2 maps that, well, one was a bit more of a surprise, Vertigo not so much one, but on Dust 2, at least Spirit Academy were able to show us something. But that seems to be the extent of it, boys. Mirage, Dust 2, I won't harp on about the negatives here for Spirit on the rest of it, but I will focus on the positives for Big Academy. They did what we expect them to do, the improvements still come in, and I think most importantly, it's a team performance, it's not one man just carrying the show.
think that Big is definitely very happy about this, you know, the players on the roster. But there's one guy that's actually also especially happy about it, I'm sure, who has been contributing apparently to Big's success, and that's Tapson right here. Look at him. Look how happy he is right here. This is a great shot of him.
Yeah, I do
In
love
general, he's a happy person.
I do love the fact that like there's not a lot of player photos in the studio, but for some reason there is one of Tapson, and it's just so fitting. Yeah, it's just like it just works out.
Tapson forever immortalized in the WePlay Academy League as well. And did you bring that up because you're just crediting him for the?
No, of course not. Of course
I wonder
not.
if there was a reason.
No.
You know, it's just like these players did nothing. It's all Tapson.
No, I want to obviously give a lot of credit to the players from Big. I think Harry and Hugo did a great job, kind of showing that.
Really?
You know, Hype did. They did a pretty good job. But Hyped was a solid force in this one. But honestly, I loved what I saw from Prosis, from Crimbo. It really felt like some of the kind of just space taker. Honestly, actually, almost every part of the round was pretty good for Big. It wasn't even just Crimbo. There wasn't even really a star in this game for me, even though I think Prosis ended up at the top of the scoreboard. It was just a solid contribution from everyone, and the fact is that they were trading off each other very well too. I think that most of their kind of procedures, the way that they use utility, it again outclassed Spirit. I think that Spirit in a bo3 series, which I hope we never have to see at the Academy League, I think that Spirit would probably win 2 of the 7 maps against Big, probably Mirage and Dust 2.
I think that's fair, and again, it's cool to see as well, like how much of a difference it can mean in just having the right type of role player, or for the role he plays, how much that actually impacts the game. Because you mentioned it before we got going with the series that Prosis is someone who takes space. He's someone who's going to get forward on the map. Chiron does the same thing for Spirit, and we didn't really get to see the same kind of production out of Chiron as we've done in the regular season. And you can see what kind of impact that has on Spirit, and on the flip side of it, how much it means to Big when Prosis is actually getting up close into smokes, playing around corners, and just being basically annoying to play against, right? And it creates so much positivity in terms of what Big are allowed to do in any given round, and I think we got to see a lot of the results of it, and it felt like that was a massive difference in terms of how the 2 T sides on this map played out as well, because Chiron didn't really get into his, into his groove, I would say, on the T side at all. Most of the success they found was through Sontix over towards the B-bomb side, and while you have Big on the other side on T, they kind of just went through the motions. They had Prosis opening things up. I think, well, obviously, more people contributing as well, but you have that kind of like X factor that Spirit never got to activate.
And the thing is, right, when we look at this, you see the scoreline. I think that was, for me, is the disappointing thing for Spirit is, okay, a little bit of a fight at the end there on Vertigo. You let Dust 2 slip away. Overpass just wasn't competitive. I wanted to at least show some sort of like extra strength from them to go, oh, okay, you know what? You didn't do well, but if you give a bit more time to improve the map, we'll get more comfortable, then there's some hope. But this was just them getting beaten around.
I think this is kind of what it means for Big to have played all of those kind of other cups, other tournaments. We've seen that teams that only play the Academy League end up behind the teams that are going out and trying to expand their map pool. I'd say the biggest proponents of that, MOUZ NXT, of course, but then Young Ninjas did it in the past, even VP Prodigy. Any team that goes out of their way to find more competition and get more officials in has such a deeper map pool. They have better protocols for when things get a little bit hairy in games. They know how to respond when their first plan isn't working. And today, I think Big very much so deserved this victory because they not only were just, they were probably the better individuals today, but also it was clear that they were just a much more well-oiled machine.
Certainly so. Now we've got Mr. Crimbo standing by here for us for the interview to open up after their first win here during the playoff stages. Crimbo, can you hear me, buddy?
Yeah, I can hear you.
How are you doing, man? How are you feeling after that one?
Feeling really good.
That was a solid performance from you guys, but I do want to come back onto Dust 2 and just ask, as a team, do you guys feel like you should have won that game? Because we really thought that comeback was happening.
First of all, we were a bit surprised that they picked us too. We were preparing for another map, and then we were a bit surprised, but we had a game plan for it as well. In the end, we just played our things not well, and we were, I think we were winning 12-10 or something like that, and then, just some small mistakes cost around. We didn't play, we didn't trade each other, and they got entries, and it's a bit hard then. But in my opinion, if we played our game plan perfectly, you're always not going to do that, but we would have won that game.
Fair enough.
Well.
One question or one thing we at the desk were a little bit surprised by, but was the pick of Overpass. We kind of went into this expecting you guys to either go with Vertigo, which you ended up playing as a third, or Inferno, considering that Spirit hasn't played it all that much. So can you give us a little bit of insight to what the thought process was to go with Overpass instead as a bit of a surprise pick?
Like we were practicing it for a long time already, but always when we played an enemy on HLTV or something like that, always Inferno Vertigo were the perfect maps. And then like we never showed a real map pool. And we had it in our pocket for a long time, but the teams mostly banned Overpass are not so good on Inferno Vertigo, so we preferred that. But today it was a perfect choice.
Crimbo, I wanted to ask about your individual performance at this event and in general, even in the other cups and things that you guys are playing, because you're not only performing incredibly well in the server, but you're in-game leading on top of that. And one quick question before I get into a follow-up: is this the first time that you've been an in-game leader for any team?
Yeah, it's the first time. Like I'm doing it for 2 months now. And at the beginning was like I was too much focused on what every one of my teammates. So I wanted to help everyone, but then I felt like, okay, now they know it. Now I can trust them more. I can focus more on my own. And yeah, that's why I think it's going a bit well now. But thank you.
Oh, yeah, okay, so one follow-up to that is that you've lately been one of, if not the best performer in a lot of the other games that you guys have played, and to do that while in-game leading is very, very tough, but why do you think you're able to do it? It sounds like you already learned a little bit, but how are you able to... Do you even think that maybe if you weren't in-game leading, you'd be a stronger player on top of it, or do you think that this role really suits you now?
I think it really suits me in the moment. I think I could get a few more % out of me when I'm not in-game leading, but there's not a problem. At the beginning, as I said, it was hard because I came from the Crystal School, I would say, and Thompson teach me a lot. And then I told everyone, okay, you should not do this when this, and now everyone is learning more and more, so I can focus more on myself. So I'm rising individually as well.
Cool. Actually, yeah, one follow-up question on that, since you mentioned Tabson. It's obviously he is the German player, to put it that way, and he is also an in-game leader as well as being a star player for his side. How much help and how much incentive and how much has he been kind of guiding you? Because we know there is like cooperation between the main team and the academy team. So how much of a big of a part has he played for your development as an in-game leader?
In the beginning, like we started when there was a prayer break for them, and he was helping us really a lot. He was watching the whole practice, giving us feedback. I talked with him alone a lot, just being a captain, being an in-game leader, and he just gave me these the things to start a team with and in-game leading, and I just built up on that. And now, of course, he's always open for questions, always helping if we need him, but their season started as well, so you also have to respect that. And but he helped us so much. Yeah.
Awesome.
Well, it definitely seems like it's worked out so far for you, Crimbo, and very impressive for you to have done all of this so young as well. My final question, though, is obviously MOUZ Sports. They are the team to beat, right? The two-time champions. No one really has been able to challenge them on a big level. Do you guys feel like you're at a stage where you are the only ones that can do it right now in the playoff stage?
I think we are the only one in the playoffs that can do it, yeah.
There we go. I love the confidence. I'm looking forward to seeing that matchup go down. Crimbo, thank you so much for your time, man. Go off and enjoy the rest of your day. And congratulations on the win to open up the playoffs. Well, there we have it. Crimbo, first of all, good at interviews, positive, in-game leader, and can frag out. These kids, as we get them younger and younger into this, right, you'll remember Vendetta very well. We went for a whole time in the beginning of CSGO where no one could do good interviews to a point like it was just like awkward or not giving answers. We're getting these young guns out here just delivering straight fire, giving us the information with it all and something we can work with. We get some actual good insight. I'm happy.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's cool because very often how people have experienced Counter-Strike is very surface level.
Yes.
Like you see them on a server, they play their match, and that's really all there is to know. Like at that point, because as you said in interviews, it's like we played our game and it didn't go well, or it went really well. And yeah, thanks for having me. Like, and that really doesn't do a whole lot for you. But the fact that, you know, Crimbo is expanding on the fact that, yeah, no, we're actually having like active conversations with the main team. They're helping us. They're actually kind of on standby even for, you know, us asking questions and trying to develop and so on. And that's really cool because that's otherwise just something that we can assume. Like in an ideal world, maybe they would do this for them. But here we actually get confirmation that there is, you know, an active effort to improve. On both sides, which is really, really cool.
Well, let's keep things moving forward. It's time for us to take a short break, but when we get back, we're moving on to our second best of 3 of the day. And this one gets to see the reigning champions go up against the exciting and the reinvented Astralis talent.
Headshot, nice. Fist bumps go to the teammates.
I wanna hear your go, go, go. I wanna see you rolling fast. Win the round. Win the game.
Pretty much. They play, you win.
We only just caught the end of that video to understand what Harry's actually said. He's got such a longest title in there.
It's so long.
CEO of Give WePlay a CSGO major.
Which is fair. Is fair. I think there's a lot of members in that group. So, you know,
we're going to start like a little whole package deal together, you know, like Harry waving the flag, give him a nice little suit with a WePlay thing on, and just send him out to different CS events to go and rake in all the fans, you know, and bring them together.
Most people are fans of teams. Harry's a fan of an or a TO.
Yeah.
Which is respectable, you know. I mean, that's a guy that works a lot for another TO actually, and he's still saying he wants this one to get the major. Whoa, hey, I'm not trying to like cross anybody up here right now, but let's just keep it at that. Let's keep it at that. He's the one that had the quote. He's the one that had it.
Well, do you know how I get us out of
commenting
here?
On it.
You know how I end this horrible
get
part
us
of the
out.
segment? Yeah, get us out real quick. MOUZ Sports. Let's have a look at them.
3 months prior to the first season, the MOUZ organization had assembled a fearsome stack of players. The team made a transfer and got Torzi, followed up by a super young talented player, Exertion, from Israel, as well as 2 solid players from Poland in Suhi and Shane. They were brought together by JDC, a very confident young man from Germany, all united by the leadership of a seasoned Counter-Strike veteran and ex-player, Psychro, who took the position of head coach for the team and scouted the players.
I was always an in-game leader, ever since I was 14 playing Counter-Strike for the first time. Even if I played with people who were like 18, 19, 20, I would always call the shots. And I think for me it's just a natural transition into the coaching role.
It's simply going to happen because Monacy...
Yeah, I think to be a good coach, you need to know how to create a good culture. Culture of professionalism. I try to lead by example as well. But also a culture where everyone feels comfortable, feels heard, feel like they're contributing to the team in their own way.
In the first season of the WePlay CSGO Academy League, MOUZ NXT didn't face much resistance in the online stage, comfortably qualifying for the LAN playoffs in first place. On LAN, they were even more spectacular, showing their emotions and incredible cohesion as a team. Young Ninjas, led by ZTR, managed to seize the opportunity and took down MOUZ in the semi-finals. But in the finals, they couldn't capitalize on their advantage, and MOUZ ended up taking it in a convincing fashion.
But be ready to fight. 100 runes. City is clear. Watch out, runes. I have runes. I don't need one. Runes is dead. Pop runes should be.
And there we are, your winners for the inaugural season here in WePlay Academy. It's MOUZ Sports with an absolutely insane victory coming in at a one-map disadvantage.
Coming into the second season as clear favourites, MOUZ NXT faced an even greater challenge on their quest for defending the title.
And now season 2, actually our coach said this, which is really important. We should watch it instead of trying to defend the title, just winning it again. That it maybe helps us mentally to be like no pressure, just feel good about ourselves.
MOUZ NXT scorched their opponents on the online stage and were facing another LAN berth even more dominant than in the first season. But it was Na'Vi Jr.'s time to remind MOUZ NXT of their existence in the finals. m0NESY had already proved to be a monstrous player, but they also added Flamey to add this experience. Despite m0NESY having a godlike performance, MOUZ NXT were playing better as a team. Exertion got multi-kill after multi-kill, eventually carrying his team for the second title and an MVP award for his incredible performance.
Actually, it's a joke within the team that whenever Adam is in like a 1-on-4, we call it 50-50. Yeah, because he's so good at it.
MOUZ NXT continue to impress and climb the ranks, making it to the top 30 of HLTV after their victory at WePlay Academy League Season 2 finals. The two-time defending champions approached the third season with a substitute for their AWPer. Torzy had shown impeccable skill and game sense that led to his promotion to the main roster of MOUZ Sports. A 19-year-old MHL came from Poland to replace Torzy. It seemed like this was the only factor that could create some sort of intrigue in Group B and undermine a total domination of MOUZ NXT. But it quickly has shown that the team is not in the mood to get their foot off the gas pedal. The team has won 4 out of 4 matches to start the group without breaking a sweat. That was all up until they met some of the rookies of the league in Team Spirit Academy. Team Spirit Academy put up decent scores on the European side and were the only reason for MOUZ NXT to lose points in the group stage of the third season. But even in a hard-fought series versus Spirit Academy, the rookies couldn't overthrow MOUZ NXT off of their first place in the group and a direct invite to the playoffs. But does it look like a clear path to the three-peat for MOUZ NXT? Let's find out at the finals.
And that is certainly what we're about to start to find out. Because when it came to MOUZ NXT, guys, losing Torzy was one thing, right? And I thought, okay, that can disrupt it, but I still expect him to be in the playoff stages. But when you lose a coach like Cyclone, who's not only just worked his way up from the academy roster where they found all the success, right? They obviously believed heavily in what this guy's having to offer. Then he gets bumped up to the main roster. I thought that could have been some of the undoing because that worried me, you know, losing such an impactful figure. Yet here we still are. back talking about them potentially lifting the trophy for a third time, and then maybe we just have to change this to the WePlay MOUZ NXT Academy League.
Yeah, you might have to, but it's almost unfair how I shouldn't say lucky, because obviously they've done their part in terms of scouting and everything. So when you lose a player like Torzy, who we saw from the first season, he will move on to bigger and better things in that sense. The fact that they end up with MHL, who's already at the age of 17 was the best player in his team in Pro League.
Yes.
You're not getting that much of a downgrade. If a downgrade at all. MHL has been a fantastic prospect for a long time in Europe. He's just had bouts where he's not played for a team. Obviously, AGO has kind of just gone about mixed up their lineups multiple times. The fact that he's found a home with the most promising prospects probably in all of CS is fantastic for him, and also for the 4 others. They pretty much get someone who fills the shoes of Torzy right off the bat, and I think he showcased that. Obviously, stats from the 3rd season so far are, impeccable. You can't really find too many faults about it, and he comes in with more experience playing at a top level than the 4 others in the team, which is really weird. But it's just been, a match made in heaven on so many levels for them. And I think that's one of the reasons why, even though you lose your star operator and you do lose your coach to the main team, it hasn't slowed them down necessarily at all.
Yeah, just to jump on the MHL being a prospect, I mean, in terms of kind of like NA leaks and rumors, Lige was handpicking this guy as a guy that he wanted as a replacement if they couldn't get OC. He was basically next in line for them there. Yeah. And even that complexity roster with Junior, they were kind of looking at MHL also, or at least what the extra salt kind of remnants were. Like they were looking at him. There's a lot of eyes that have been on MHL for a while.
Fnatic as well.
Yeah, so there's tons of teams that have wanted a piece of MHL, and for MOUZ NXT to get him, I mean, it's almost just a lateral move. I wouldn't even say, it's not a downgrade at all. In fact, it could just be an upgrade, a slight upgrade at that. Different play styles. He's a little bit less aggressive. He's a little less flashy than what Torzy was. He's probably a little bit less of a noob stomper, which was very effective for Torzy in previous seasons of the Academy League. But he's found his footing. He's the highest rated player for this roster right now. And in doing so, MOUZ NXT have once again put themselves in a position where they're the heavy playoff favorites, match favorites, tournament favorites, and Astralis talent. I mean, they did a great job to get here, but MOUZ are still looking incredible.
MOUZ will always come in the favorites when it comes to all of this, but Astralis talent have had a huge improvement based on the other seasons coming into this. So let's have a look at their road here to the playoffs.
The road for Astralis talent on WePlay Academy League has been nothing but tough. After having a rough start versus Big Omen Academy and Young Ninjas, the Danes had a hell of a victory against Na'Vi Junior. Unfortunately, despite close matches, the team has only managed to reach the gauntlet stage. During the gauntlet stage, Astralis talent didn't manage to prevail over Virtus Pro Prodigy, missing the chance to get to LAN. For the 2nd season, the lineup had changed. Vesta and Novi had been substituted for Mr., Fezor and Bazaar, while Void had been benched, making Altex and Vigo the only 2 players that played for both Academy seasons. In the 2nd season online stage, the team had faced off against Young Ninjas and Big Omen Academy again, only to have the same result, making them miss the LAN finals. New season, new hopes for the boys from Astralis talent to reach playoffs. However, the results during the online stage have made these hopes quite unreal. Only 2 wins, the last spot in the group, and the longest path in play-in that could have been the ticket to playoffs for the teams. The first opponent, Fnatic Rising, came out guns blazing, and the final score of the first map was 16-1. It seemed like the winner was predetermined for the series, but little did we know about the Danish boys as they took us by storm for the next 2 maps, defeating Fnatic Rising. Only 2 wins, the last spot in the group, and the longest path in play-in that could have been the ticket to the playoffs for the team. The next roadblock had a name of Na'Vi Junior, and again the team had a rough start and lost the first map, only to make an insane comeback and become just a step away from the playoffs. On their path to the playoffs, they had to face the favourites of the group stage and the gauntlet, Young Ninjas. Even though the Danes looked great, they were considered a heavy underdog. Astralis Talent were as close to reaching playoffs as possible in their 3-season journey on the Academy League. They just didn't want to let it slip away. It resulted in a 2-0 versus the Ninjas and a hard-earned playoff berth for the roster. During the season, Astralis has improved their gameplay and have found the confidence to put up a fight against anyone. But will they keep their confidence level for the playoffs?
And that's what it's all about, because yes, they did something that yourself, Maui, and Pimp didn't predict to happen. They made it this far, but this is the next step up, and the first team they have to face off against has to be MOUZ to really test them in every single way. But we have to really kind of hone in on the fact that this Astralis Talent, not only did they improve, but they actually looked like a team that had a good understanding of not just the fundamentals, but teamwork coming in, which was always the issue. We always saw there was a disconnect with these guys before.
Right, there was a lot to be desired in terms of how Astralis Talent played as a team, or kind of the lack thereof. They had a lot of moments where it felt like they didn't know how they wanted to finish rounds, how to deal with even a 4v4 type of situation. They were really kind of without direction for a while, but a couple things changed for them into this season. One is that Breezer is actually kind of taking IGL roles on most of the maps now, I've heard. Vigo was the previous in-game leader, and now he's kind of only calling for, I think, 2 of the maps. They weren't very clear about this in the post-game interview. I think they were purposely trying to veil it a little bit, but the thing is that beyond that, Trace, the coach for this team, has been definitely been bringing in at least game plans into some of the gauntlet matches, especially. The way they took down Young Ninjas, incredibly impressive. And I mean, you mentioned his name earlier, James. I mean, Pimp, he was so happy. He was so happy to see this Danish team finally rise up. I mean, his fellow compadres, his countrymen, finally putting forward a good foot. And I think that this is already a successful season for Astralis Talent in that regard, that they made it here, but it ends here. MOUZ is taking them down, no doubt about it.
You went on a really nice talk about Pimp here, you know, and I think the whole Danish community just hate him, right? He's like the most hated Dane.
I mean, I don't doubt that. I think there's probably, I think Hunden's up there right now.
Yeah, that's fair. But we don't talk about his name, right? That's like Voldemort.
Yeah, he's the
don't
Voldemort
say it. No, we just don't touch that one at all. But all jokes aside, Pimp, like, literally throughout Blast, predicted Astralis, they would lose. Didn't predict Astralis, they would win. And then obviously they stopped winning.
Yeah, so
at this point, he's got nothing he can play off of here. It doesn't work out for him at all.
He just lives in the country. That's literally all it is.
Yeah, I guess Astralis Talent has to hope that Pimp doesn't tweet out anything about them potentially beating MOUZ at
Pimp's
this
sick.
point.
He is watching. He sent us a picture.
Yeah.
He's watching the league go down. So Pimp, please, mate, do not say anything about Astralis.
Stop.
Leave them, because
Stop.
they need every bit of a chance
No more.
they can get. But being realistic, we're looking at the vetoes go down. Now, Astralis Talent picking into Nuke. The problem is, I really don't see where they go in this veto to do it. So play towards your comforts for sure. But this MOUZ is just in a styling formation when it comes to this. Like, I remember before we watched MOUZ play Nuke. I remember when we did it on the opening season. Oh, look, not that good, you know. We wouldn't expect too much from them. And they just came through and had this ridiculous T-side, and we went, okay, individuals are just stepping up. Even on a map that's tactical.
Yeah, it very much is that way for this veto. The only thing MOUZ has to do is ban overpass, and that's their perma, so, you know, not a very hard challenge at all. And from that point on, they're kind of Gucci. Like, they don't have to worry too much about what comes their way. And like you said, for Astralis, the only thing you can do is go to your best option at that point, what you feel most comfortable. And we saw that through basically through the Gauntlet highlights, the fact that they did end up on Nuke a whole lot, they did end up on Overpass too, and with Overpass being gone, it kind of just goes in a natural way of ending up on Nuke as their choice, even though none of these are going to be maps where you go in favor.
Now, flirt around me a little bit here, boys, right? Because that's one thing I'm going to say. Oh,
yeah, okay.
Not what I wanted, but I'm just like, we give me my
Sure.
little romantic view of how this thing works out. Right now, MOUZ NXT is better than the real MOUZ roster by HLTV ranking.
Yes, they are.
Yeah. MBK comes into this main MOUZ roster. Now, Nathan, I love you. This is no disrespect in this sense, but he's been out of the game for a little while. I understand that maybe MOUZ didn't want to move too many people from Academy into playing on the main roster, but I just felt like JDC would have been perfect to go with Torzi and move on. So I'm not insane, am I? Because I said this the other day on my stream, and people were just like, no, like MBK this, and I said, Nathan's great, but it just made so much sense in everything if you're going to put JDC onto that roster.
I would totally agree with you there. There's one counterpoint to this because I was kind of in the same camp that I kind of wanted to see an Exertion or a JDC.
Yeah, I was about Exertion, but that would be my counterpoint. Well, why not Exertion?
Right, but the thing is that the counterpoint that on one of the many podcasts I do, I think with Thorin, he brought up an idea that's like NBK actually has been kind of the kingmaker, and so maybe if there's anybody that's going to elevate some of those MOUZ players like Frozen, it would have been him to help out. I think I really am kind of curious where that MOUZ roster goes, but to bring it back a little bit to the MOUZ NXT side of things, I don't think that these odds are doing Astralis any favors at all.
Nah,
1.18, that's just like, I mean, that's just expected though. And I actually do love the Mirage pick for MOUZ. Usually I don't like when a favorite picks Mirage, but that's just saying we're better individually and we're going to show you why. And I would be honestly shocked if Astralis can get more than it can even get double digits on Mirage. I'd be shocked.
I mean, for MOUZ, this is just going to their comfort pick as much as possible. If you look at just quantity-wise, right, I think they have something like 20 matches over the last 3 months on Mirage, and again, they boast like a 80+% win rate as well. And again, they have now gone from being like the team that's only playing in the Academy League. Now they've kind of expanded their horizon to actually, trying to qualify for Tier 2 tournaments, and they're still maintaining an insanely high win rate on the map. So it goes to show you that even though, I kind of fall in the same category of not loving Mirage picks for a favorite, same kind of thing with Dust too, I'm okay with MOUZ doing it.
Well, let's see how it goes down. MOUZ are heavily favored. Astralis talent have shocked us before. It does not mean it's impossible, but the odds, in many ways, including what Parimuch said, are highly stacked against them. But you know what always has good odds? Seeing amazing commentary from Hugo and Harry.
You're bound to get it, James.
I'm worried he's oversold us, actually. I don't...
Can't live up to the hype now.
I don't want to let James down. He's like a father to me and other people, actually. Right, so, this is actually a matchup I've been really looking forward to, man. Astralis, they really impressed me in that gauntlet stage. They went from a team that haven't been able to accomplish anything at any season so far to a team that were able to run from the very bottom of the gauntlet all the way to the top, right? Even besting the likes of Young Ninjas along the way. That's no small feat. And we put a lot of that on their ability to anti-strat and, out-call their opponents. And I think that's fair enough, right? We also learned that Breeze has actually taken a fair few IGL responsibilities, so that's pretty cool, right? Watching the switch up there between him and Vigo. But for me, Trace is someone that definitely needs to be talked about. The coach of this Astralis talent team, someone who's been instrumental, I imagine, in helping them figure out these game plans, these anti-strats. And I want to see if that works versus a MOUZ NXT that have been feeling pressure, right? There's a lot of eyes on them right now. They've literally risen, as the desk was saying, above the main MOUZ team in terms of the ranking. A lot of people are looking at this squad and thinking, they should be shoo-ins here. But that's a very different type of pressure. They've also got a brand new coach brought into the fold, right? Obviously, Cyclone departed to move to that main squad. And so, there's kind of a lot of change right now within MOUZ NXT, and it's a squad that have a lot of expectations, and that can sometimes go against you.
At the same time, it is MOUZ NXT back-to-back champions.
Yeah, I've set all this up.
Yeah, for sure. I'm down to get on the Astralis hype train today to see if they can keep it going from the gauntlet stage. There's nothing in me that we only enjoyed the gauntlet for Astralis. Because keep in mind, remember, they were in the harder group of 2. They managed to take down not just Fnatic Rising, but Na'Vi and Young Ninjas. Those are 3 massive scalps as far as the Academy League goes, right? So I think that's got to be firstly in the back of your mind, but this is the hardest team to face in the entire tournament. This was always going to be the hardest team. The only team that's managed to even take a map off of MOUZ was Spirit Academy in that previous group. They got 1 game versus them. Obviously, these guys haven't faced in different groups. This is now the true test of Red, the test of Metal, Astralis versus MOUZ, and I can't wait to see if Astralis can live up to the hype that they set in that gauntlet stage. But first, Nuke, where all good Danish games begin. And I like the pick for Astralis. Moving away from Vertigo, of course, which didn't do them too well. I mean, they were confused as to why the hell they were playing it in so many of those regular season games. As soon as we saw them hit the bo3s, we saw how their veto and their map pool was deeper than we imagined. A bit of overpass in there, some nuke as well. And so that was reassuring for this roster, but MOUZ are comfortable wherever the hell you put them. So let's find out. Pistol round here. Astralis on the T side start. Altex with the nades and armor elsewhere. keep in mind, I imagine Astralis are boot camping will probably get those shots in as well. That did them a lot of good back in the gauntlet. MHL going to drop vent quick. Ramp take coming in. No one here. The ramp player went down. JDC's also in lower. And it's only a fake out for Astralis coming back into top with no flashbangs. Only Shane here has to hit some bangers. Good grenade, but he's overwhelmed.
Yes, they're still trickling through and on an attempt to deny it. JDC now all alone. They're both in the site. He's got them stuck here. Oh, an early swing, and Oltex just takes the fight right away.
That'll do.
Wonderful pistol round out of him, and Astralis talent. They get the head start they were looking for here, a chance to find some conversions. Now, something I want to say, you know, I think fundamentally, this is a very different Astralis talent to anyone that we've seen yet. And that's why, when you look at these odds for this map, I think those are crazy that it's this close. Like, this is the Astralis that is routinely bombed out of the Academy League up until this season, up until this roster, versus the champions that are on their way to a three-peat. That's 3 back-to-back-to-back if they can manage it. You know, those odds are kind of impressive, I think. What I was going to say is, though, this is like a fundamentally different Astralis squad. Not just because you've actually changed players and changed IGL, but I think even in terms of how they're looking outside of the Academy League. Recently, they played in the Malta Vibes Knockout Series, right? And there, dude, Fessa was incredible. Was unreal, admittedly. Not versus, you know, Tier 1 opposition. But regardless, it feels like it's very much homed in around the idea of Fessa being the star, Breezer being like one of these fragging AWP IGL leaders, and then you've got some really, really nice pieces to slot in alongside them. I don't know, man. I'm still enamored with this Astralis talent project.
Yeah, I mean, you were in, you know, fully from game 1 of the gauntlet, Harry. So you kind of have to
fully from game 1, and I also, when we did the bold predictions, I said they were going to win. So there we go.
You have to die on the hill, and that's
Astralis
fine.
talent are winning this league, by the way.
No better place to die, Harry, than on the hill. Get a nice view, but we'll see, because right now Deegs are out for MOUZ, and Astralis, while they've got 4 rifles, these rounds can slip by very quickly, especially when the time is low. It's going to force panic. It's going to force Astralis to go quick on the commit. And so back outside very late in the round, but luckily enough, no one's here. Fessel already got all this control down secret, so he's cleared out a pathway for Astralis, and with no one watching this but the scout, they should be able to cross down. Sui catches Fessel silent down the vent with a backstab, and Astralis, who've lost B. This is what I was talking about, panic. They have to run main, and they've not got the time for it. 15 seconds. Big kills from Altex and Mister, the Molly and vent. Sui might just go right through. He's got nothing to lose, and no one's even watching this as they line up, and he knocks them both down. That is exactly what I was worried about happening for Astralis.
That little ladder technique out of Sui, beautiful, mate. As the molly pops, he's like full speed up, but then as he gets to the top, he's doing the famed like tap and shift and silently going up the top bit. So you didn't hear him when the molly was blooming, and you didn't hear him get to the top. That was really nice. Let's listen into MOUZ then. Let's do a bit of a vibe check, boys.
Display B5 coming. Yeah, we'll start heaven. Yeah, display heaven, hold secret.
I will display anti-rush ramp. If they come ramp, I'll smoke on top of
I will monitor baby.
I will play ACDC.
I keep my money first. I'm gonna smoke door.
I have wall.
Yeah. They can sneak close. Smoke door fit. I'm gonna pick door if they open it instantly. I'm picking side also. You're a dead bomb.
I have seen it. I have wall.
They're searching deagles.
Okay, I'm picking two.
Nothing. Top red. Dead. I'm flashing in front of me.
Behind red.
Red. One red here. This shield. Red still one.
I'll suck it also.
I'm holding left side red.
One was behind the red.
Two. One more dead.
One more.
Going back. I'm not picking. Yeah, I'm not picking.
I'm just holding radius.
Flashing in front of main and falling back onto heaven. One T-red here. Yeah, T-red. He saw me fall back. I'm playing CT red. Two, crossing secret. I'm going down vent. Two, crossing secret for sure.
Coming down as well.
I'll go double down. Die secret. Yeah, I'm staying heaven. Would go out back.
I'm gonna go back, eh?
Yeah.
Secret picking. Diggle. Probably both. Yeah. Going double. Double.
One more, 1 HP.
Landing, come on. Good job, Mike.
We almost didn't see him there. I mean, MOUZ have always been our favorite team to listen in, not just because they speak the language that we speak, but also because these guys calm everything, man. Every intention, every move, every possibility. There's a reason they're #1 in the league for you know, 2 seasons back to back, and that's because these guys are clinical in their calling as well as aim. Nice little round, keeping it under wraps. Astralis, they make it damn close with the Deagles. JDC had his knife out in the B-bomb site. If not, he probably would have doubled up. But it's fine. Locked in at the end. Now we go 2-1 with full Glocks for Astralis. Should just be a freebie. While we wait for the bite once again. Shane's going to get involved with the MP9 in lobby. Astralis are in no hurry, knowing they can burn out utility, waste time. Oh, Fessa timing as he pulls his knife to drop silo. Altex is gone as well. It's nice and easy outside. The bomb's been dropped in upper, and Zershan spams out one more. So, Deagle, lovely little kill, but no more surely. Oh, the jump timing, maybe in another universe, but instead it's 3-1 with 4 alive, and Astralis come in with their rifle round. Let's see what they've cooked up, right? We talked about the T sides, sometimes the anti-stratting, or in general just really good calling and the mid-rounding. Everything to do with calling, really, for Astralis has looked really solid in that gauntlet stage. Depth that we hadn't seen in previous seasons. So I want to see that right out of the gate.
Oh, lots of outside utility from the get-go. They are not messing around. Fessa, lovely way to find the opener there. Just a bit of smoke spam will do it. That's his first kill in the game as well, so hopefully that's going to get him a little more switched on here. Still holding for any lobby aggression, and Shane likely doesn't want to give that over. Not while you still have outside, at least, right? You're not really feeling a pressure to get aggressive just yet into the lobby. Instead, they're going to look for answers elsewhere. It's a little ugly for Breezer, but he's going to go on and double up from it. So hell, talk about a recovery. There it is. And now just Shane and JDC left. I mean, how on earth are you meant to win this if you're MOUZ NXT? There should be no way. And Astralis aren't even moving, mate. They're just tightening this noose tighter and tighter around the necks of MOUZ NXT, collapsing in towards this B site, trying to pull players down. They deal with that lobby aggression now, and that's the A site wide open, but they never even need to go there because the round's over.
Yeah, that's a round. That's a flawless round for Astralis, and perfect play from the outside pick to the panic lobby aggression from MOUZ. There was nothing that worked. And so Astralis, all those guns alive is of vast importance in the longevity of this game. As they've broken MOUZ's money early, it's forced a couple of M4s to come out. I don't know how Breezer recovers this, not only for one, but the double. So Astralis back to the lobby with everyone. More smokes out into the A site through the rafters to feign a vent pop. They seem assured that no one's gone down, and that is correct. Meanwhile, MOUZ poked their head outside, try and get information elsewhere. But it is just this full lobby setup right now with Vessel holding for the flank. Might be an ending on A. Ramp is double set for MOUZ, so more than ready for a little rush out for Astralis. Vessel going for late smokes, perhaps?
Yeah, I like that. He doesn't want to throw it, right? The last thing you want is, because you haven't been playing outside, to get walked on at red as you're lining up util. So he drops it over to old mate Vigo. He says, look, mate, just throw the smoke for me. You know I know it, right?
It's ramp.
And here they go. JDC dead. MHL, that's a nice hold out of the 5-7. That's all you could have asked for there. Little double from him. Fessa working these outside smokes again.
They're going back A.
They're going to look to wrap in. Fessa, it's a lot of damage, but not the kill to Zershan. And now things get a little awkward. They're going to get out hot. They won't make contact till they get into the site, right? Because Shane right now is positioned. Ooh, I was going to say behind the hut. He gets into main. He gets the info that they're out in the A site, and now MOUZ can look to begin a retake here in the 3-on-2, especially with this outside wrap. Zersha going all the way round through outside back into the lobby.
Playing the long game with that smoke. 1 kill for Altex will sell this well for the flank coming in from heaven, but Breezer needs to live a little bit more time, and he's been run down from the hut. Up the vent came Sui, and this plant, you know, it's for main, it's a bit awkward. Surely someone will watch heaven at a certain point. Need to get on the stick. Oh, Vigor holds a shot. He gets one. Spraying the second, gets him off the bomb as well. And now they get back up for the fake once more. They couldn't make up their mind, and Shane has no time. It's Vigor with a 1v3. Oh, dearie me. MOUZ, do not consider it. Even with the fake smoke main, MOUZ will still all hold the position. And lovely little fake out for Vigor to go all the way around. That's such a ballsy call. But that's what we need.
I mean, dude, I think Vigor has really come into his own since we learned that, you know, Breeze had actually taken the IGL role off of him. In classic Astralis fashion, that wasn't something they revealed until they got out of the gauntlet stage, right? But, you know, we've been getting some very, very good performance out of him. I think that he's really kind of come into his own, especially in clutch moments. I have so many memories of this guy, you know, winning out clutches. Maybe, you know, not always like the most phenomenal, you know, sometimes just a 1v1, but if you have a guy who can hold his own in those situations and win them out with some consistency, that's brilliant. He's very in tune with the game, right? He used to be the guy micromanaging and focusing on what's happening, trying to get the read. But now he can put a lot of that focus just onto himself in those kind of moments. So, yeah, nice stuff. 3-3. Astralis talent keeping this competitive from the get-go.
Yeah, but it looked like it got a bit flustered for MOUZ. Like, they went for the fake, then they went back for the stick, and then when they got knocked off to the bomb, that last player tried to stick it again, realized he had no kit, went back for the fake. It was all just a mess, and it feels like one of those rare spots where the MOUZ comms weren't pristine. But also the last thing they expected, just enough time bought by Breezer in the bomb site. And he's now got the AWP to play with as well. Altex goes for the quick pick. That's the one rifle. He gets it. Massive opener. Somehow doubling up. The nade doesn't kill him. He's on 2 health. And the reload will spell his demise. Ursh, no armor. And has given a second kill before the round is up. And now it should be. JDC spotted getting out heaven. And will go nowhere but the graveyard. 4-3 for Astralis. God, I don't know how the hell Altex doubles up in hut. But no complaints. And now MOUZ, another rebuy. Their first AWP.
And remember this one?
Yeah, we're plunged in darkness. You were born in the dark.
Molded by it. Let's listen in though. Let's listen in to Astralis. I want to hear their voices.
Vi holder. Blokker sgu.
Flash har ramt. Bare tæl, gutter. Kan vi komme ud af det knap nu? Ja.
Ramme over.
Vi kan bare køre ud i hjertet. Ja, vi kan bare lægge Navi og tage midt.
Vi har en...
Læg Navi.
Jeg lægger Navi.
Jeg trækker altså bare ud.
Har du lagt den?
Jeg har lagt den
første der.
Den her for stangen. Bagerste er det. Jeg ligger i den her.
Okay, du ligger i den.
Jeg kommer sgu med, dreng. Lad os bare køre 5. En bag, jeg flasher lige rundt herfra. Sæt dig skub nu, Mikkel. Kan vi ikke bare split gate? Gå tilbage af Alex og Mikkel. Okay. Jeg lægger den. Drop mig molo og flash her, så lægger jeg og bliver med FZ. Drop mig flash, Victor. Ja.
Du skal ikke tage for lang tid, boys. Bukker døren nu.
Jeg kommer nu.
Når den der fader, så skal det være timing.
Fint.
Jeg er lidt bange for ham. Vent lige, jeg dækker lige ham her rampe.
Okay. Vi skal ind hot, tror jeg. Ja.
Jeg kan måle eller se til vent.
Er klar, gutter?
I smukker også igen.
Er klar, gutter? Vi kan godt køre. Vi skal hot. Vi kører på jeres kontakter. Måler.
Op etterne eller så?
Flasher nede bagved. Flasher nede bagved.
Dæmonen Navy.
Tidligt.
Jeg måler høj.
Okay.
Jeg måler vent.
Jeg er sikkert. Jeg fake smukker bare gate her bag dig, Frederik.
Ikke igennem høj.
Flasher lige høj.
Og se til vent holder høj, drengen.
Jeg sidder også bare holder høj.
Han sparer nok. Gå ud og hold lås af, Frederik. Jeg skal om dæmon. Jeg holder secret for dig.
Benny, vi kan bytte, hvis der du gerne vil søge her.
Ja, det.
Jeg kører spawn. Jeg håber ikke. Han med livs, hvis han er der.
Op lige på bombe, Alex. Det er fint. Vi har der. Hvis man tager ned rampe. Det kan man tage over rampe.
I've never seen someone spam through that box so much in my life. But yeah, Xerxen trying to defend the AWP.
Right, here we go. I've been trying to get you on this brainwave for a long while. Do you believe? Paramatch believe. Do you believe?
Map 1, yeah, sure. It's new. Absolutely.
Okay.
Why not?
Mate, honestly, I'm retracting all these offers that I've given you onto the Astralis train. But one offer I can give all of you is that 100% deposit bonus for your first one. More info in the banner below.
Yeah, Altex is the entry king right now. Like back-to-back double ups on the A site. Even though MOUZ are assured in their positions, they're sat there for 40 seconds waiting, and then just one flash and Astralis pop in with a split. Looks really nice, really clean. Nothing going wrong right now in these execute rounds. Deeg's out again for MOUZ. These rounds have been awkward, but there should not be one. Flash is ready, and they check him. Sui with a chance. And, well, even though Astralis make it to B, they are not alone. MOUZ have rotated 2 from the ramp. And a third. But even so, with only Deagles, it should be Astralis able to trade their way to a round win here, despite the stack. MHL's on his own. Ooh. Just living here is enough, and with that info, you could even go back up into the top side. The bomb's rotating secret, Fesser's up the vent. It's a perfect outread for Astralis. They're not falling for the stack down lower, and they walk right into the MTA site. GG, go next.
Yeah, beautiful scenes, man. Wonderful. Oh, poor Shane.
Nothing worse. How is he heaven? He's wondering. The full outside walk. I like that for Astralis. They plan for both contingencies. They take secret heavy, but they're also still getting map control on A to wrap heaven. And the second they realize, okay, we've seen a player lower. Well, there's not going to be one B, 3A. Let's go up vent. Let's use this control that Mr.'s taken. Vice versa, if Mr. dies, you still have full secret to drop down lower. So there were plenty of options there for Astralis. Yep, Breezer needed that kill. The bomb would have taken him down, so...
Yeah, man, and that's something I've got to say, you know, this Trace pickup has been brilliant. Like, obviously, before all of this, right, he was over with the Lingby Vikings, or, you know, Ecstatic is now they're known.
And look at now.
And mate, you know, like he helped take that team to new heights, and then he gets picked up by this Astralis talent squad, a team that, as we've kind of said multiple times, throughout every other season so far, we're never able to accomplish anything. He comes in, and suddenly, you know, they're in the playoffs. They're in the lead right now versus MOUZ NXT. I'm not attributing all this to the coach, but I'm just saying, like, there's got to be something to it, right? You can't tell me Homie's just joined and it's all lined up. Either he is the luckiest guy alive.
No, don't even pretend.
But no, seriously, man, it has been such a treat to watch because, you know, let's be real. Astralis, when you're a part of this organization, it carries a certain weight with it, right? It carries a certain set of expectations as to how you're going to do, how you're going to play. And we never got that out of Astralis talent before. Not until now.
And that was always a surprise, given how the depth of the Danish scene. We've talked about that for years. It's never just been Astralis, and even in recent times, having more Danish teams come up and rival at the Tier 1. So, yeah, there's always been that talent, and we wondered. But now we're finally getting the fruits of their labor. Now we're finally getting the results that maybe took 2 seasons to figure out, but here they are. Great grenades, by the way, off spawn for Astralis. They dunk Shane down to 9 health on the A site. JDC has given up ramp, but it is a bit of a fake out because MOUZ have 2 lower. They're leaning B, and they're welcoming Astralis into their site. Now, when you get ramp for free this easily, you're often ready for lower control, so this should not be a surprise. In fact, these players are very far away, deep in secret. So he could wallbang out a default plant, an Astralis plant rather, or even a default one, but Xerxen's already been cleared up on top. It's a bit of a fake out by Fesser, trying to kill rotates. Breezer also has vent on lock, so Shane should be dead if he tries to cross. Meanwhile, MOUZ is still attempting to retake this round, but there's the lurk dead. And with that, you might just want to throw in the towel, back out and save, unless Astralis start to give you kills in this 5-on-3, and they're not. Fesser's still being a nuisance on top. And this is what I mean when I said the other round, Astralis are planning for both contingencies. They're playing both sides, so they always come out on top.
Mate, and this is another save where you might not get away with anything. They know the AWP's here. MHL, while he's landed that one, he's got to land a bunch more if he wants to save this AWP. Doing everything he can to keep it in play, but that one miss in a field of hit shots, mate, that one makes all the difference. The AWP now knocked out. And it's going to be another partial buy at best for MOUZ NXT.
Even though MOUZ started that round 2B with JDC giving up ramp and telling Astralis to go lower, all 4 kills, other than MHL at the end on the save, all 4 kills come from Fessa and Breezer on the top sites. At no point were MOUZ ever in that retake. At any point. They lost their rotates, even though they had those initial lower players waiting for the rotates. The rotates never made it, Harry. And so they couldn't give it a go. They couldn't try it out. And then when they attempted to leave the retake and save their guns, they were killed by those exact same lurkers. That's just such a frustrating round for MOUZ, who never get to play their strategy, which was the lower retake. Very nice stuff, 7-3, and this T side is keeping up. Another broke buy for MOUZ and another chance to build for Astralis.
Oh, lobby crunch, all right. That's a bit of a change, but Astralis, they say, yeah, mate, if you guys want lobby, y'all can have lobby. We'll be taking the B site now, thank you. And so here they are, knocking on the door, and now bursting it down. Mr. and Fessa, kill a piece, keeping it in the advantage of Astralis, and it's only getting better with each passing second. Woo! Only Sui left alive, and not for long, it's 8-3.
MOUZ getting a reality check right now, Harry. We've never seen them destroyed before, and I'm not getting ahead of myself. It's only 11 rounds, 12 rounds in, but this is the first, this is a rare chance where MOUZ are getting completely locked out of rounds before they even begin.
And I think a big part of it is like the mental game. It's like, who's doing it to you? It is the guys who have been like the class clowns throughout every other season. Like you guys, on MOUZ NXT, they're like the valedictorians. They're like the guys who finish top of the class, soaring colors, like passing every test, nailing it every time. And now these guys are actually like wrecking you. It's going to feel rough. A little A-pop. Nice for Shane. Helped out by the man on the rafters, and this is much better for MOUZ NXT. This should be their round all day long. It might be flawless at that.
It was always going to happen. When you're getting away with so much BS on T side, your in-game leader is always going to call, let's do a fast one, because sometimes you get that round, especially on a 4-buy. You do that in a 4-buy, you catch MOUZ off guard, who are not used to that kind of pace. Suddenly, not only are you in their heads, you've shown you can change the pace up, and also you've wrecked another rifle round instantly within seconds. But yeah, MOUZ aren't going to let that happen. 4 stacked on the A site, ready for it. They shut it down immediately, and that's the way back in. Now, instead of Astralis flexing their muscles, now they need to make sure they don't drop the ball. An 8-round T half is excellent, but don't give it an 8-7, because then suddenly you'll give MOUZ a lot of faith, a lot of reason to fight back in the second half. But that's fine. You're always going to make that call. We've seen that already today, like when Spirit were up 5-1. I think Big did the same thing as well in their Dust 2. That's just a sign of the times. Astralis are very confident right now.
And also it kind of gives this reminder to MOUZ NXT that we're not all about slow rounds. We will occasionally come at you fast, and so you can't hold on to like this util late. You have to use it right away. It's kind of more of like a precedent-setting round when you end up losing it like this. It's more just the reminder that we're capable of a full-on A exec in the first, 15 seconds and running at you. Flawless for MOUZ NXT, though. That's going to go a long way. Like, they've been at the mercy of this CT economy now for a little while. And so a chance to catch your breath almost, build up a bit of money, keep the fight in you, be able to withstand a couple of punches, not just fall down right away. But obviously, as is the nature when you're up 8-3, you're still buying if you're Astralis talent. And you're probably going to go back to something a lot more grimy, a lot slower. Have Fessa, work this outside control on these lurks. He's been finding good impact there, even though he hasn't been like the guy topping the charts. He's just a nuisance. That's all he is in this map right now. You're always looking over your shoulder through fear that Fessa's somehow gotten behind you.
Quick smokes outside, and 2 players already crossing to secret very quickly. Something that MOUZ haven't had to deal with is this at least variation of the wall on smokes. They will walk it, but there's a player down lower, so he's going to get that spot early and drops the smoke to make sure Astralis can't continue. Now they're going to have to start working out on upper as well. Can't just be this secret control. Ramp will get taken. JDC, he is a pillar in this position. Are they going to check him in the one and done? Yes, they will. It's one, no, none for JDC, and MHL will get one. But mollied out of ramp is going to give them the chance to drop B. Can he find the bomb? It's on the box. He needs to double back into danger.
Yeah, he thinks it dropped, but he does find it. We're all good.
Oh dear, that's
nice.
Awkward. Re-aggression gets pinned as well, and this is all over the place.
Yeah, I mean, dude, they were just fighting you in so many places, you really didn't know what the object of this round was if you're MOUZ NXT. Now having to embark on a 3-on-3 retake, you're even nervous that they're still here at ramp, which is not the case. Everyone down in the site. This is going to waste time off the clock, right? The molly in the vent, combined with the lack of info at ramp, has cost you a decent bit of time. That bomb is pretty much half-ticked at this point. So, MOUZ, this has got to be fast. It's got to be flawless. Ooh. And with Fessa holding for this vent rotate, the ramp players need to find success. With them dying right away, this is just going to be a save out of MOUZ NXT.
Oh my God.
And that's it. Fessa lets them get away with it.
Yeah, you know, it's fine for Shane. He's trying to go on the late luck there. He's trying to be the last point of contact. But when he gets that spot and gets shot at down in the vent, he calls for a team. You got a 2-on-2, so you need to give it a go. If you win the first fight, then I can drop. If not, then we have to save. And yeah, first kill comes in for Astralis in the 3-on-3, and boom, MOUZ are done. They have to give it up. So nice little B take for Astralis, right? Just having that out control, the bomb going secret, and then, you know, a couple more hitting the ramp. JDC gets deleted. And that's a bit of a problem. We need individuals to bail MOUZ out at this point in the game. 9-4. Altex has just kept it up, man. 16-7. Made onto the silo. Astralis has got the receipts again. Just dunking. No one's going to get hit this time around. MOUZ have learned their lesson. And back to late smokes. Got a bit of util out of MOUZ as well. They might have even seen the molly on main roof that MOUZ threw last round to try and disrupt the utility. They just didn't go for that specific execute. New round, new smokes. They've thrown 3 different walls in this game already. But this one is just a fake out. It might be the A split with Fessa walking into main. Pretty common to see you do that on the edge of this last smoke. Now, Sui dropped loud on purpose, so he's only faking it. He's gone, well, he should go back up the vent, but instead, he doesn't get there in time. His team have been run over in the A site, and Sui's not there in time to do anything. 2-on-5, this round's over yet again. And Astralis, they're giving me a big smile on my face, Harry. This is excellent CS.
Yeah, it really is, isn't it? MHL, mate, you've been in this position so many times, just saving, unable to play into the round. Whenever he's given a chance, this guy will hit like nigh on every shot. Like, and it just feels devastating that he's been getting avoided so often. Like, how many of these rounds have ended with exactly this? MHL sat in some awkward little angle trying to save an orb, but can he save the orb? That's the big question, right? Like, no, you want him to be involved in these opening fights. You need him to be, because thus far, he's been the one guy who can actually put a stop to these Astralis talent executes.
Oh, no.
But once again, might lose the orb right at the end. Oh, just holds on.
So huge. Not to shoot too early as well, because then you're dead. And yeah, it's hard to know where to play for MHL when every round you're getting a different wall of smokes outside, you're getting a different execute. You don't know which one, firstly, is real, that one wasn't, and secondly, you know, like where to play to counter the wall is hard enough, because it's different every time. He's dropped vent to start, he's played heaven, he's done a lot. But
I always call for the same thing when these outside smokes are getting annoying, and I know it's risky, I know it's ballsy, but Helmet, with the game MHL is having, I would love to see like a top blue peak in response to these outside smokes.
Someone tried that earlier, and Fessa
has been holding for exactly that, so obviously it's going to come with a gamble, but at this point, like, you're getting manipulated, and they're just avoiding you.
I think the weird one there was Sui dropped vent loud, and like maybe he didn't mean to be loud, maybe he wanted to hit the ladder, but he didn't come back up. He looked like he was going to.
He did go back up, but then went back down again.
I don't know what happened.
Committed to going B.
If you drop loud, like, and already it's looking like an A fake, like an A take rather, with a fake smokes outside. So yeah, I think maybe some miscomm or a misread there, but it seemed like MOUZ knew what was happening. They just couldn't get in position in time. And again, Altex is just at the forefront of every fight right now, getting these opening kills into bomb sites. He cannot be stopped. Finally, MHL in the right place gets MOUZ a 5-on-4. This is a rare case. Little one-way smoke down on ramp. JDC playing ahead of it, playing above, but he's still gone to Altex, who continues to be the bane of MOUZ's existence. He is 5-0 in opening duels right now, and not even including this round. Vigo spams Sui out into heaven somehow, some way, and Shane is alone on the top side.
Oh, that's nice for Xerxan, but they know where he is still. They're going to give him more 1v1s. Don't get ahead of yourselves, Astralis. This guy is pretty keen. Oh, Xerxan! This would be a 1v4 to find a 5th for MOUZ NXT. Just one man left to beat. Vigo on the other side, and as mentioned, this guy in 1v1, so dependable. Such a safe pair of hands. Where everyone else might have fallen short, Vigo picks it up and puts 11 on the board for Astralis talent.
Yeah, I mean, it's insane. Every star on Astralis is shining bright right now. And actually, I said it, Fessa's 6 and 10, Harry. This guy's supposed to be the guy you look to on those lurks. Yeah. But right now, it's not. It doesn't matter about the lurks. We've seen him win rounds, but really, it's been down to Altex getting opening kills on their XX, never dying first. He's literally never died first. And always having the pack behind him. And every one of these A takes, we've never seen a multi-kill from MOUZ on an A-hole. We've only seen, you know, like 3 players for Astralis run out, and all the entries come in. Maybe 1 kill from MOUZ, which is super rare given how OP some of the spots are on the top side, playing rafters, playing crossfires. And it's not like Astralis have done extremely convoluted A takes with lots of spots molly. No, they've just run out with a main smoke and wrecked MOUZ.
So here's something you might like, Hugo, because I know you like stats, I know you like numbers. The biggest, most dominant loss that MOUZ have ever faced was a 16-4, right? Now, I'm not saying it's going to happen. Like, there's still so many rounds left to be played, but firstly, it could happen. Secondly, the team that was 2 was ecstatic with Trace as the coach. So, you know, I mean...
No way.
Yeah, it's poetic, isn't it,
That's actually
really?
the biggest loss they've ever taken.
Yeah.
Wow. Wow, Harry. Wow. And Parry Match, they're not surprised. They knew it was coming the whole damn time. Still sitting pretty with the odds. 1.5 to 2.4. And yes, at this kind of scoreline, you can only understand why. Now, don't count out MOUZ. Don't suddenly think they're washed after one sloppy half where Astralis really pulled the wool over their eyes with a great T-side. But this is going to require a lot of oomph from MOUZ in this second to come back. And Astralis have wind in their sails right now. This is an excellent game out of Astralis talent.
Do you want to know the funny thing? Their second biggest loss, 16-5 to Lyngby Vikings with Trace as the coach. So there we go. Right, let's go listen into the comms. Let's hear what they're saying.
On top of that. Jumping again. He's playing. Maybe close right. I'm going out.
One rotate to vent for my.
Heaven. Wait. I'm out ramp. Let's swing under heaven.
Two guys
Wait for me.
3, 2, 1. Nothing. Buzzer was ghost. She's probably city. Close here. Maybe. Heaven 1.
Why is doors? One is doors only.
You're up heaven.
They're gonna
top part and Tetris. Top part still fighting.
Just wait.
And default. City.
Oh my god.
Nice. 1v3, John. All 3 were there. Main. City event. Nice try.
Oh, Lordy, we're cooking with gas right now, Harry.
Ooh, I don't want to say it.
Shut up. You don't have to say it, Harry. They're saying it for us, okay? It's not all about you. Sometimes it's about them. Sometimes it's about the players. And bam, they are playing today. 12-4 and a nice little pistol just to kill any hope that MOUZ once had. I've not seen something like it. Trace has, many a time, in fact. That's so funny. That's such a good bit of trivia, Harry.
I know, right? Mate, the worst loss they've ever suffered actually on Nuke, if you're curious about that, was the Furia. So, like, legitimate
Real
team.
Furia, yeah.
Do you want to know what it was?
What?
16-10. Like, it kind of speaks volumes for how how unexpected the level, to some, how unexpected the level we're getting out of Astralis talent is. You know, like, it is a very different team.
This is so exciting. Let's see this little A rush. There's a shotgun on the roof just to be a real nuisance, and Mr. will do exactly what he needs to. I say that, Shane just double up with a tech, and suddenly 1 health, he's gone, so he's in the site, and he's hit a 1D. Oh, dearie me, Altex, he needs to finish. He's usually the starter, and he can't do it today. Sui will pick up that D ground, and MOUZ, a reason to believe yet again. Let's see if we can have a second win from them.
Hey, you're going to be kicking yourselves. Was it Mr. up on top of Hut with the auto shotgun?
Yep.
Oh, dude, 99 onto the vent player.
Oh.
And really, that ends up being your undoing. Like, if that fight had gone the other way, it was a 1v3 in that A bomb site. You know, like, that is a very, very different round.
Yeah, it's Sui and Shane, the old school duo, to get it done for MOUZ. A couple of pistols, Scout, FAMAS, whatever Astralis could afford in this round as MOUZ run the wall of smokes outside. Walking close to main, and in the meantime, Astralis are walking up secret. Any main split will be spotted at least, and they're going to try and come in, but the Scout's already tagged up one, dropped the bomb as well with 2 shots. MHL stops Vigo. Oh, they're not ready for a second, but he fires off too soon, and now MHL goes back. Very risky. That was the round if he dies there on a plate for Astralis. Instead, they can't hold A. They've only got heaven control, and it's an easy peasy round out of MOUZ once they get that bomb back in main. Oh, that was dangerous for MHL, but he has been feeling it. He's been coming back in, even if the orb hasn't really been a factor. 12-6, and a full eco now for Astralis as MOUZ look to do the impossible.
Yeah, you know, this should be a pretty uneventful round as far as they go. So just a chance to stabilize yourselves a bit, build some of this money that was so important in the first half that you never had on the side of MOUZ NXT. And I mean, like, don't get me wrong, I've been hyping up Astralis the whole time, but it's not out of the realm of possibility that MOUZ could win this. This is a little awkward for Shane. He's kind of missed, like, all these players that have somehow streamed through beneath him in lobby, but it shouldn't matter. Shouldn't ever amount to anything. Mister's like, oh, they're holding T-spawn. And so there he is, dead, delivered on a platter. A play wide open now, and so 7 on the board for MOUZ NXT. Nice and clean. That's exactly what they needed. Last thing you want is for this round to get any messier than it needs to be. And so it won't.
Yeah, everything the round needed to be for MOUZ. And that's fine. That's reassuring. But we need to see guns out for Astralis before we get too far ahead of ourselves. Vessel tapped by Sui. So 7-12, and here's the buy. It's going to lack the AWP. It's going to lack, you know, Molotovs, really, and kits. So Astralis, pretty bare bones for a first buy round. They got 1 incendiary. That's it. But that's fine. They have a bit more breathing room still. Let's compare T-slides. Let's take stock. What's the difference? As MOUZ embark on quick smokes from spawn. Have yet to see a precedent set of Molotovs to stop their utility, so no reason to delay this execute. And they might once again walk through the smokes. Oh no, they're crossing secret this time. Oh, the spam is a bit dangerous. And the bomb's still back in lobby. Shane's even setting up top site util.
Yeah, easy does it on this secret control. It is being accounted for by Fessa. So, you know, the bare minimum have the info. He's holding for a boost up. We'll go back and just look to take the fights. Fessa, that's a wonderful little double to have pulled from nowhere. They swing him together. And mate, that's Xerxes and Sui. That's like two of the heaviest hitters that were alive in the round still for MOUZ NXT, now removed. Suddenly, I'm kind of looking at MHL and I'm saying, mate, like, you've been the guy delivering everything so far out of the 3 remaining players. He's going to have to step up now. Shane holding for this peek out of hell. There's another player in at ramp in Altex, and Vigo can't win that opening fight. Altex will continue fighting and goes on for a double, leaving Astralis Talent 3v1 and just JDC to beat.
Oh, Breeze almost dropped Vent, but he realized his team already have the lower sight. He's heard him. Back out through HUD. Heaven player spotted, and there's just no time to mess around. JDC's getting played with, and Mr. will swing. It's 13-7. It's another impossible clutch to convert. And MOUZ running out of time, running out of chances, at least not running out of money. But Astralis' first full buy holds on and holds strong. Vessel, who's not been, a necessity in this game. He's not, he's been fine. Like, he's not been a liability by any means, but hasn't been up there with the rest of his team. That's a huge, high-impact double kill down lower. If he dies there with nothing, you will start to see Astralis drop Vent, panic rotate to B, and that's when MOUZ's A hit looks a lot better. Running it out. Xerxes already quick behind red. The rest of his team set lobby. And Astralis just use their smokes. Try and buy some time. Make MOUZ make up their mind.
Yeah, they're going to go back to outside very, very late here. There's no red smoke, so Vigo could catch someone moving in, but he's just missed that timing. They're down here now. They're with Vessa. He hears the flash, so he knows they've made it to Secret, but he doesn't know numbers yet. He doesn't really know anything as to what Secret's got in store. There's this boost up over the top. Vessa was holding for it last time, but this time it gets the better of him. And with him dead right away, panic mode sets in for Astralis. They're going to pull Altex down. See what he can do, see if he can hold on, but a swing from Decon could seal his fate. It's pulled the attention away. You lose Breezer back in the lobby, and Altex hops into a site that is overwhelmed by MOUZ NXT. And this should just be a save here for Astralis Talent.
Yeah, that's awkward for Altex. I feel like he felt desperate to stop the plant, but he missed the timing anyway. He couldn't have. It would have been nice to see him hold on for a second. However, with that plant, what that says is MOUZ aren't even playing the bomb site. They're going back to double door, and they're playing it from inside Secret. So at that point, you feel like you've got to put a stop to it, or you'll just be left alone in the B site. Not the end of the world. Felt like he could have won the round there as he just got behind cover before the Decon player saw him. But nonetheless, that's the difference maker, right? When MOUZ get that quick pick in Secret, when Vessel doesn't double up, that's a result. Obviously a very different round. MOUZ had everyone down lower, but they just steamrolled their way into the B site. They know they have timing. Very different situation to the previous round, but is it replicable? Can they keep it up? Astralis have 2 guns in this round, otherwise eco.
Yeah, so what's the game plan for Mr. and Vigo? Heavy ramp set up early. Vigo even getting aggressive outside. Xerxes has no idea.
Yeah.
Oh, the drop! And now Xerxes just going to get him for free. Vigo feeling the pressure, thinks he's found a huge gap in the game plan, but in reality ends up playing into MOUZ NXT's hands. I don't even think they were looking to go outside, but hell, when you get an invitation like that, you're going to take it. They even follow up onto Fessa. And so any chance of getting away with much in this round feels like it's out the window. Mr. still alive with the hero AK, but there's just so much time for MOUZ. They know that there's no pressure on them right now. They can sit back. They can send players out to probe these parts of the map. And with Mr. getting spotted, you know where that AK now resides. This might just trigger the A play.
Yeah, completely avoid it. Run into the Oosps. Oh, he came up vent in time, though, but he won't be able to do anything. And even though they don't check Breezer, 1 kill should be it. Nice clear, and 9-13 is the scoreline. Astralis realize they cannot get ahead of themselves. This is MOUZ NXT after all. There's a reason they're the champions of previous 2 seasons. And that's because they never give up, never go down. Usually not in this position. But they won't let it last long, so it seems. 13-9. But another full buy for Astralis. And maybe even the AWP for Breezer, which has yet to play in to this CT half. Valtex could drop it perhaps. He will. So Breezer armed and deadly. MHL was not able to get value out of his CT AWP. He was, as you said earlier, completely avoided or smoked off. Other than, I think, 1 round in secret. Oh, Vent Boost. Astralis did this a lot in the Gauntlet. Constantly caught teams off guard. But that smoke is very deep. He can't even see Shane yet, so he'll run away. And with that drop, you know there was a double setup. Still strong on this top site, though. MOUZ poke their head outside, but won't be committing yet. Late smokes instead.
And I mean, how you can feel how the winds of change are blowing somewhat, right? This is a very measured Astralis talent. Never really probing. Whenever they have, they've just gotten punished for it, so it's given room outside. Breezer will find an opener, but they managed to get down.
Oh, they're stuck.
Not yet. They're not down the vent yet.
Oh, dear.
Still not down the vent, but they're actually going to go back to A now. They decide, screw it. We got the A opener. We're holding these vent rotates.
I mean, that really implied a B play, and that's exactly what Fessa thought. He spammed his entire mag into the hut wall, and JDC, who was sat in lobby, just went, he just used all his ammo. I'm going to peek him. At that point, doesn't matter the MOUZ can't find the vent. They go, we got a top pick. Let's just double down and commit. One more kill comes from upper, but that is everything. And MOUZ just steamroll over the A site. So, yeah, good mid-rounding. They've changed their mind. The spur of the moment, and it's no problem. Just Breezer saving the AWP. 5-on-4 gained by him. Doesn't matter, though, does it? Life of an AWP on this map sometimes. When you're just getting avoided. And they're coming in to hunt, but they should not find him. No util to get him out. Molly and Nade too far away. And it's going to be 10 rounds for MOUZ. And suddenly you're starting to get a little bit antsy, Harry, as Mirage is the second map of the series. As good as Astralis have looked in this game, it's starting to drip dry where it matters most.
Yeah, they've called in a little pause on the side of Astralis talent. Trace coming in with some words of advice. You've only got the hero AWP to play around here, so hoping that Breezer can offer up something miraculous, or else this is going 11-13, and suddenly, you're 1 full buy away from this being a tie game. Right, you might look at this and think, oh, there's still a 3-round gap. Yeah, it's more like a 1-round gap, really, because you're only going to have all the pieces of the puzzle in this follow-up round. So pressure is starting to mount for Astralis.
Oh, I love that. The run boost outside to get Breezer a quick pick into the main position. He's going to get burnt, though. 2 health. Oh, I honestly, I'd like to maybe even see him throw it over. Probably won't, as, AWPers can be low, still wield that weapon, but damn, he's got no breathing room now. Single bit of util or a stray bullet will end his whole round. Goes back outside, but it's not like MOUZ are going to cross dry. They've already heard the AWP fire off. They know what's in the pocket of Astralis right now, and otherwise it's pretty weak. Just pistols. Mr. waits in the hut. One man on ramp, ready to drop. Oh, that's a shot for Fessa. He might even have a gap through that door smoke as well to confirm that MOUZ are not committing into the A site. It's late smokes outside and lobby's getting taken.
This timing from Mr. is a thing of beauty. He's going to be hot on their heels. And now you know that it is this outside play, right? You can start to bring bodies down lower. Fessa's going to come here. Altex to join him. But they're actually grouping for a late main play. This is a bit of a ruse. Breezer's still here. The AK now retrieved for Mr. back in lobby as well, and he does have armor to back that up. So something to bear in mind as they try to cross in the final 30 seconds.
Oh, 2 guns here. This is a weird off angle as well. Breezer spammed on purpose. They'd expect him to drop ramp to B, and now Astralis, no, like B is so quiet. It has to be top. They're ready to go up vent. Missed shot for Breezer. You don't get many more chances. You don't get any more. And now it's Mr. Back of the bomb site. JDC kills both rotates, and Azertion clears out. Mr. rather at the back of A. That is a clinical round out of MOUZ. It may have been a round that they had no business losing, but there were a lot of ways that could have gone wrong, right? The waterfall where you lose your first player in a hit and it all starts to fall apart. That does not happen for MOUZ. Missed shot for Breezer. Both end players collapsed. And a perfect check from Xerxes. Beautiful reaction from MOUZ, who go right into the stack. But this is that one buy arrow. This is that one round between these two teams to level the playing field.
Yeah, this is your opportunity to keep yourselves in the lead. Oh, the parity match odds getting flipped on a head here. 1.3.
It's like an owl head. 360-degree rotation.
I think it's more like 290, but I don't just be spinning like like The Exorcist.
I don't know. You an owl?
No. But I am a creature of the night.
True.
Here we go. Altex. Oh, he's come alive in the night time. The ramp pole, the thing of beauty.
Wow.
And Breezer there to close it. Just out of nowhere, a flawless round. Now, admittedly, that was a bit of a pace change from MOUZ NXT. If you remember, Astralis had one just like it on their T side when they went for that quick A play just to try and keep, their opponents guessing. MOUZ tries something similar there with a pretty much all-in ramp take, all with the exception of Xerxes outside.
Yeah, just doing something completely different, but it really doesn't look pretty. JDC full white Sui, not to blame either one of them, just awkward. And at that point, second man is dead. You're never going to get out. By that point, Astralis had 3 players on ramp. Are they going to keep it fast? Lots of util into A early, but no commit. Getting a lot of util out of Astralis. They go back to ramp. Dangerous. Breezer's here with the AWP. Fired off into 2 in 1 shot. And Altex is here at Hell. He knows they could be close. And in fact, they are. That's the bomb. So he really can't make a play. If he dies here, it's the round. Molly getting thrown. MHL tries to take the angle. He's sitting in the flames. He still gets the kill on the jiggle. And Breezer's right below. They know. But this is not a pretty situation for MOUZ.
Yeah, not at all. I've got something to say about that collab, but I'll hold off because right now, more important moves are happening here. MOUZ. Oh, no, Breezer.
No.
Trying to go back out to ramp, trying to affirm the idea that they've left it, I guess.
They never saw Sui, technically. He never knew he was out deep. Vessel, his head poked up, and Xerxes sees him from the double doors. Now it's getting awkward. This is all off of Breezer re-aggressing for info. If he just stayed lower, he would have had a whale of a time with his back covered. But not going to happen. And now MHL tries to hold off on an attempt at the retake. If Astralis go for this, it's going to cost them, and they've at least won the opening kill. That will tempt them back in. Nade in a dead angle, so we're giving away nothing. Xerxes tucked in at window as well, and they need to clear dark. They're not on it. They find Xerxes, but he takes the kill, dinked only. So he swings and wins, and MOUZ somehow convert a 3-on-4. They had no business winning that round. I guess Breezer felt the pressure to come back up from ramp because he didn't have lower. Vessel was trying to reclaim that position, but very awkward. I think they must have known Xerxes was in there somewhere.
So, dude, with that collateral, Breezer's second bullet killed a guy in radio.
Really?
That wasn't... Yeah, Sui was up alongside the second man in, I'm pretty sure. Look at it.
Oh,
yeah,
bro.
It's Shane getting caught back in radio as the third guy in. That's why they didn't know about Sui. Breezer thought he got him with the collateral.
Yeah.
So, never
also,
aware.
The Hell player who came in on that rotate and threw the molly that MHL sat in, all he saw was MHL, and then
Look at that,
all he saw was MHL. Like, Sui knew he was there the whole time. He commed it to MHL, but they never knew the other way around. And so the logic for Breezer is, I technically have a one-on-one here via an AWP that is low. That's why he had pistol out. MHL sat in the molly for like 10 ticks. And so, it looks silly, but Breezer just never had the info that Sui was so deep on ramp. So it's a very awkward round to lose for Astralis, but they have a bit more money still. Oh, this one's getting tense. makes it.
Yeah, just about manages to get into secret. Not spotted, they don't know about him. If you're able to beat Xerxen outside, that is like so much room created, because he's always being annoying, like much akin to Fessa on the T side. You know, he's always keeping you guessing as to what sort of crazy timings he's hit, how much room he's found. And so that's why we have Vigo here early, to try and deal with that information problem outside when these smokes go over, which looks like it's about to happen right now.
Very late smokes at a minute. But the man behind enemy lines, or so you could believe. Does Xerxen want a molly secret? Yes. In it goes. That will keep Vigo honest for now, but it's not going to last long enough to stop his interest in information. So up he goes. Meanwhile, MOUZ get ready to pop into A. The Molotov timing is good. Xerxen still hasn't gone down B. Oh, he catches Vigo going up, even if he doesn't get the kill. Now he knows that they know, that MOUZ know that it's not a B play, and it's all up in the air. They're going to try and reaggress back into this top side. They might have to drop vent. It's a lovely call, given the situation, but Fess is going to stop one man going down, and Vigo killed that outside player, JDC deeper than he desired, and that AWP just about makes it 2.
Oh, Oltek's only good for 1. A little 2-on-3 for MOUZ NXT to try and deny 15 to Astralis talent. Breezer not going to get many more chances at that one. Sui manages to evade capture. MHL here with the AWP. Couple of shots missed, and Sui, they don't know about him. They're not ready, and he's playing the trigger discipline. Oh, taken away another, and Breezer is left saving again, having a back out of this one. It's another big advantage for Astralis that they're not able to close out.
That is a killer round for MOUZ. I don't know how they keep doing it, Harry. Last round was a 3-on-4 with you know, Xerxen on the late lurk down secret, and Breezer coming back up from the ramp. Oh, and they even kill the AWP on the save. And that was a 4-on-5, a 3-on-4, a 2-on-3. It was every possible disadvantage for MOUZ in that round. All the trades were coming up Astralis, but a couple of missed shots from Breezer. Not to pin it on one man, but the retake falls apart. Lovely trigger discipline. MHL, he even misses like 2 sitters on the AWP and follows up with a 3rd.
Yeah, I'm a little worried that Breezer might be in his own head somewhat, just because I think he knows that in that round where he gets the collateral at ramp, like, he's the guy who, admittedly, like, as we kind of pointed out, didn't know that they were out at ramp, didn't know there were players there, but hell, man, I don't know, he's looking a little shaken up since that. And I mean, at a scoreline like this, where your opponent's grinding their way back in, you're having to take eco rounds up against this scoreline. Like,
remember, an 11-4 half, and Astralis won the pistol.
Yeah, no wonder, you know, you're a little bit shaken.
This is an incredible comeback for MOUZ. It's not done, but this should be 14 all. If we had anything to go by. Some really nice fake outs. And even though, like, in a lot of these rounds, Astralis have known what's going on. Like, Vigo in secret, he's known what's happening. But I also love how when he kills Xerxen outside, JDC, who dropped vent, and that was calmed by Fessel, that they made it vent, JDC runs to secret. Vigo's like, oh, I'll get my reload off. They're probably going B. No, no, no. JDC ran right for the kill. Very decisive rounds out of MOUZ, even if they're not clean. And this is one where Astralis have just gambled. B is getting cleared out. But actually, I say that. They come back up secret. No one's lower. It's a full top stack. Oh, those tags set up the P250. Breezer could pick it up, but he only... Oh, he still got one. Fair enough to even get that kill there. 1 bullet before he died. Fessel hit a dig as well. But MOUZ in a 3-on-4, consider it done.
Yeah, Sui helps open up, and now the rest of these pistols just getting ripped through. Oltex, even though he's good for the first, still has a 1v1 to win. Gonna try and play time on this. Very little time for Sui. He needs to stick, or he needs to win the fight. He can't do both, and he's going to try and stick it. Run down, Oltex closes it out. That one scavenged AK makes all the difference. He finds 28 kills at the end of that round there, and he does what Astralis haven't been able to do in the last, like, what, 5 rounds of play. This has been unreal. you know, finally puts something up for Astralis, gets them onto 50.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, we've been wrapping up Breeze a little bit in these last couple. That opening kill was so big. We talked about this earlier, like the waterfall effect. When you have a stack like that, especially, you get the first kill, that's how you win those rounds. You lose the AWPer on MOUZ, who could have covered in that cross in the 2-on-1, but no. And unbelievable eco win for Astralis. They weren't forced. That was P250s and Deagles, no Kev. And Altex, who has been the hero of this game, who was the guy on T side, just knocking open the A site round after round. He's the one to shut it down with 3. Vigo kills a lurker outside. This might be it. This might be it happening. MOUZ, they've won plenty of disadvantages before, but it feels difficult. It feels maybe unrealistic. Vigo's trapped out, but Breeza has his cover, and he has the cross stopped onto Sui.
That was the bomb as well.
Yeah, look at it, perched on the box.
That is so rough. That is so rough. Losing the bomb up there, of all places, mate. Like, look, JDC's like, I need to jump to get it.
Oh, wow, that would do, yeah.
A swing and a win. Still more where that came from, though. We can't figure it out. He does manage to get it just by chance, and now he's going to start to make his way up towards heaven. But that bomb is still alone. If that bomb gets dropped in heaven, that is the round. You cannot win. There will not be time. And so JDC, if he dies, the chances of doing anything die with him. JDC up in heaven, does best Fessa. He needed that fight, and he's won it out. Mister will reclaim one. MHL's found another in the meantime. It's a 2-on-2. They just hear Shane drop out of heaven, and they know that MHL was outside, so Altex coming in fast flank. JDC not ready for it. That one's offered up. MHL's now going to come in on the clutch. There's a bit of a gap on this smoke, and he's... the nade! Altex closes it, finishes the game on 30, and Astralis Talent, they pick up a victory here on their map pick at 16-13.
Unbelievable map from Astralis. Not only the fact that they looked incredible on the T side, run it back to the first half, they were in full control of that game, but then we actually had like MOUZ, what they're known for, these incredible, they long it out. I say comebacks, they're not often in those positions, but like they looked like they were ready to win that game themselves. They pull it all the way back to double digits, and then still, it's a full eco win at 14-13 to knock out MOUZ, and Altex had the game of life, Harry. The game that we've not seen from this guy, considering like he's looked good, but he's never been the guy that we've relied on, especially on those T sides, to be coming in with double, triple entries every single round like he was there. So I don't know what we just saw. That was an incredible game for Astralis. I still think they're going to be hard pressed on Mirage, safe to say, but we'll also see what our analysts think as we throw it over to them.
Nice! Fist bombs go to the teammates.
I wanna hear your go, go, go. I wanna see you falling fast. Win the round. Win the game.
Pretty much. They play, you win.
The wins keep on coming for Astralis Talent, and they do it on their map pick of Nuke. It was a great opening first half from them, but we started to kind of see that maybe the Cinderella story was going to fall apart, like, oh, you came so close to the MOUZ coming back into it, but they held their nerve, they got it done, and they did it off the back of that, like, pistol round, right? Where MOUZ just found themselves falling for the trap of that A site. solid stuff. I will say I'm impressed, and well, none of us were saying that Astralis Talent were going to be in this situation at all.
No, definitely not. So again, kudos to Astralis Talent. Also, you have to give a massive pat on the back to Altex, who pretty much started off this match. There's one reason why Astralis has the first half that they do, and that's off of the back of Altex and to a lesser extent Fezer, because they were just complete nuisances. Altex went literally perfect through the first half in terms of opening duels, and he took a lot of them as well. Fezer had a little bit more of a, I guess, mixed result, but still doing his part in terms of just finding openings that were, potentially traded and so on for Astralis checks to move forward on the map. And a lot of the MOUZ NXT team, I suppose, just didn't really look quite turned on, especially towards the inner bomb site. Just kept getting caught off, kept getting abused time and time again. So that's all down to the credit of Astralis Talent. And I think Trace has probably had a pretty big say in terms of how they're going to approach that T-half. And I think it's kind of evident as well when you see that well of a structured T-half into a little bit more chaotic CT side, to put it that way.
Well, yeah, what was a really good sign for Astralis Talent in this game wasn't the fact that they had such a great T side, because I actually thought that it was possible that they could put something together, given especially what they did to Young Ninjas in the last chance portion of this tournament. It's just that the way they did it was so much, it was a little bit more individual focus, where they were able to kind of manipulate the game state, put players in some uncomfortable positions, and then convert a couple 3v3, 4v4 type of scenarios where it was actually MOUZ NXT that force their own hand. They actually made them so uncomfortable, that Astralis made MOUZ so uncomfortable that MOUZ actually made a couple errors, and that's something that you don't always get out of MOUZ, for them to be in a position where they don't know what the initiative is, and that we saw a MOUZ NXT that were on their heels for a lot of this game, and that's something that very few teams can push MOUZ to that point, and Astralis Talent did a good job in terms of not only just getting, I think, those entries which you highlighted well, Ven, but the fact is that they also just threw a nice couple set pieces out there and then stopped a couple times and then just let MOUZ kind of make the mistake.
Yeah, fall for the trap, right?
Yeah.
And I would love if we do get, say Astralis win this, we get the winners and one of the guys, we got to ask him directly, like, how much of this T-side involvement, this setups and stuff is coming out of Trace, because it just doesn't look like the same Astralis we saw, right? We go back to the previous season coming into this improvement is massive. Okay, we're not going to just jump the gun too much. It is just a win on Nuke, right? They've got to go Mirage now. But when you've got Altex playing like that, when you've got individuals that can actually step up now and show that they can fight, this is an Astralis Talent that just looks like there is a serious chance now. But I will say, like we mentioned there with MOUZ, it was some mistakes they don't normally make. And they're on boot camp together, so that does concern me.
Yeah, I think actually the bootcamp element is going to be helpful, though, going like in terms of resetting. The fact that you have all five, so there's not going to be like one moping off to the side and kind of just doing his own thing. Yeah, kind of digging his own grave by himself as they take, the 10 to 15 minute break in between maps. So I think that's going to be helpful. Obviously, we don't know too much in terms of how they're going to sort out the coaching situation, whether or not it's going to be something that if he's going to be integrated enough to be able to actually come with meaningful input that they can implement into the game just yet, I'd say that's probably unlikely. But again, no, they should feel confident, again, knowing that, okay, this is a bit of a stumble. We're still going into two maps that we feel extremely comfortable in. So even if Nuke didn't quite pan out, we know the kind of mistakes that we made. It shouldn't be something that's necessarily going to replicate itself going into Mirage.
Yeah, and what's a good sign for MOUZ NXT here is that they did wake up by the end of the game. I mean, they started coming back there on that T side pretty convincingly. I mean, JDC had a couple moments, MHL even kind of started off a little weirdly, and then he kind of showed some form by the end of it. I mean, Shuhei himself was the top fragger in this game, even though he was kind of making a couple mistakes. So I think that right now, MOUZ NXT are still very confident going into Mirage. They should be, because Altex had a pretty sick game, and that is not something that I feel like can be replicated from him. He's had the best performances I've seen from him throughout all the seasons have always been on Vertigo. This is a very kind of weird situation where maybe the game plan just went very well for Astralis, and I simply just don't believe that Altex can. I'll put it out there. I just don't think he can do this on Mirage. I don't think he can drop 30 kills again. I don't think he'll drop 30 kills again for the rest of the playoffs, honestly. I think that's just such an insane overperformance from him that MOUZ, it's going to return to normalcy. I think we're going to see the JDC B anchor hold's going to pop off. He's not going to look as bad as he did when he was on ramp in this game. This was a weird MOUZ that just felt a little bit out of form, and by half number 2, it was more of what we're used to.
So you're thinking more of the slow start, realistically?
A little bit, but I also think Astralis came out with a really good game plan where some of the set pieces were quite nice from them, honestly.
So when we do go into Mirage, though, right? Okay, a tried and tested map, but obviously not the huge map pick that we see from Astralis going, yeah, this can be great for us. But this is where we need to see MOUZ come back with full force, right? We need to see a full confident team come out.
Yeah, and again, I don't think that's going to be too much of an issue for them to go into the map with that kind of mentality as well, because, again, most played map, highest win percentage. Again, it's a map that they've actually been able to test versus higher caliber opponents as well, and had success with it too. So everything is, in the cards for them to actually just bounce back immediately. And I said, like Maui kind of pointed out, I think if there's anybody dropping 30 frags in the upcoming map, it's going to be one of the MOUZ players.
Now, what would we say though if Astralis do start to come away with like looking better even when it comes to this Mirage?
You just got to give it your hat and give them credit. I mean,
if they do it, we got to just take everything back. If Altix drops 30 again, I'm just gonna like bow down to this guy. I mean, if he came out of the player break and is actually this hot, or I mean, not the player, or I guess the academy player break between the groups and this, then really whatever he did, I need to know his training regimen. That's what I need to know at that point, because I need some more data that is gonna feed the narratives that I'm gonna propel forward. Because if Altix is suddenly a rifle star, okay, then this tournament is Astralis for the taking. And I think that's going to make one guy really happy, because Harry's been just on Astralis the entire time. He predicted them for every single last chance game, even though Pimp and I were against them the entire time. And I think that really it's going to be just the prep that we saw, or the difference we saw from the group stage to the last chance was already immense. And so if they can even improve from the last chance to this, then honestly, Trace and Breezer just deserve all this credit, because this team is somehow just they're changing my mind with every single series, and I still keep predicting against them, honestly. I don't know.
I guess like one thing is that this is the first time we're ever going to see an Astralis talent with confidence.
Yes.
Weirdly enough, like we're in season 3, you'd expect them to have some highlights or some positive moments, but by and large, it's been pretty grim if you've been an Astralis talent player, as shown by basically the Road 2 video that we saw initially. So this could be like a team that finally starts to believe in themselves. And I know it's like very cliche and it's kind of hard to fully like get a grasp of, because it's such a arbitrary thing to talk about. But confidence is key. As easy as that. And if you actually believe that you can take duels and win them, then yeah, that's going to take you a long way in terms of actually standing a chance, even if you're going up against better opponents or people, or what opponents are perceived better than you at the very least. So it could be like a new look Astralis in that sense. That's just kind of me grasping at straws, though, because I think we're getting it.
I want to take the flip side of it then, though, actually, that MOUZ, they might have lost some confidence a little bit, and that's so essential on a map like Mirage, where you need that Palace player to swing out sometimes to find an opening on the A site. You need JDC towards B apartments to get aggressive sometimes on his own to open things up. On a map where they probably picked it because they thought they were the better individuals, Astralis just kind of shut them up right there. Altix in particular, I mean, there's been duels where MOUZ NXT players are losing them to Astralis talent players. I can't believe I'm saying that after what happened in Season 1, Season 2, even the group stage of this season, but it's happening right before our eyes.
Yeah, this is the world we're living in. This is reality we're
the reality
right now. And I will say, right, okay, the nuke was impressive, did certainly get scary, got close, but in terms of a team that is experienced and know what's going on here, MOUZ should be looking very comfortable. Right, look at this. 2 games for Astralis talent on Mirage, right? Now, I remember there's games where, even though they were playing against Navi Jr. last season on it, they would be looking like, okay, we can have a bit of a fight in there. So an improved Astralis, there's no world where I'm saying it's impossible, but this should be just us going to a third, right? Do we expect it to be a similar style of what we just saw, though, in the Big and Spirit game? Do you think it's like a MOUZ needs to come out with that kind of dominant performance?
I kind of have that inkling. It does feel that way, that this is going to be the a response from MOUZ in that sense. They're not just going to eke out a win on their own map pick and then take it to a third and kind of just barely make it through to an upper bracket finals. This is going to be them showcasing that we come into this game as a favorite, and this is why that is the case. Like we're legitimately just better than Astralis talent. And I think that's on their mind, and that's what they're going to try to do.
I made the prediction before map number 1 that on Mirage, I don't think Astralis talent are getting double digits. I'm sticking with that prediction, James.
Okay, so you're still riding that. I like it. So they obviously didn't do that good a job for you to be convinced to change that side of things.
That still got kind of hairy at the end. It got close.
It did get close as well. And it's what you guys touched on. It's like, okay, you can have this beautifully planned out T side, right? You can have all the strategies there, but a CT side is still going to rely on the individuals, you know, the quick communications, getting some rotations and trades going in. Do we think that there's any chance CT side starting Mirage, which could be beneficial for Astralis?
Beneficial? Yeah, I mean, yeah, in the sense that it's theoretically the easier side, but again, it could also be, you know, the bane of your existence. You get off to a rocky start. We saw it with Spirit on an overpass, right? You don't actually have the margins going your way, and it keeps tipping over the opposite way. Now you're screwed economically, and it just kind of snowballs out of that from that point on. So that's my biggest fear for Astralis right now. If they can get off to a good start, yeah, they can put up a good fight. Maybe they'll get to double digits, but outside of that, I just see this being MOUZ Sports kind of correcting their wrongs.
I feel like for MOUZ Sports right now as well, we have to touch on the fact that the coach situation is not there, right?
Yeah.
Cyclone, whenever you would speak to these players, his impact was huge for them, especially when we came to the LAN events.
Yeah, Exertion actually talked about it in a post-game interview that everybody's individual performances, at least how he feels on MOUZ, are a little bit worse this time around because they don't have that extra voice behind them that's viewing everything with a bird's eye view. And so they have to come up with the ideas themselves. And if things get hairy for themselves, it'll take a hit on everybody's performance because everybody's brains are churning. They're chugging away and trying to figure out what's the answer for the next round, which inevitably will make your mechanical performance a little bit worse here and there. So that is a concern. And Exertion, even the HLTV interview recently, kind of said there's a lot of eyes on us. They're starting to feel that pressure. And I mean, this is a time when they need to be able to fight themselves out of a corner and just punch right back at Astralis.
And that's actually a really good point, right? Because there is now pressure when you've done it twice. Okay, first time was impressive. Second time we're going, okay. And now we put them on this pedestal where it's like, you are better than your main team and you're further ahead than all these other academy teams. But you have to keep showing it. And what's the hardest thing to do? Stay on top. Got faith in them still?
I mean, I've got faith. I think there's going to be a 3-mapper, and I think we're going to see MOUZ face off versus Big later on.
Oh, all the way. Well, yeah, I'll take that too. I'm taking that too. That's not a big shocker.
Yeah.
It is all of our predictions as well, boys.
Yes, it is.
We're just agreeing with ourselves.
I mean, to be fair, it is the upper bracket finals as well, if MOUZ were to win here, so we're not going that far ahead in time.
Yeah, I'm gonna call out Harry. It's not happening. It's not happening, Harry. He's across the room right now.
Well, let's find out what they think of it. You know, it's time for us to get into our second map. It's time for us to see how Mirage is going to go down. And well, Hugo, is Harry just insane when it comes to this, or has he made you believe in Astralis as well?
Is Harry insane, James? Is Harry insane? Are you really asking me that question? We all know that Harry's insane, but that's fine. That's fine. Sometimes madness is beauty. Sometimes madness is the answer. And so far, he's been right. He did call Astralis the entire way through the gauntlet. And you can't argue with the results, Harry.
I mean, they all, Pimp laughed at me that one time when I said it. Maui's now throwing me under the bus. It's fine, dude. I'm on the Astralis train alone, apparently, and it's going to run them all down. And I'm a big fan of that.
Choo-choo indeed. Now, I'm still sitting in the camp of reality. I want to believe that MOUZ can come back. I hope their feathers aren't too ruffled in this series.
What is your prediction, MOUZ?
I'm going to call MOUZ 2-1. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I think it makes your victory even better if the whole world is against you. If I agree with you, if I jump on the bandwagon now, it's kind of weak, isn't it? It's kind of weak will.
Yeah.
I'm going to sit where I believe. I'm going to sit and say that MOUZ should win this tournament. All of that being said, what the hell is going on? This is incredible for Astralis. Like Maui said, if we suddenly have Altex coming in as this star rifler in this team, what's going on? This is not the guy that we've been looking to be the saving grace for Astralis throughout these series. So it's super impressive to get to this point, but the longevity going into MOUZ's go-to map and Mirage, I don't want to call it. I'm not as bold as you.
All right. Yeah, I mean, it's fine. I get it. Maui will, by the way, if Astralis win this, he will have to just do the next death segment in only the sleeveless jacket.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, now I don't
He hasn't agreed to that, but James will make him. Okay. James will make him do it.
Okay. There's a good stake set. There's a good price. The price is right, and the time is right for MOUZ v Astralis as we get into Mirage. Map 2, Astralis map up. Pim's got the bag. No surprise. We miss you, Jacob. Right, Mirage map 2. Of course, it's Vertigo to close. You know, that alone, Harry, we go to map 3. I don't, maybe I'm getting ahead of myself. Maybe Astralis are 2-0, but you know, that was not a pretty map for them in, you know, the regular season. In those typical BO1s. It's one that MOUZ have had no problem leaning into, so... Mirage, I think if anything, MOUZ being on the T side here might be of benefit to them. Extremely capable T-sided team, as we just saw on Nuke, pulling it all the way back, but still falling short right at the bitter end. That's if they start T-side. Of course, it's Astralis' choice. They might want to go T-side themselves, but you don't see that very often.
Yeah, you know, I will say as well, when you kind of look at Mirage, something that makes me a little bit nervous here is that it's not one that we've ever really seen Astralis talent be like super keen on playing. It's one that is the home map for MOUZ NXT. Also, you say the main team, obviously.
Until now.
In the brand new
Yeah.
They love
you know that I knew that.
No, I know you know.
I casted all those Astralis games with you.
But what I was going to say is, on top of that, Trace in the previous team of Ecstatic, they also famously did not like this map very much at all. So, you know, he's had problems making it click once before. You know, how much demo watching, how much stuff can you scrub through to reinvent the wheel here on this map? That's kind of the big worry for me, right? It's one where even in terms of anti-strat, like, it's a very hard map to actually anti-strat on because...
Oh no, they play both bomb sites in the middle. What are we going to do with that information?
Yeah, exactly, right? It's like, you know, all Mirage rounds feel pretty similar as is, and it's not like, you know, you're going to come up with some mind-blowing, oh, remember when they played 2 mid? Like, you know, I mean...
And also, it's a map that you're going to be changing setups on frequently as well. Like, do we play deep A? Do we play retake A? Like, are we taking middle on CT? You know, all these things change on a round-to-round. So, yeah, at the same time, let's see. You know, if there's one thing Astralis talent deserve, it is absolutely the benefit of the doubt at this point. And MOUZ NXT, T-side start, bringing the heat into A, and already kicking the doors down.
Yeah, great opener, and now they're going to try to run down Fessa. Oh, Shane, that's clean.
Pretty.
3 in the round, and the ace will be stolen away, but hell, he'll take it out of the guy. MOUZ, they get themselves a pistol, and they're looking full of beans.
Yeah. What kind of beans?
Like
Green
like Heinz,
beans?
you know, like
Heinz?
from like toast.
Tomato beans.
Well, not from toast, but on toast.
Is that where they grow?
Yeah, on the underside of bread. Look at the odds, by the way. If you want to get that bread, 1.18 to 4.5. And there's also a 100% deposit bonus for your first deposit. There's more information in the banner below. You can read that there as well if reading is in your wheelhouse.
I have a house of wheels. It's just a garage, really. Tires and the likes. Astralis.
That just reminded me that the other day, I was really surprised by this, that you didn't know the word "where's." Like...
Was?
No, but you know what I mean. Like,
whom's?
So I only thought of it because like wheelhouse is kind of like warehouse, and warehouse is a house.
I don't know,
Harry.
We spent a lot of time together. I've never heard you use that word in my life.
I've used it before. Yeah, peddling their wares. You know.
Never. I think you're trolling.
I'm not trolling.
I know it's
you.
a word. I just never. It doesn't get used. It's not a frequent pick. B split. Free as can be. And the round's over.
Yeah, this is a free B type beat. There we go.
Oh, I get it. Yeah, no. Good one. Harry just looked at me with the biggest scowl I've ever seen from the scoundrel. Now, Astralis, the big question for me right now is, are they going to take the silencers off their USPs? It's an Astralis talent classic. It's famed. It's adored. But is the silencer adorned? We'll have to see. I think if they took them off, they might have won the round.
Yeah, it's a bold prediction. I'll give you that. Right, so look, you get this little 2-0, but you're going to get out of the round with an AK and an investment coming in the next. That's pretty nice. Well, I say you're going to get out with the AK. Yeah, they will. They're good. They managed to hold on to it. So now this investment's pretty sweet. I mean, going to be lacking the AWP, obviously. for both teams. That's not going to have to come out till a little bit later. But let's see what Astralis have got up their sleeve. For me, this round is very, very important at getting a vibe for the game. And so I think there's probably no better time to listen into the comms. Let's throw it over to MOUZ NXT.
Flash city once and close once.
I will call, I will call.
Yeah.
Flash close first,
Okay.
Flash.
Flashing.
Watch out mid push as well.
Flashing deep.
I'll see, I will molly triple.
They're fighting mid, I think. Let's go.
Let's go.
I'm with you, Daddy.
He did smoke. He has no info on it. Yeah, he has no info. I can flash when you guys come.
We're in the smoke.
You wanna wait it or I'm hiding outside?
Oh,
yeah, wait it out.
I'm staying anti-flash, Daddy.
Okay, just holding short. Keep waiting. Keep waiting.
I'm holding window.
Yeah. I can flash Django whenever you guys come.
Smoke is fading now. Let's double pick it afterwards.
Yeah.
We're gonna fucking destroy them.
Actually, can you flash jungle now? Let's rush it. Yeah, flash now. I can flash again after. Good. Continue. Good. Boom. Flashing one more now.
One down, root.
And ticket. Ticket underwood. Underwood. There. Nice.
Jungle, 1 HP. I held jungle. Breathe. I'm only jungle. Can you someone take city?
We don't need to. Just plan from it.
Fine, you have everything.
One more con. One more con. Nice.
That was the jungle guy.
I smoked con. City now. What's your flank, please? Can you flash city?
I planned con. I planned for short.
I don't flash from me.
I'm going to play with your camel.
Yeah.
Good.
Can be
Search good positions.
Let's double pick city after this, Milo.
I'm close triple. I'll take ticket.
3, 2, 1.
Yes. Didn't see.
City clear. I'm flashing deep.
Good fucking round. Play our bank. Let's build up a bank and destroy them, man.
I'm saving city.
Oh yeah.
I'll save top mid.
I'm going to jungle.
What a round.
Good
nice fucking call. Good job, boys.
If we communicate like that, whole game is ours. No fucking doubt, alright? Keep it up.
Yep.
I'm in jungle.
Yeah, no top, let's go.
Clear.
Oh, MOUZ are confident. I'm liking the fighting talk. I'm liking the faith. I'm liking the belief. And I think you kind of have to have that, especially after the way the last map went. Keep in mind, even though they lost it, and they lost it to a bit of an awkward, eco win, basically. They got Astralis on 15. They closed it with another clutch. It was still MOUZ making the comeback happen. They were closing that game. So, well, not closing, but closing the gap. So, yeah, there's a good reason they have a lot of faith right now, and that is displayed in the comms, 3-0. Flies back out. Astralis keep a couple of guns. Breezer with the AWP. Oh, he's seen him. But he can't beat him, and they run through the Molotov into this site. It's a bit wild. Trade is in. Good shot for JDC, and Fessor is going to have to do the rest of the work alone on the B site. That's the bomb drop. Vigo's going to use the gap to run out, and they're not ready for him. Swinging out from market, dropping one more. Vigo's found 2, and Shane, who was molly out mid early, is walking late up cat. Vessel will not fall for it. And Astralis will pick it up, hopefully getting that AWP as well off of the balcony. They do. So a huge round to get their full buy on the board. It's going to leave MOUZ with really nothing. They've got 2 players on 7k, so yeah, you buy up full, sure. But you've got to spread the love, share the love.
Yeah, nice to see him get around on the board nice and early, though. And a heavy lean towards B out of the gate for MOUZ NXT. Everybody here. Admittedly, still holding on to top mid from the entrance to the B apartments, but this is looking destined to be a B play. Only 2 in the site here for Astralis Talent, and going to struggle to move anyone around very, very quickly, so you need these guys to hold on, and Vigo doesn't realize they've gotten out. Yeah, that's the round. Those 2 kills, that's all it's going to amount to.
Very clean.
A little awkward for Vigo. I don't know how he didn't hear the guy fall next to him, but maybe comms in a moment like that, right? Yeah, it's all getting a bit hectic as the util's coming over. So it just eludes him. And as mentioned, you can't even give this a go if you're Astralis Talent.
Yeah, that's the lack of the bulk info, right? It's why we saw Breezer AWP at the previous round. You want to have a bit more warning on your B pops. Astralis have none, and we see the result of that. MOUZ just come flying out. Well, they barely take a point of damage in that round, so 5 alive, that saves their money from precipice of devastation. 4-1, but it's fine for Astralis, still rebuying off of the triple save. But already, like rounds like those from MOUZ, we didn't get any of those on Nuke, right? That's just brutal. That just shows MOUZ's experience. They know how they can just lock Astralis out in a few seconds with a clean execute like that. About as clean as their pistol, remember, where they just ran out ramp and did not lose a fight. Astralis got to bite the bullet, quick timeout, try and figure it out. Again, we've always talked about this. It's not been a go-to map for this team at all. God, good aim from our free cam just through the gap. That's not a path. This is done live.
Speaking of doing it live, I want to see Breezer with this mid-spawn get involved right away. You know, he's kind of been hung out to dry in these last few rounds, never really given a chance to get stuck in with this AWP. In this round, he wants that to change. He's going to aggro all the way into top middle. Now, they are accounting for this. They are holding it, and he's going to get double swung here. So the decision to leave, the decision to fall back is nice. He doesn't know it, but that just saved his life.
It's misinfo, though. He's just called mid's clear. They're not even watching it. Fessel's watching under from Con. Breezer could re-peek middle, but is he ready for everyone here? They were going to run boost over his shot, his double scope, but instead it's just a Con peek, and he won't hang around anyway. There is a run boost. That's what they're lining up now. What? Maybe that gets heard. Well, now it definitely will. Fessel is going to hear steps, so luckily all this missed timing for Breezer doesn't actually matter, as Astralis know that MOUZ have taken middle for free with no utility. So MOUZ, time isn't great, 50 seconds, but they've got more than enough options in terms of splits and utility. Altex is, however, closing the door on them. He has a re-smoke. He can win this round right now. The bomb is coming up cap, but this is going to really be a problem for the split of MOUZ. It's coming just down to the short walk. Vessel's realizing now he started to rotate. The penny's dropping for Astralis.
Yeah, Vigo, there's the first kill, and his teammate in the apartment in Altex is able to hold the line. This is a much better B hold out of this little duo, and even though they both fall, there's still numbers leaning towards this side of the map. Fester's got a temporary 1v1. The bomb's still out in the open. They've got to go get it, and there's just so little time at this point. They've got to run in bomb out. They're not ready for the man in the site. MHL, even though he's hit some beautiful shots, still goes down and after time as well to add insult to injury.
Yeah, the problem there is MHL, obviously MOUZ did not realize that Fessa was out in the bomb site after those kills, but the problem there is they're just messing around on short. Like, I think it Shane or Sui? I think it was Shane, who comes out apps, has to go get the bomb on Cat while MHL is throwing util and window to stop the rotate, trying to molly stuff. Like, he needs to come up Cat and get that bomb planted with his teammate. Instead, the apps player has to go all the way back up short and then bring the bomb in. Like, that's the priorities being out of shape for MOUZ there in that round. They did not have the time to dilly-dally and to play with util. And right there, we see the value of actually having the apartments control, right? Previously, Astralis got popped onto B and the double entry won the round. Well, right there, Altex has full B info. It's better than an AWP on the balcony that gets flashed off and gets warning. He doesn't just have warning. He has the apartments locked out and re-smoked with a second. So, yeah, Astralis, they have so much forewarning on the B play. It's a nice reaction. But now MOUZ go back to the drawing board on a default, taking middle from top and bottom. And leaning AAA. Meanwhile, bait and switch on Balk, which is a nice change-up this time for Astralis, but it doesn't matter, as it will be the A-pop. Breezer blind takes the shot, but he can flash his teammates out of danger as well.
So here's the footsteps, catches the first man out through Con. And even though Sui's managed to get out, he waits to double swing with Vigo. That's a really nice call to have made. Don't even give him the room to do damage there. And so Xerxion's left saving. Not really any other options here. We'd love to just do some damage, right, to keep Astralis talent modest. That one kill, though, might mark really the end of any hope in the round, any hope of doing damage. It is just getting out with an AK. And even then, that could cause you some problems in a sense, in that, you know, the money's going to be a bit pear-shaped for MOUZ NXT. And so Astralis talent with the third in a good spot to do some damage over on this CT side now. It might have been a lovely opening for MOUZ NXT, but at least for the next couple of rounds, a lot of the props are going to go the way of Astralis talent.
Yeah, the double swing is so nice. Vessel knows he just can't die as long as he waits for his teammate. There's no way that the Stairs player can double up. It'd have to be a whiff from Astralis, and that was not going to happen. 4-3, and with Breezer finding his first kill as well in that round off of a blind AWP shot, getting involved now. He had a good game. Like, there were a couple of rounds towards the end of Nuke where it felt easy to pinpoint Breezer with missed shots or misreads, but ultimately he had a very good game. And considering that he's doing a lot of the micro, he's doing a lot of the calling at times. That is, some serious pressure. Let's listen to some of that calling, I think. Let's jump into the Astralis team speak for this round.
Last gun for Benja. Benja må lige sliske. Ja, må du sliske så. Ja.
Fokus på at rotere nu, gutter. Snak sammen. Kom så.
Gud vent den.
Flash over med. Jeg har ikke flere flashes til det.
Vent lidt med mål, eller net.
Jeg har top med her. Jeg låser bare top med.
Net.
Og lige UG.
Går igen lige om lidt. Hop op.
Du kan hoppe.
En top med død.
Fedt.
Der var en mere, ikke mere. Holder den. Jeg låser den også. Bare hold UG.
Må du også lisk.
En op Tetris.
Nej, jeg er
Alex. Er han ude? Jeg er rimelig sikker. Ja, Tetris. Pas på UG nu. Jeg hopper væk her. Jeg kommer til et. Kære UG. Jeg er rimelig sikker.
Jeg kan smoke B op for dig, Alex.
Ja, han er
bare ude. Læs ud gennem min bold.
Alene.
Nej, to. Ikke dø, Frederik.
To.
Jeg kommer til at hoppe. Jeg flasher højt over dig her, Frederik.
En pal. Nuben. Gutter, vi skal back up.
Fokus lysk. Alex, du skal ind og hjælpe.
Jeg kommer med, Frank.
Nuben. Kan du muller til Nuben?
Nej.
Jeg er med dig nu, Frank.
Nuben,
peek. Holder ham.
Venstre, Alex.
Ja, to.
Tæt venstre. Blander.
Tæt venstre.
Sådan. Jeg holder mig bare i liv der.
Oh, the hype's doubling back. It's not just MOUZ who have faith. Astralis getting loud in the comms as well. And, map 2 winner on parity match odds. Still favored for MOUZ as they should be, but it's competitive out of the gate, and that much is reassuring. No AWP in this one. Lacking the money. Obviously talking about being skew if anyway. Xerxion's not even got a helmet, let alone utility. So far from perfect here for MOUZ, but if 4 people have enough to buy, then so do 5. Little flash to get players out under. Con's going to have to back out. Oh, window boost as well. No one's in position to stop this. I'm going to turn around in jungle. Festus having a look. Spam could be good, but Xerxion's just holding for ladder. This is a very precarious position. Altic's walking in, and he's right behind him. Insane position. No way. Oh, the turn. He had to take the shot. I'm glad he didn't pull knife there. Imagine. The longer you hold that, the less it's going to be considered, but still Xerxion turned around. Now it's just a forced B-pop, and Breezer's AWP is good for the first.
Yeah, even mollying under window, just trying to get a bit of further warning as to whether or not they've gotten in, slow them down, and slow them down. He has. Beautiful hold here in at the B site, and there's the cleanup. Astralis talent up onto 5 and 4 alive at that. Now they're in the lead. Now they're amassing money. You're breaking the economy of MOUZ NXT. This is right where Astralis want to be, Hugo.
Suddenly your prediction ain't looking all so crazy. Like, to do it on Mirage, though, would be unbelievable. Like, Nuke was a go-to for Astralis once they hit BO3s. It's just like Mirage they've never played. It's been one that MOUZ have been obsessed with. The other side of things is, Harry, because we've had 2 weeks, everyone's known who they're going to play. You know, if you're Astralis, what the veto is going to look like. You know that MOUZ would pick this map. They always pick this map. And so, in essence, you could prepare for it. And even though the officials haven't been there for Astralis, and they've probably still been banning it rather, they might have just been keeping this in the pocket for later, because knocking down the big dogs to the lower bracket in the first round would, you know, just be huge for Astralis to make a run here, to maybe even win this whole season. Of course, they would likely have to play MOUZ twice, or, of course, if not the winner of whoever else managed to take them down. But that list isn't very big anyway. Maybe that trace kryptonite you were talking about is once again in the air. A lot of room taken, but it's been given. Mister's playing passive in CT and MOUZ. They clear window, but they won't go any further. Just going to try and split A. Bomb in Palace is a problem with Breezer here. There's flashes, but they're on the Palace player. So JDC going to swing. Oh, he gets knocked out. Down low, Mister swings to do a double in. And Sui planting. He's trying to pick the only spot he can. He's got a bit of cover, and they won't be able to spam him, but they'll just hunt down the final player, and it's a nice, easy 6th round.
So something I think that's kind of interesting is I went and had a little look at the vetoes for Astralis talent in like the like Malta Vibes event that I spoke about that they played in. They never got rid of Mirage. They would always leave it in all the way through the veto. I'm talking, you know, like to the very, very end. It would always be their opponent, you know, not taking us there. I think that's even kind of interesting because this really isn't one that they've expressed like a big interest in playing. But the fact that in other tournaments, you know, while we were on the break from the league, the Academy League, it's like they were showing a willingness to play it. They weren't even second banning it. So, yeah, you know, I think this idea that some work's gone in behind the scenes isn't too far off the mark.
Yeah, it's also one that Trace can, you know, sit back on. It's been in the map pool long enough. One form or the other. It's not like an Ancient or a Vertigo that he, you know, wasn't playing pro when these maps existed. And so he's at least got plenty of experience to pull back into that. 4-on-4, but look at the room that MOUZ have in this round. MHL's up cat. And for that alone, it's going to draw the bomb back through the B apartments. Can't seem to find this B player who is tucked in on Balk. Altex, oh, he just dodges it. No one saw anything there. Staring at the catwalk. Now with that smoke, he's been given a bit more room to play. Vigo's waiting for the wrap round. Him running away. Is that going to be the call for Xerxes to go? Doesn't want to be that first contact, though. The bomb's alone in apps, and with 2 players leaning apps side, this is very dangerous. JDC cannot die first, or that is the round. They're going to bail. Back down under. With Xerxes in window, they don't like what they see.
Yeah, I think him hearing that rotate away has probably given you the idea that someone else from the A site has now been left responsible for this player in window. The bomb's dropped up in con, so you see that it was going to be this A play, meaning Breezer's back on the angle in time, but the flash is good. Are they ready for the ramp, man? This fly in the ointment. Oh, swinging out. Sui gets the better of him. And that late adjustment back into the A play after they hear the staggered rotate towards B is brilliant. Altex all alone. 2 players ready to face him on this CT peak. Should be a dead man, and there he is. 5 on the board, MOUZ NXT. Great recovery, great way to find a round. And it's all on the back of, you know, Xerxes really getting that info, getting that opener up through con.
Just enough info. It wasn't even, like you said, it wasn't even like massive info, like, oh, they fully left A, or that wasn't even necessarily an A player. They were just leaning 2-2. But it's enough. You take what you can get in that position. And good check from Sui on ramp as well. The one guy who could have made that round very weird and slipped out into the planter. And they get denied. Ooh, dropping under is Fessor in this round. It's naughty. Ooh, 2 out top middle. Breezer will not hang around. They're getting awfully close. Meanwhile, Fessor's re-aggressed and JDC not holding for this. Freebie going to take the space as well. You can see that JDC was holding default. He wasn't, you know, playing for a BXX, so Fessor knows he has his escape route, but he won't take it. He'll double back to try and stop the mid play. Come and help out his team in A eventually. And there they are. MHL does drop him out under with the orb. Zersh runs the smoke from stairs, and he's dead. Breezer has cover for his site player from CT. He's often been found in the spawn with the orb, and that might send MOUZ back into B.
All the way through the B site, mate. He's got it on lock. This bomb on MHL going to take a safe path of rotation all the way back through the apartments, I imagine.
Oh, I didn't see him.
Vigo doesn't know. And now the penny's going to drop, but very, very late, you know, like, you can still get ahead of this. The bomb's going to take a long old while to get there, and so temporarily, you've got this 2v1 in the site, but now, with Sui winning another gunfight, another head-to-head going his way, and Breezer missing the short jump, I mean, that was like real frustration there. Every second counts at a time like this, and that's wasted precious time. Breezer late from Cat, bomb now going down, and he has managed to get himself out. Sui is now on the angle, and that's going to hang out MHL to dry. They thought it was clear, but it wasn't. Now, we never knew about Sui tucked in at bench, and with him getting out through short, you know, we shouldn't be ready for this. If he's thinking like someone should have been on the angle, he runs him straight down, but still Sui holds the line. 3 kills from this guy. And it's going to find a 6th for MOUZ NXT, not only cooking up ideas in the kitchen, but also winning clutches there as well.
Yeah, that was a sick reposition for Sui, just to get in through B, find the gap after they spotted a double A hold in that 3-on-3. And on top of that, he even goes one step further. He goes back to clear out apartments. He's seen players take that deep in the past and wanted to make sure the red carpet was rolled out for his AWPer to get into B safely. And yeah, Breezer misses the timing jumping up Cat. If he hit it, he might have been able to stop MHL getting to the site. But he still got a pretty favorable one when MOUZ stopped looking at short. Even so, it's not enough to win the 1v1. Sui holds it down. 6-6. With just pistols now, it's rounds Astralis have won. They did win on Nuke, but on Mirage, a lot more difficult to get it going. You often see full stacks are avoided on this map. A lot more easy to gauge whether a bomb site is stacked than, say, Nuke, for example.
I think in that last round, you're going to be kicking yourselves a bit if you're Astralis talent. Like, that was just a real over-rotation, you know? Like, on the back of clearing out the apartments and getting the info that B looked clear, they all in the A bomb site just because a couple of smokes went over and players were pushing with it. You know, rounds like that, they really feel bitter because you were set up, what, 4-on-2, I'm pretty sure, before that started to spiral out of control. Missed up. Waiting for Shane, however, he's pre-firing deep, and Shane is right there on the angle, has his number. Dead at ramp is Breezer, and the A site now looking to belong to MOUZ NXT.
Yeah, big flank. CT rotates, but none of these should make a damn difference. Smokes are in, and MOUZ have cut Astralis out of this round. JDC going to clear it. Jumping the corner, traded, and the mid flank is at least dropped by Fessor, but 1v3, okay. Don't give him the fights. Do not give this guy the fights. He's got an AK out now. Good flashbang. The one tap, it's optimistic. It will not connect. Shane waits to swing off of default. MHL tucked in on ramp. Going to go up and over the stairs. MHL not on this angle, but he doesn't see him either. Fessor knows there's a guy default throwing utility, just dumping nades, and MHL hits the headshot on the cross. He has looked really good on Mirage. That's been one key piece about MOUZ when we saw in the regular stage and even the gauntlet. Well, not the gauntlet, but the regular stage. We worried about the AWPing presence, about whether MHL would live up to Torshi. He certainly looks to. He looks really, really good. And this seems to be such a comfortable map for him as well, which is so important considering how often MOUZ pick into it. Guy fit in very quick. I think he even 30 bombed his first game on Mirage. Something insane.
That's a very deep ramp molly. It's not going to deter him. He doesn't do enough damage to anyone swinging out. Doesn't do any damage. Already at the stairs. Oh, will get dealt with by Fessor. Shane tries his hand at a very optimistic peak, and this is a 4-on-2. Like, this has gotten out of hand before. Astralis talent cannot afford to let that happen again now. Fessor just wanting to stay alive. In at the stairs, MHL tries his best to find him. Sui, that's a lovely double up, but up and over goes Vigo to get that back under control. And it's 7-7, all tied up. Next round decides who closes out this first half with a slight advantage. And it's looking good for Astralis Talent to be the ones to manage that. The money's in a really rough spot for MOUZ NXT. Even though they're going to have guns on some of these guys, it is still going to have a fair few limitations.
Yeah, it's still a very nice T-side for MOUZ. They're going to be happy with that, but at the same time, it's competitive, and that's a bit of a shocker. As good as Astralis looked on Nuke, like this is still more than I thought they would do on CT of Mirage. MOUZ have wrecked many a team here before. Fast out A, it's a quick pop. They don't have the util to long out a full round. They have to do it fast. That bomb's loose on stairs. It's falling into jungle. That is devastating. Look at Astralis now playing the bomb. They smoke deep and they just welcome them in. We're not giving you the package. So he drops off the stairs. Everyone's blind and Viggo jumping in gets a double kill. I don't know quite how he does it, but that will be around for Astralis. Absolute bonkers gameplay. 8-7, and to think Altex hasn't even activated yet. If he can bring anything that he showed us in that first map into this second half on the T side where he was doing his best work, we still have more to see from Astralis. MOUZ NXT, don't get ahead of yourself, boys. It's not done yet.
Yeah, I mean, dude, it's very, very competitive, regardless of how this ends up. I think it's showing so much improvement out of Astralis Talent, right? Things are just looking sleeker, things are looking nicer. And I mean, with sleekness comes speed, Hugo. That's why I think now's a good time to shout out our sponsor, Western Digital, and their new WD Black SSDs. Woo. It's speedy, all right. Only way you keep up with the kind of stuff we're getting in this series right now.
Yeah, my brain's on overload, Harry. Need to put one of them chips in my head. Could not hurt, but yeah, this is still super impressive, and I'm getting more and more worried about my prediction. Pride on the line. But at the same time, to see a team to rival MOUZ NXT, and of all teams, the one roster, I say roster, of course, it's gone through a lot of change, but the one org and one core that has never been able to go higher than 7th and 8th in any season of WoW so far. And here they are, rivaling back-to-back champions, a map up.
Yeah,
up at heart.
This would be like if Furia Academy just showed up and started styling on MOUZ NXT, right? Yeah. That's kind of the realm that this Astralis Talent squad have existed in up until now.
Here we go. T-side pistol, and it's quick, it's decisive, it's right into the A site, but that's where the USPs will sit and shoot. Shame with a double. Now MOUZ can just concede, play the retake. Why not? No kit, however. Full nades on Sui. Oh, and the spam through the smoke, no retake needed, just deny them. Oh dear, was that a lineup, or was he just jumping off the box and getting the info? That could have been how he got away with that. Even so, rounds around, and that's as clean as they come. No, he just knows his angles, just sweaty. Those odds coming back in with a dose of reality.
Yeah, a little full eco B pop maybe. No shame in that. Or maybe an existed style timeout, right, where everyone just sits around and discusses this more important round that's coming up next. Oh, dirty C, bud. Don't want to get glocked. Do not want to get glocked. Going up and over the van. JDC will find the angle eventually and deal with Fessa. This should just be the cleanup now. The only worry was JDC getting dinked, and that's out the window. So, yeah, 9-8. But the buy round's coming in next. It's flawless here for MOUZ NXT. Exactly what we wanted and what they wanted. Build up some money. They're going to need it, as now the guns come through for Astralis Talent.
Yeah, do or die. Want to get going early in the half. No AWP, but that's fine. Let's see what Astralis have planned for us here in this first rifle round.
de skal have.
Ja, jeg lægger lige en smoke til dig.
Strafe, og så kom tæt på kon her, drenge.
Jeg lægger en smoke til dig, hvis du skal smoke et eller andet for dem.
Ja, det er nice. Jeg flasher kon her. Bare list. Nej, jeg flasher kon. Jo, jeg flasher kon.
Mugger ramte.
Vindue. Kort, indad. Vi kan komme ud, løb.
Jeg løber.
Han er balk, han er op balk. Flasher CT her. Flasher nede.
Fedt, jeg smukker lidt i jungle.
Er vi inde på sidste?
BH-spiller.
Jeg planter til kort. Hold korten.
Okay.
Kort.
Nice.
Altex is back, baby. He never left. Look at those entries in middle. 3 MOUZ players fight for it, and all 3 die in a millisecond. Even then, things get sort of weird at A, and Altex runs in off of Con and helps out his teammates stuck on ground.
Oh, dude, this is awkward though. Like, the money buckles immediately for MOUZ NXT. You know, that's the 3rd round buy for you, right? Like, comes out from the tees. If it finds success like that, it makes you worried. See, the odds still in favor of MOUZ NXT. Super one-sided, considering this is still such a close game. Everyone's buying into the MOUZ hype.
There's many more rounds to be played. You know, we haven't seen... That's 1 rifle round, but that was very decisive. Oh, bye-bye. Thanks for coming. Shane's gone. MOUZ getting run down in the A site. Molly hitting their teammates. Was meant to go in jungle. Stairs will do. And Altex wants 2. Ooh, doesn't check the corner though, and that's what you get. Quick flash, turn. Oh no, he didn't turn. Breezer, a little bit blinded. Going to get popped back in at least. Yeah, no one throwing this round away on Astralis. They just tuck in. They know when to cool it off.
Yeah, you want to keep that AK as well, like, you know you're probably not going to win this one, but you'd love to at least get out with the loot, get out with the bag. And so they'll manage that at least, but Astralis are now back in the lead at 10-9. All right.
Good save, though. Just about.
The little jump I thought was really going to screw him. I was like,
risky. Ooh, I don't know how he lived. Why'd they stop shooting? Guess they never knew. But, my goodness. Either way, gun's a gun. And they get it out. Alive. AWP for Breezer continues, and he will be met by MHL. Gonna have his work cut out for him. Let's see this AWP head-to-head. Sui's the one fighting middle for now. Mollied out, though. We'll have to smoke that. They throw some stuff A and mid, but it will be a regroup towards the B apartments. And MOUZ so far haven't read this, haven't realized it's only JDC anchoring down. Often good on his own, but this is a full Astralis attack right now. Everyone in abs. Oh, one guy spotted. Will now start to call for support, but doesn't know the full Monty is round the corner. Good kill on the flash, but surely no more. And this is where it gets hard.
Yeah, nice rotate for Zertian, and he's fighting right away. He's moving in. He's trying to keep a sight presence here for MOUZ NXT. And they're not ready for this. No one is considering it. Oh, Mr. Will flick back round. And that's the round for Astralis Talent. 11-9.
How are
2
they
up
doing
in the
it?
lead now. The money is broken again for MOUZ NXT.
They just don't fall for anything, do they?
Dude, this is wild. Like, 12-9 is pretty much as good as locked in with the money looking this drastic for the Astralis squad.
MOUZ squad.
Yeah, MOUZ squad rather.
Yeah, no.
Astralis, dude, this is starting to feel very, very doable now, right?
This is insane, Harry. This is insane. Like, they're winning everything.
Dude, every round they win as well comes with the benefit of being a 2-for-1, like knock-on effect into the following.
I think it's the way that the rounds have looked, because they've just been so quick. Like, from the first to the last kill, think about the round running into middle, triple kill, it's done. Round into B, triple kill, it's done. Like, these have been so one-sided when Astralis win them. That makes them look better than maybe you would expect. Nice shot, Shane. Nice. Give me some style, baby. But no, out of ammo and run down. It was a good dig at least, but it will mean nothing in the grand scheme. The scheme is grand. The scheme is planned for Astralis as they go up to that aforementioned 12-9. MOUZ save squat.
Ooh, that's nice from Zershan. Yeah. Zershan is just like a pillar of consistency. Ooh, oh my, yeah,
what
now
are you
they
doing?
have a chance. 2v1.
No.
Astralis got a little ahead of themselves here. Thought it was already over, and maybe it's not. They tap it again. They bait the peek out. They were just hoping to make him die to time, like get him on the exit, but not going to happen. It's still 12 for Astralis, but that ends up being way more expensive than it needed to be.
It's a good round for MOUZ. You know, Eco, they weren't meant to win it. Eco, they really weren't meant to win it in a 3-on-4 like that, but a couple of well-placed deagles. Look at how clean these are, but yeah, ultimately, it's still 12-9. Another AWP. But the question for MOUZ is, okay, do we want to fight middle now, or are we going to start leaning into our sights? Because the last time they put 3 in mid, it was an evisceration. And Fessel has a spawn with the AWP. So he's double AWPing right now.
Yeah, they've got to have a game plan behind this. It's got to be something specific. Fessel with a B spawn is going to look for an opening pick. You know, I think it's pretty ballsy to have gone for the double AWP investment right now. Your money's kind of, it was really there. Now it's, you know, it's still fine. You're still looking to invest in the future, but this is certainly a hefty price tag to pull out in this round. And so you need to show us why you've gone for the double AWP here.
I mean, even just having that abs control, we saw the realization kick in for them in the CT side about how important having that hallway is and having the info behind it, just so you don't get B popped. That's one of the things MOUZ are really good at on T side, just dropping into B and winning the round in a few seconds. So Fessel knows it, but no kills being presented. There's 3 strong on B right now for MOUZ. One player leans back, Sui spams Altec's walking stairs through the smoke, and so that's a huge opening kill for MOUZ. 5-on-4, and they keep the triple B, but it might be a double now as Vigo finds Zershan and walks the smoke. Where Altec's died, he will live. And Sui's silence and might poke out, doesn't matter, he swings instead. The volley, Mister, out of ammo, and the spray is a miss from Mister. He's got to do something. He needs help, and no one's here yet.
Yeah, mate, that's ugly. That could have been the round right there, but instead it's gone the other way. Dude, Mister's having a bit of a rough one, and that really does solidify it. Breezer now all alone. Missed shot. Sui, this guy's like made of jelly or something. Shots are just going right through him. Oh again! God. The jelly man is in, and now only Fessel dared to the swing. And there's Sui with the ace to put 10 on the board for MOUZ NXT.
What on earth? That is unbelievable. To think that started with a smoke spamming con. Run that one back. He even wall-banged out the player at the back of the A site here. No info. I mean, he knew he was there. That's it. Somehow lives 3 AWP shots and then just does this. Why not close it?
Everyone, apart from Vigo, had a pop at trying to kill Sui, and no one could do it. That's insane. Okay, all right, MOUZ. That's going to make it a little more interesting now. You know, I think this is where that eco round combined with, you know, the eco round at MOUZ NXT that gets it down to a 1v1, combined with the decision to invest in the double AWP in that round there, this could have cost Astralis their money, and with that, their legs in this second half of play. Things were looking really good. You know, it felt like no matter how many rounds you lose, it's still a little while till they break here. Well, that levity's kind of gone now. You know, like you're staring down at the barrel of an eco round yourself. You've got very little bought with you up into this one in terms of utility. So I am getting somewhat nervous for Astralis talent. MOUZ NXT, they're not messing around. They're not here to get 2-0'd.
Oh, Breezer. A pick into B. This is what Fessler attempted last round. This time it will be presented. They're not ready for another man at car, though. And he locks in a double. Fessler in trouble. Dinked immediately and finished by the pistol with Zershan with 3. Breezer still holding rotates that just are not appearing until 2 of them do. And they don't trade him. They don't take the kill. MHL missed shot follows up. And Mister now said he's having a roughie. Well, this one is no exception. He's in a 1v3. Would be despicable, but it's never going to happen. 4 in the round for Zershan. Inspired by Sui's ace in the previous. What a beautiful B-hold. It had to happen. But if anything, killing the Apps player there sells it so hard. Did Zershan boost him into Apps? I'd imagine that's why he was so close and why that player was up on Balk so quick, maybe. But yeah, that's not something that Astralis considered. And yeah, you talk about the money. Well, there it is. In your face, being a problem. Yeah, he did boost him up. So this is it. This is an equalizer for MOUZ, you would presume. with 4 Glocks.
I mean, dude, something else that's kind of like terrifying is that Astralis, even on maps they're winning dominantly, have problems closing them out, right? And I think Nuke was a very good example of that, right? You 11-4 the half, you win pistol. It feels like, you know, how on earth does this get close? Well, it still got close, didn't it? And so here, you're working with far smaller margins, and I think occasionally you almost get a sense of Astralis having that urge to just want to end a round as fast as they can for the sake of ending the round. And this could get really weird. There's no one in B. The bomb also isn't in B, though, so it goes both ways.
Pushed under. They're going to kill the bomb. Shui's won the round. I mean, that was super awkward. Breeze was like tucked in top middle. This is a done round, by the way. Don't even care. Don't even trip, dog. Like, it's over. Bye-bye. Yeah, Breezer was tucked top middle, and like he swung to run away to get the bomb to Apps because Astralis went, yo, we're out B. Bring the bomb. But MOUZ walked up top mid, and I love that realization for Sui, who's just got such a good head on his shoulders right now, you know, leading this team and in the kills as well. It's, you know, he realizes, okay, the bomb, it's been picked up.
It's going to be late,
yeah,
right?
It's going to be late. I can stop it if I just run under with my knife out, and he does exactly that. Kills the bomb on the late lurk, and then even though Astralis have B, they have to fight. Otherwise, they probably tuck in a little more and they play safe, but they just don't have the package to do that. Good little trigonometry on the window nade for Sui. He's got it all. He's a man of many talents. Mechanically gifted are MOUZ, but can they keep this one going?
Well, they're trickling into middle on the side of Astralis talent. However, every avenue is smoked. That worked great to get them the control, at least in middle, but to get the avenues attached to it, they are going to have to fight every step of the way. No angle is safe right now. No angle is clear. And they don't even have util to like replenish this window smoke or block the short angle. So they're at the full mercy of peaks from MOUZ. There's MHL's AWP finding itself a double, ringing out from CT. He is getting crept up on by Breezer. However, he looks very aware of this. And MHL's now having a round as well. JDC even chiming in with another, and only Mr. left standing, even though he's good for the first. He's getting double swung, he's trapped, he's out on an island. And MOUZ took the last boat out of there, 13-12, up in the lead, stealing it right back from Astralis talent. And mate, like, these last few rounds have just featured like one player going huge on MOUZ NXT to make the difference. It started with the ace from Sui. Then we had the 4K from Xerxan. Then we had the bomb denial from Sui and his multi-kill round again. Now it's MHL from CT popping off with, I think that was 4?
3.
3.
Yes.
Yeah, crazy scenes, man. It is just like, suddenly the individuals have gone, wait.
We're better.
Wait, we're really good.
Yeah, no, it's a good time to wake up, right? Like, this is still a BO3 after all. Okay, no. Not like this. Not this round of all rounds. It's the pistols out, and they're getting weird. MHL, the deceiver, the receiver, not letting them get deeper into the A site. It's a default plant.
That's
going to limit them, yeah.
They were all set up at ramp, but there's no way to plant that open.
You just have to fight.
Yeah, you're going to have to look for these engagements.
On the bright side, MOUZ are full with utility. They might be trying to throw some at this. That could get problematic if they're caught with nades out. JDC's got the AWP. He's traded Fessor. Vigo thinks he's safe from CT. He is not. He has to flick, and he cannot. It's only Breezer with that default plant, and JDC out-deegs him in this round. A few more seconds could have done it, but MOUZ managed to slip the net and find a 14th.
Dude, that's such an unfortunate reposition out of Vigo. Like, he just never saw anyone come in CT at any point, never heard anything, and so he's like, it sounds like they're all con and jungle. That's fine. You know, he makes that decision to get out of there, doesn't want to risk getting spammed, doesn't want to get mollied. There's a multitude of reasons why you don't want to be stuck at Firebox, but it hangs him out to dry in that 1v1 versus Xerxan. And so that's MOUZ NXT up onto 14. The extra cash is at least appreciated by Astralis talent, right? Lets them come in here with all the bells and whistles on this bike. Up in the hands of Vigo. That's interesting. That must be spawn-based, right? Where is he?
He's getting boosted ramp.
Ah, yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Now he's going to go looking for Breezer to give that back.
Yep, nothing wrong with that. Go for the pick. Not the riskiest fight either. You rarely see the AWP take that on the CT side. And a rifle would probably lose it. Breezer getting run boosted out mid. Style points, I'll give him that. That's just cocky. Altex doesn't know JDC is very deep right now. This could be a problem. If not for him, then for Vigo. Oh, but JD's... It's a short split. It is that B play. Shane is dead in middle. Vigo, or Altex rather, does get cleared by JDC, who is still trapped. Keep in mind, he won't be able to escape. Vigo stops him. So he's dropping under to flank this B play. He knows the bomb is alone right now with the other player in middle. No, he's not middle. Vessel's walked through A, pardon me. He somehow slipped right behind MOUZ. And they don't know. The problem is you still got to get this bomb in. Luckily, Vigo has a smoke, but it's all down to where he puts it.
Yeah.
Or whether he puts it.
Dude, this is actually really awkward. Like, the bomb could just get caught crossing, and suddenly Fess's position is meaningless.
Nice.
That smoke in jungle is huge. It's going to force them to go through, but they have no issue going through. Oh, MHL
Massive.
catches him crossing. And this AWP has come alive to rescue MOUZ NXT.
Ramp flank.
Just Fessa, and even though he gets that, he's going to get sidelined, isn't he, by Sui? It's like two individuals are really going... I mean, I say two, three individuals are really going above and beyond the Call of Duty for MOUZ NXT right now. And in these last few, for my money, it has been Sui and MHL making the biggest bulk of the difference. Xertion's been this very, very big safety net over towards B, right? If JDC ever falters in the apartments, don't worry, Xertion's there, he'll put up numbers.
Yeah, something clicked for MOUZ in this second half, and they have just not stopped ever since. Look at that streak at the top of the board. 6 in a row, I think that was. Unbelievable comeback from 12-9. And is there more? One is all they need. Fast out ramp, MHL, he just does not miss right now, except can't see Fessa over the top of that one-way smoke, whether by design or not. I don't think so. I think they just smoked the Molotov and it gave Fessa a nice angle. Still going to be awkward. The nade could be problematic. Shane's wall-banged out a player, and big smiles from the CT spawn, as that's the MOUZ face right now in this 4-on-2, ready to close the map and send us to Vertigo.
Yeah, Mr. and Altex. What can they do? Shane's come through.
Oh, okay.
Does fall at the hands of Mr. ADC is quick to recuperate lost ground, and Altex all alone. 1v3 needed, can't get it over the line. MOUZ NXT, it's a bit of a struggle, but they do get this one over the line eventually, sending us to that third and final map of Vertigo.
Yes, indeed, Harry, yes, indeed. I still really enjoyed that game for Astralis. I'm worried now for them, Harry. The longevity of this series, still Vertigo. It's no massive problem, but like MOUZ suddenly woke up in that game. Like they fired up on the CT side. 7 rounds in a row.
Dude, if MHL can keep this up, like, I mean, he was, it's like from nowhere, he went from being, a bit of a threat, a bit of a nuisance. He had that like 2v4 round with Sui, actually, no less, that ended up coming through with him, like nailing 3 in mid when he had no business doing that. And from that point on, he was an entirely different beast. So if that keeps up on Vertigo, that does make me a little bit nervous for him and Breezer going head to head. But the only way we're going to get our answers is by getting into it. So we'll be back with that in just a moment. Don't go anywhere.
Headshot, nice. These bombs go to the teammates.
I wanna hear your go, go, go. I wanna see you rolling fast. Win the round. Win the game.
Pretty much. They play, you win.
Well, it may be a win for MOUZ NXT, but it certainly wasn't easy. There was a world in where we sat and looked at that screen and thought Astralis Talent were about to 2-0 the potential 3-peat champions. But that 3-peat doesn't seem like it's fully on the cards just yet unless they warm up into it. Now they can save themselves, right, when it comes to Vertigo. But Maui, You said something about double digits, that Astralis not getting them?
Astralis put up a great fight, to be fair. They actually controlled middle for a lot of that game.
Changed your tune, didn't you?
I was shocked. I'm shocked. Color me surprised. But I'll say this, I got another prediction right. Altex didn't drop 30 again. He did have some impact here and there. I will give him some credit. I'm not trying to bash on the kid, okay? But I will say this. MOUZ NXT were forced into a T side that I don't think they necessarily thought they would have to play, where it was a lot of just execute heavy styles. The mid stuff wasn't working out, because actually, look at that. Altex catching a player off in window and actually being pretty impactful on the rotations on top of that. So credit to Astralis for making this competitive. I thought this was going to be a blowout, but MOUZ NXT, they're picking up some steam. They're starting to feel themselves a little bit, and I think that at the end, I mean, Harry and Hugo talked about it already, but MHL, along with Shuhei, they were able to win, what was it, a 2v4? Actually, it started off with that shot right there from MHL. The individual ability from MOUZ NXT was on display, and I think that is exactly why they wanted to pick Mirage here, and it worked out for them.
But only just, right?
Yes.
We got to say, it's not a comfortable scoreline at the end. Yes, it looked a lot better, but MOUZ even got off to a good start on this map, and then it slipped away from them. That's where I've got the issue here, however, because normally when MOUZ have the advantage, that's when they're just running all over it, the confidence is high. They're still not the same old MOUZ we're used to.
No, they don't get into that same kind of esteem, and I think it's partly because you don't get all of the 5 MOUZ NXT players kind of being able to contribute in the same kind of fashion as we've gotten used to. I guess that is a bit of a luxury given to us, the fact that we've seen a team that hasn't had many flaws throughout the first couple of seasons. So it's natural, obviously, for them to have a couple of hiccups as well. But so far in the series, haven't really seen the production that we would like and that we would have expected out of a player like JDC, for instance. So they still have more strings to play off of, but it's definitely making their job a whole lot harder. As a result, right now they are in many ways, even though obviously they're 1-to-1, being bailed out by Suhi in my opinion. Massively. I think he's been fantastic from start to finish. So they need more people to kind of jump on that train. MHL did actually get towards it, or got started working on it towards the end of Mirage as well, which is a good sign for them. But I don't think they came out of this match feeling as good as they had hoped for. Like going into this was meant to be a statement. This is like, okay, Nuke was just a bit of a fluke. Going into Mirage, we're going to set things right, and we can move into Vertigo, and nobody was going to remember this match going further into the tournament. But instead, you're going into this, now you know Vertigo obviously is a map that Astralis talent have been fond of. So, given the fact that you weren't able to necessarily shut them out on a map that they have no business being as close as they were, that could, seep a seed of doubt into your mind if you're MOUZ NXT at this point.
Now, the thing for me, right, I'm not going to go as crazy as good old Harry, but I will say that Astralis talent have certainly impressed me just in this series alone. Not the fact that they just got a map in the first place, right, but that they've made this competitive. It wasn't just like a bit of luck in the draw and you got your map pick running in for it. Obviously, it was close, but they're putting up a good fight against the potential champions, the previous champions, and all that side. But how now are you looking at this after, obviously, you covered all the games where they were running through and you still didn't think they'd win it, and then these 2 maps we've seen here, right? Is this more MOUZ at this moment maybe not playing up to the level we see? Okay, there's some mistakes there, but how are we putting this in like percentage-wise of how much you would say also Astralis are playing better?
Ooh, I think Astralis definitely have improved since the group stage, but what we saw from them from the group stage was a flurry of Vertigo games. And then once they started getting off Vertigo, we started seeing some potential come out of them. But that brings us to that fabled map. And I think that this is where things get a little bit weird for Astralis, where they were clearly improving over time, slowly on Vertigo, but it's a map that they still, in the loss column, have 6 or 7 recently. So this is a pretty scary prospect for them, where they definitely went into this season thinking this was one of their best maps, but now at this point, this is the final boss. This is the real test for them, and they have to see if they can actually learn from all of those failures and finally show that form that you're talking about, James.
Yeah, I mean, I just think that even though they've had losses, I do think there is a benefit to having a map that you've actually had tons of games on, not just in practice. Even though they have been losses, it's something that you have your playbook. And yeah, it might have had mixed results in terms of how much you've won off of it, but again, you'll have a plan, and you'll have a backup plan as well. So there's less of a likelihood of this kind of just completely going off the rails for Astralis. Even if they were to get off to a bad start, they'll still have ideas to come up with. So they're not going to be completely lost at any point in this game, which I think is important just mentally for them to kind of stay in it. And again, kind of build on the confidence that they've started getting from the start of the gauntlet phase and now obviously into the playoffs. So I think that's going to be nice for them to have as a bit of a, not crutch is a bad word to use for it, but again, as a bit of a help to have them keep in it. But you kind of have to assume that MOUZ NXT are going to see more production out of the entire team. As with, because that's been their staple throughout all the seasons so far, and it's been so through the group stages as well. So there's no reason to expect that to just completely fall apart. So I think Astralis needs it, really, because MOUZ will just gradually get more and more into the game.
So it's a timing thing of how it will all work out. But overall, when we look at MOUZ and where they're at as a team in this series, right, okay, not the greatest start, but it did show that they can bleed. You mentioned the Spirit Academy game, right? Now we're looking at this one. Maybe these teams are finally leveling up to be able to catch up with these guys.
It does seem like the playing field is leveling out just a little bit here at the Academy League, that some of the bottom feeders are now starting to reach up a little bit, and some of the teams that were on the top before, I mean, Young Ninjas isn't even here, for example. So these teams that felt unbeatable in Season 1, they've finally, the cracks are there.
And they're cracks that it's been very hard to fill as well, right? Once you start, well, we mentioned, when you're at the very top, and also the difference between competition when you're playing in some of the events with more, I wouldn't say non-academy teams, right? That's probably the best way to put it. And then coming into this, it's a very different style of how it all gets played out. I will say, coming into this, I'm not directly thinking Astralis Talent are going to win it, but I just feel like there's so many confusing moments when we look at these MOUZ Sports rounds that I have lost a bit of confidence.
Yeah, no, again, it's hard to kind of go out there and say, like, yeah, Astralis Center, they're in a favorable position right now. And again, like it seems weird that we're going to keep doubting them because they keep proving us wrong. But again, MOUZ Sports have earned that benefit of the doubt by all means. And at the same time, it is a bit of a thing that Astralis have gone to Vertigo a lot and they haven't been able to quite figure it out yet. If this is the game where they figure it out, then going obviously into the next game that would be against Big, then we'd have to take them, I guess, more seriously if you want to put it that way. Then you can look at them as a team that could potentially beat Big as well and actually get all the way to a grand finals, which would be amazing and an insane turnaround to say the least.
We're looking at the stats here, right, coming into Vertigo, and 5 more games played for Astralis Talent in the last 3 months on it. Like you were mentioning, Mel, yes, it's one they can do, but you look at how the rest of it pans out, it's like massively in favor of MOUZ.
All the stats, I mean, in terms of if you extend the numbers, I mean, like the MOUZ NXT team has proven that over the course of their games, they're just better. They're more like, even some of these stats are against teams that are outside of the Academy League.
Yes.
On top of that, like we can't forget that. Whereas Astralis Talent almost entirely are focusing on this league, and they're not even really a cut above during the group stage. So they have turned some things around. So I actually am a little bit kind of scared of my prediction right now, that I'm like actually worried for MOUZ a little bit, but I just think that Astralis Talent, they kind of showed their true colors a little bit in that Mirage game, where when some of those high pressure rounds are in their faces, when they have to win like a 4v2, for example, they should be winning that every single day of the week, and yet they still find ways to drop them. Like those are the kind of the moments that even if Trace and Breezer came up with a sick game plan, you can't like hold everybody's hand so much so that you can ensure that all of those minor mistakes that these players are privy to make are going to constantly just work in Astralis, or not come into Astralis' favor, or against them, sorry.
We got there in the end, that's the main thing.
Sure.
Now, Vertigo play in general, right? We know in terms of the maps they've played, in terms of how many times they've gone through it all, that's one thing. But for me, we spoke about Mirage being the game where MOUZ Sports needed to make a statement. I don't even think they're going to be able to make a statement on Vertigo.
I think it's going to be a whole lot harder, that's for sure. Again, that's one of the maps that MOUZ NXT, the original lineup with Torzy and everything, they were not afraid to play it. They wouldn't necessarily pick into it in the first couple of seasons.
You didn't really have a choice not to play it.
Yeah, exactly. Everybody else picked into it. But they show that they're definitely mortal on the map, and it's not like when you think about the staples of the map pool that MOUZ NXT has, Vertigo is one of them. That's just not the case. So they're just a solid Vertigo team, and that's really all you can put to it. And again, Astralis that tried to specialize themselves in it. It's definitely been a map. We have seen clear improvements from Season 1. Obviously, different lineups and everything, but even within those lineups that they had for Season 1 and Season 2, there's been improvements from Astralis the entire way on Vertigo. So yeah, I think it's going to be much harder for them to kind of be clear-cut and above Astralis talent on this map, even though they would have a good idea of how Astralis talent likes to play and could potentially, you know, game plan for that. It's just going to be more difficult because I think there's overall more skill in the Astralis talent lineup now than there's ever been before. So, you know, you're going up against a much tougher challenge in that sense. So if there was ever a time for Astralis to make a statement, no, for MOUZ to make a statement, it would have been Mirage. Now they just kind of have to show that, okay, even on an off day, we can still get through it.
We're looking at the odds on here from Parry Match, and still in the favour of MOUZ Sports, rightly so, but it is getting slightly better for Astralis at least, you know? Take the positives there.
Yeah, they've gone under 4.
Yeah, I mean, this doesn't feel to me like whatever this percentage is, 1 to 4, actually, kind of odds. It's kind of more like... It's like a 60-40 in my eyes right now. I feel like what's really concerning about MOUZ NXT is that they weren't really winning in defaults for the last 2 maps. It's a lot of set pieces that they had to run in order to take space, on Mirage especially. So many B hits that they had to end up running, and a lot of A hits too, because what they were doing just kind of when they spread out was dying. They were losing. JDC in particular is a guy that we've praised through every season so far. He was losing a lot of his fights towards B on the T and CT side, which is so uncharacteristic of him. So if his level isn't able to raise here on Vertigo, I'm a little bit concerned about how MOUZ NXT are able to take this, because there are a lot of fights you have to take on Vertigo. There's a lot of ramp fights, and those are areas where right now Astralis individually has shown they can put up a really strong punch, and that's really concerning because MOUZ NXT should have been on paper the dominant team in terms of individuals.
Yeah, and it's actually, especially what you mentioned, the fact that MOUZ has found it really success through set pieces so far. You're allowed to do that from, I guess, without being touched by the CTs on maps like Nuke and maps like Mirage. Like, you could set up for an A execute on Mirage without necessarily having any CTs close by or potentially messing up that execute as it's happening. Not really as much of the case on Vertigo. Sure, you can do it towards B. It's still risky because you still have to get stairs control, but you don't get that luxury over towards A. You have to take the ramp fight. You have to actually actually establish map control over that area if you want to do anything towards A. So if that's going to be a losing battle for MOUZ, then they're going to have to rely on basically like the outskirts players or like the lurker roles that they have in any given round to actually come through to find openings for them. That's just going to basically thin out the herd from Astralis and make that defense weaker to allow them to have that space. But if kind of what we've seen so far in the first 2 maps, they might have a tough time of that actually, because they're not necessarily just outright winning individual duels.
I think one thing that's going to be a saving grace here for MOUZ as well is the fact that obviously MHL did step up more Mirage, right? Got himself more comfortable, but he's 100% going to have to be fully there this time.
I think the thing is that MHL's best map throughout the season, in my eyes, was definitely Mirage. It was a map where he could always find impact on T side. Vertigo, not as much. So this is going to be a big test for him. That being said, I think that he should be beating out Breezer. Breezer kind of had some flashes during the regular season on Vertigo when they played it over and over again, but it was mostly on the CT side. Rarely did he have heavy T side contribution. So I think that's going to be a winning fight for MHL when he's on the defense. But if he's able to open up anything on the offense, it's going to have to be through Breezer, who is shown to be a fairly streaky, and today I think he's playing his role just fine, like well enough where Astralis is going to do enough that it's just going to upset them.
Well, let's see if it is going to upset them, or let's see if we'll get an upset coming through. It's time to get into the 3rd and final map. We're off to Vertigo, and while Astralis and MOUZ can both play it out, MOUZ still coming into the favourites, but can the favourites grab the win here, or will Harry be correct?
Oh, it's scary, isn't it, right? The idea that I might be the sanest man in the room. I think it definitely, I think it speaks volumes, right? So, yeah, you know, taking kind of stock of this one, I'll be honest, you know, even though I have been, like, repping Astralis hard, because I think what this team's done is very, very impressive, I'm also, like, kind of realistic in the backpedal. No, I'm not backpedaling. Here, let me finish my sentence, please. Right, so, you know, it's like, coming into this, I was still worried because obviously it's MOUZ NXT. It's the 2-time back-to-back champions going for a 3-peat. So it's like obviously that comes with a certain bit of concern. I'll be honest, after seeing Mirage, I actually feel a lot better about the Astralis talent prediction because I think that was like your golden opportunity to show that that Nuke game was, you know, you having a bit of a slow start, you build back in, and then you dominate on your map pick. That wasn't what we got at all. There was a point in time where it looked like Astralis talent were going to win that 2-0, which I really didn't think I would be saying. Even me and all my insanity, you know, repping the Astralis guys thought Mirage would have been a clean-cut victory for MOUZ, and it was anything but.
But on the bright side, they go from a map they don't play and do pretty well in considering that they drop the ball to a map that I've heard that Astralis have played this map before. I may be wrong I think they may have played it about 100 times in the regular stage of the season. And yeah, those were rife with losses. But you know what we got, Harry, towards the end? There were a couple of wins. I think they won their last game on it as well. So there were, there was room to improve.
Yeah, I think they actually ended up winning 4 or something like that in a row.
Yeah, pull that up. But yeah, there was room to improve. But I mean, we've already seen other improvements from this team anyway. So no, I actually like the point you make, Harry. I think as we said, MOUZ maybe off day. But can they still perform on the off day?
Okay, it was 2 in a row here at WePlay, but then also
that's like 100 in a row. For
but then also like back at that Malta event, they went on to play it versus Masonic and One Shot, and they also won both of those. So they are 4 in a row in total in terms of victories.
Okay.
It's always nice.
Yeah, I think if there were ever an opportunity, this is it. Astralis, MOUZ. And for the upper bracket to take on big Omen Academy, who already made it past Spirit today. Managed to 2-1 them as well. So let's see who's going to be the victor here as we long it out. Astralis CT side after winning the pistol round. And already going straight for that ramp control with a heavy setup. They will not be alone. One player runs there, but it's all a fake out as MHL doubles back to join his team at the B-pop.
Yeah, that molly in mid combined with a peek down a ramp has given it up. So Astralis know that this is the B play. However, all the kills belong to MOUZ NXT. They're even fighting for control at Generator, right? Really trying to restrict the room that Astralis have. Fesser's reclaimed one of these kills, but there's still so many more going against you. And JDC,
well,
lovely way to kickstart this, right? Was pretty problematic at times back on Mirage. Here, 3 kills in the pistols to solidify a good start for MOUZ NXT. I love it.
Yeah, Mr. Consistent, but not today. But that being said, no better time to show your worth than in this round. Locks them out of the retake. Not that they had much hope anyway, but that will really dispel them. And a full eco for Astralis, as there always should be in this situation. Coming in with a buy in the third. I say always should be, I always force, but don't take my advice.
I mean,
I've never seen you eco.
Firstly, yeah. You know, I mean, I'm all about getting value for money. That's why I took advantage of the 100% deposit bonus. Right? Click the banner below. Y'all have heard that one before. You know where to go. You know what's up.
Astralis took the silencers off their USPs.
Classic.
Yeah, and it's working. They got a kill, Harry. 2 for 1. Massive. I was going to say magic. I got stuck in the middle. Do-do-do-do-do-do. And MOUZ have walked into A. So as Astralis focus to save this gun, they will lose the round, but all is fine. Oh, there's the gun. It's gone. Random smoke spam will do it. And Altex. I mean, they want kills, so they just want damage.
Yeah, I kind of hope they give it a look in and just hang around. You know, don't get anything from it, but I always prefer, like, whenever I see someone saving a Galil in the second round and a full eco, I'm always a bit like,
you have an M4 next round.
Yeah. So, you know, I like that they just played the damage game there. I mean, hell, if it worked, you would have been sat here going, oh, that's sick. You know, that Galil got 3, so now they can't buy. But obviously we can't say that because the Galil got none. But that's all well and good. Let's listen in to MOUZ. Let's see how they're feeling. Get me MOUZ NXT on the line right now.
Yes. Whenever you want to sneak through it. Don't be scared. Let's go. Sneak.
I don't know.
I can flash B. No.
Come here.
Okay. One side. Speaking side, we just speak side.
Okay. I'm a big
Let's play window. It's playing window. Like, close first.
I'm going back first. I'm going back B.
First the window, you flash. You go that. Flashing over first. Lower first still. First. Top right.
I'll flash.
Read.
Any exchange?
Oh, good. Chill. One guy low HP. Still first.
Money first. You have money? Yeah, perfect.
That's a peek right.
He smoked it. There's at least one more guy on default.
If we breathe here for a really long time, we can just go walk in after.
First.
But really, don't do anything. Don't show yourself.
I'm calling behind.
Yeah. Don't even show yourself. Let them check the B lobby.
Yeah, decide on the stairs.
We're just gonna walk in really late. Hubert, if we need it, you're gonna flash.
Okay.
Yes. Milos has even a smoke for after plant. Or
Yeah,
outside electric.
if we kill him default triple over first at the beginning, then Milo you smoke right side Elec. And we take good positions.
There might still be 3 guys on
We're
B.
gonna be close right now.
If they push A.
Okay, let's start sneaking now.
I'm gonna
come with me.
I will flash the left side.
Oh fuck.
Not yet.
Yeah.
Just sneak in and just do.
Yeah, default. Default.
Flashing
Okay,
left side.
okay.
One more.
Again.
Go.
Flash middle.
Okay. Flashing left side.
He's close.
Sneak together.
Oh my god. Window.
Nice try.
That was a good one.
Astralis on the board early on in this half, at least. Their first going round will work. Galil or no Galil, Harry? I like the call to go quiet there again for MOUZ, but Astralis, even though they get picked going into the site, they are there in time. Even so, you can see the stress getting to MOUZ a little bit. They know they're going to have to fight for this third.
You know, this is like a rare bit of vulnerability for MOUZ NXT. And I think if you're Astralis, like, you capitalize on this or else you might just miss the boat altogether, right? Like, that's kind of the vibe, the way I see it. Because down in that lower bracket, you know, Spirit, no slouches. And I think today wasn't very representative of how good they've looked.
No. I mean, we had Chiron missing, it felt like. Right now, we've got all of Astralis and more stepping up to the plate. However, Xerxon and MHL, they're the ones with the entries. Mister on the site is going to have to do it all and nothing. No ammo, no life, as Xerxon doubles up. Altex, life of a B anchor. Off you go, bud. Maybe you'll play in a few rounds' time.
Dude, Xerxon is... I think I said this in the group stage, but he is my favorite player on MOUZ. Him, or probably Sui. Like... I don't know. I really love watching Xerxon play. He approaches everything with so I don't even want to say confidence, because it's like sometimes he'll just do wild stuff, but not normally. Like that round there, he runs in with the Galil, just holding left click and running at the smoke and finds 3 from it. And I'm like, okay, Xerxon. But for me, it is just like how consistent he is. That's so terrifying. I feel like I've never had to sit there and be like, oh, this is a quiet game from Xerxon. Like,
no, I saw you.
He's always someone who, at a bare minimum, will put up like 20 frags, but on the upper echelon of that, you know, you're looking at like 30.
Don't you think like JDC is a bit of a boring player?
Bit of a boring player,
you look at the end of the game, he has 30 kills. You can't really remember any of them. But a Xerxon entry, I remember a Xerxon entry.
Yeah. No, that's an astute point.
Yeah, thank you. It's some of my best work, I think. Oh. To think that someone once wrote that unironically, and that is forever in history. Will never be forgotten. Another entry for Xerxon. And I remember, do you? Vessel does. He learns the hard way. Double up, triple quad, and all 5. It's a full house from MHL and Xerxon. 4-1 as MOUZ keep it clean. But here's the rebuy for Astralis again. Still lacking this orb from the early stage of this half. Real problem when we have MOUZ just exerting this much control over the A ramp. Yet to see a response to it. Because that was like, you know, one worry from the desk on whether, considering MOUZ's defaults have struggled and their execs have looked better, especially on Mirage, like, you know, getting the ramp control in the first place, they need, you know, you need to do that in order to run an exec. Are Astralis going to be threatening on this position? So far the answer is no. But that can't remain the same. They've smoked it off. They've forced a bit of respect out of MOUZ, but they're just delaying the inevitable.
Oh, he made a step. Good thing he doesn't commit there. Altex would have been a dead man. See, for me, it's like T-Cyber. I get really excited about Altex over towards B.
Yeah.
Right? Like, I think his lurking here is a bit of a statement piece for Astralis talent. This is, Professor, this is ballsy. And, yeah.
Xerxon, man. What's he doing right now? What's he eating? He's double entryed every round in the last 3.
Oh, you think it stops at 2? It don't stop at 2, Hugo. I'll tell you that much now. Altex, 2 of his own over towards B. MHL will respond, but are they ready now for Mr.? Oh, a little too soon. Still going to get the frag, but now they know about him on the short side. Altec's moving in, and that bomb is going all the way back to B.
See ya.
Zershin's going to have a plant, yeah, mate.
That's so ballsy.
Now you hear Sui running back, and the penny's going to drop. There's like a temporary window at the 2v1 here into the B site. That's something at least, but the hole's about to get plugged, mate. Sui's already here. And so they've moved in quickly under the guise that they had a chance at this, 2v1 in the site. The bomb's not planted for ramp. That could be a bit of a problem. However, Zershin, 4 in the round.
Yeah, you weren't wrong. It was more than 2. Yeah, if anything, that smoke gives him so much room to just move back in. Like you said, bomb not for the ramp. They never even looked at Tetris. With a plant like that, it had to be. Nice entries as well. Silence on the T side, dirty.
I don't like that double setup at ramp. I really don't. I think it so hinges on, firstly, when those smokes fade, there not being 4 players looking back at you. And there wasn't, but even then, they still couldn't do it. And secondly, it's like, you just have no option to get out. Like, there's never a world in which, you take that fight and there's 4 guys there and you go, yeah, we can win this. But you're stuck in that situation. Playing in front of the sandbags like that. It's a bit of an off angle. You're just hoping that they're not ready for it because it's so ballsy, but there's a reason it's so ballsy. Like, it's objectively a very dangerous play.
MHL saw someone in middle there, but they back out. And we'll slow MOUZ down on this approach. Only Deegs. Ooh. Boost is just going to be patient. Eventually, it might get given ahead. Fessor, oh, he might see the barrel here from Fessor's perspective, but no, nothing of the sorts. Instead, MOUZ just regroup back a beat. JDC's been holding the entire time. 2 players in the bomb site for Astralis, but as said, with this kind of bite, expecting very little. Some damage will be nice. MOUZ are going to boost up on the left half. Oh, Zershin's in, man. They don't even know. They've never seen him. Flash is good, but Deagles are better. Shoot enough bullets. Some of them will connect. Fessor will. Shane does get an entry. Fessor trying to hold on to the round alone, and he cannot. Breezer can't get the Deagle. Goes flying away, and they'll surely clear it. JDC will. 2 kills and 6 rounds. This is a MOUZ NXT who have had enough tonight. They are wrecking Astralis. But finally, we have an orb for Breezer. The late activation. Well, Toby can put it to use.
Oh, now might be a good time to listen in to Astralis. They've been very vocal throughout the series so far. Is that keeping up at this scoreline?
Op midt. Eller B. Op midt eller B igen. Det er væk herfra. Ikke B, tror jeg. Nej, for jeg tror han holder mig så. Lukker. Jeg har, det betyder, de var 3 mand før. Jeg har det. Okay. Jeg sidder klar nu. Det gør lægge smoke. One way. Kommer lige bag den. Han er alene, tror jeg. Er det over dernede? Kan jeg B på? Nej. Jeg er gået gul her. Okay. Du må kon. Kommer du kon nu? Gå med B-siden. Okay. Gå ud gul her, Frank. Hvad der? Jeg prøver bare lige flash rampe. Jeg har haft 2 flashes, Alex. Gul. Kan du lægge dyb? Ja. Kan du flash, Frank? Ja. Skal jeg flash gul? Ja. Flash nu. Ja, flash nu. 3, 2, 1, bang. Det er ikke noget. Jeg har en til. Jeg har en til. Kan du flash igen nu? Ja. Flasher nu. 3, 2, 1. Bang. Kom on. I kan booste ud. Det er helt clear, dreng. Nej, det er fint. Mikkel, jeg er med til igen. B. Det er B-læg. Jeg klapper på bag. Død midt, ind der, Mikkel. Okay. Det er ikke noget af. Hold hul. Ja. En til B der. Jeg holder det. Bombe. Det var en. Spawn. Jeg er ude snart B. Lyd. Sidste B. Han er halvt OP cirka. Under mig. Jeg har låst ham. B med. Ja, han kommer til dig nu. Nej.
All right, yeah, things are still sounding positive, and they will do when you finally break this little streak, right? You come in with your second round. It's also where we get to see that AWP finding effect. Breezer getting stuck in, Fessor juggling it out of the round as well. These odds still leaning massively in favor of MOUZ NXT at 1.28 to 3.5.
Yeah, it makes adds up now at least with some of the reckoning we've seen on this T half. Reese's AWP is saved. Nade will miss in middle. That's fine. MOUZ take ramp quick. They go right up through. Mister's pushed middle to find Shane, but the rest of MOUZ have this full ramp control. They sit in the smoke. Viggo, oh, he's getting hunted, and he will win that fight. Xerxon, a rare miss. Some messy shots. Flashes to reaggress, and MHL blinded by the beautiful pop from Viggo. You often see mollies or nades on that lineup, but a flash will do. And Breezer was about to do Sui in as well. He'll get smoke spammed instead. Probably no better. And JDC a 1v5. Ooh, yes. I hate that angle. Nothing worse. Very difficult to clear. And a 5 alive round. Okay, Astralis, we heard the hype in the last. Well, that will certainly keep things clean as well. Bit of money for the longevity.
Yeah, they've got another chance at a clean round here, right? Like, you could justify grabbing a bit of investment, but they will just go with like a fairly standard, you know, pistol armor kind of buy on the guys that can afford it. So you've got another really good opportunity to keep a clean round here. The fact that you just kept 5 alive versus rifles is huge. If you do it back to back, you know, you've set yourself up really nicely in this first half. So that for me is going to be the main deal here. You know, can you keep it clean?
This is picture perfect for an AWPer, just sat down and waiting on the ramp angle. They're going to boost over the box. Oh, there it is. Okay, yeah, shoots very quick, but not on the mark. Xerxon going to get headshot, and I mean, winning these fights, you have no flashbang to get the AWP off the angle. He is just going to have complete control. The grenade. And yeah, it's the right call of MOUZ to leave. They've seen enough. It's not like B will be a free plant either with Altex on duty. And yeah, Astralis is just reading this well. They know what's happening. That's a bit of a whiffed spray. They're going to run in. You need a multi-kill here from Mister, and he'll give us 2 at least. Viggo runs the smoke, but he's still traded. Gun is not picked up, but the bomb is secured, and Sui, not rushing the plant, gives them time to run him down. Another Deeg shot would go a long way in this position, but they're going to run in and trade, and Sui cannot pick cover in time. 4 for Astralis. Bit messy, but you take what you're given.
Yeah, it felt like they were really playing around the idea of denying the bomb plant, and, you know, I don't think there's anything really wrong with that, especially when, you know, it's pistols. You don't want to lose the site. You don't want to get overwhelmed in some post-plant, right, with the pistols getting up close. But a few of these fights, you know, do make that an expensive round at the end of the day, and that was like the one thing you wanted to avoid, right? Not the end of the world. You still get it on the board. You're still winning in that regard. Little tack timeout now for MOUZ NXT. Talk about a trial by fire for the new addition, the new coach on the scene. Right, obviously in the group stage, they were coachless with Cyclone up and leaving, go into the main team.
Yeah, coach currently isn't able to talk during attack pauses or during the game for MOUZ because they added him to the roster late. Ooh, the one-way is read by Vessel. He's not going to fall for it. Xerxon gets smoked, but looking through the gap that you can't really wallbang through. Oh, Altex. Oh, will he see this angle? It doesn't look like it. Covered by the sandbags and firing off. They now know his position. He gets spotted. JDC, oh, dead to Mister instead, who managed to slip the net right below them. That's a very weird one. He's still traded. He couldn't get the double, but he did enough. 4-on-1. Shane. So many of these rounds, these slower rounds for MOUZ, are just turning out into this, them getting picked apart across the map, similar to what we've seen in this series, especially in Mirage. Oh, nice tap, but no more. Yeah, once MOUZ get that ramp, I want to see more executes onto A. We just haven't really seen a huge amount of them. They have often just been getting spread out. Obviously, winning the ramp fight is hard enough, but they've had their multi-kills, they've had their chances. I don't know how Mr. hit that. I completely missed it. Did he flank, or did he just walk down B? Don't know where he came from. Regardless. Eco now for MOUZ, finally put to their pistols with 4 in a row from Astralis.
This is, once again, another opportunity to build up money. And also your chance at tying this game up at 6-6, which, you know, considering how it started with really, you know, Zershan having this mental opener. I think he was 11-3 at one point, if my memory serves correct. You know, he's kind of tapered off in these last couple of rounds. 1-4 since that point. But that's a big victory in and of itself. He's a hard guy to slow down. Oh, well, there he is. Speak of the devil and he shall appear. Zershan dead after 1, but it's a great opener. It's got them into B. It's got them deep with these pistols. Vigo with spray. This is starting to get out of control. This is starting to get out of hands. Fessa needs something, and there he is, delivering the kills onto the pistols. Puts a stop to it. He's on for the ace in this round, this Fessa. Will he manage all 5? Just Shane left to find.
Oh, he's got ammo. I like this call for Shane. Even if he doesn't leave the bomb site, just going cold here will spread Astralis back out. If they poke their head into B, they'll see the bombs gone. And in previous 2-on-1s, right, you said it yourself, they chased the plant. They don't want that money to be made for MOUZ. Well, now they're not doing anything of the sort, spreading back and playing a retake in a 2-on-1. Also knowing that they have full utility to make this retake happen. Vessel denies a mid-lurk and Breezer holds CT. Resmoke confirms their suspicions, and it's not a very good one either, I won't lie. It's going to be a rundown for Fessa for the ace, and he gets rid of MOUZ on the eco. Only pistols, but that was a round that Fessa had to perform in. A terrifying round for Astralis talent. Going to scavenge what they can. Yeah, that smoke wasn't ideal either, but he was getting run no matter what happened. Good dig.
Yeah, part of me almost wants MOUZ to just run one of these B plays when they have guns. Like, don't get me wrong, I think you get a very different look out of Voltex when he knows it's a low economy round, right? Oftentimes he's kind of harassing ramp early on. Yep. He never takes those chances when it's only Deagles. And I think that actually, funnily enough, those are often the worst holds you get out of him, or where he's playing a much more reserved position, right? But a part of me wouldn't feel too bad to just see what MOUZ could accomplish with rifles into a B play, right? Like, these pistol rounds have consistently ended up with 1v2s to close it, you know, and that's super close considering you're not bringing a lot into the round with you. Does come with that caveat, though, of having to deal with an Voltex playing it very, very differently over towards B when he knows you've got guns.
Yeah, we definitely haven't seen the full breadth of Astralis' of MOUZ's T side in this map yet, right? Like, not much in the middle. The ramp fights have, you know, the round's been won or lost off of the ramp fights often, and in these defaults it's been less than ideal. B plays, as you say, have been the you know, some of the most effective methods, especially in these low econ rounds. MHL's AWPing A though, while the B default comes in. And this is a very important gun round, especially for MOUZ, who will be right back to pistols before you know it, unless they get a bomb plant. Yeah, I mean, they have 1,400 each, so with the loss, could be alright. However, why plan for failure? However, they might have to. Breezer with a pick onto MHL. There's the AWP battle won out by the Danes. Nice.
Well, that's nice for Zershan. A little bit of smoke spam, catching Fessa trying to play the one-way. Kind of ballsy to recommit back in for the peak there, but hell, I mean, he's having a great game. He's just trying to thin the herd. However, that one kill has tipped the scales back into a 4-on-4. Okay, smoke spam, drops the bomb, and Vigo's wrap finds another. Sui and JDC got to do it all now, and JDC's AWP will fire off for one at least, now turning his attention onto the flank, but he's missed the timing to Vigo. who's now slipping his way in up the left-hand side. He's dead at ramp, his JDC, and Sui left in a world of hurt. 15 seconds, bomb on his back, needs something crazy. Down with the first, can't make it a double. And Viggo was there, should it have gotten out of hand anyway. Double AWP saved forward, and Astralis talent are now up in the lead.
Yeah, sick play from Viggo as well. I think they've just realized as MOUZ go for a slower A attack, you know, on the ramp, we haven't seen the defaulting in middle for MOUZ at all, mainly because they haven't really been getting success on the A side to allow for these flanks out mid, but Viggo just takes the space, catches MOUZ slow on A, and double up as well. There's just, I don't know, this A side's not done MOUZ too kindly in the last few. Don't even have a wall execute on the site either once they kill Fessor. They just go for dry fights once again. Ooh, careful. Breeze is quick. I'll flash it, or smoke it rather to try and get some room. Meanwhile, Mister's blind in middle, and there is a mid default this time. Shane is ready. Mister has occasionally won that fight, but Breezer gets spammed. I think they could see his legs underneath the lip of the smoke there. So good opening kill for MOUZ. It's a necessity in this round. And even if they go back to B, yeah, this is a really nice call. Altex is here. You may be feeling the pressure with things going quiet, but they don't know yet. They're about to find out. Fessor's clearing A, and Altex has got the spot.
Yeah, but he's immediately dead, mate. This B side's cracked wide open. Viggo moving through this smoke, sees the shadow, deals with the first man. Need more out of him, and Viggo's on for a double. Maybe that keeps the dream alive. However, these two other players are both wrapping. They're here pretty quickly. Yeah. And while you might consider one, you shouldn't be ready for two. MHL, dead on the swing. JDC catches them with nades out, and that nade going in has given up the position of Mister.
Were they going to double nade the planter?
It looked like it, right? They both pulled them out. They try to swing this. Oh, it's still a little bit weird. Mister, around the smoke. They hear him drop. They know where he is. He's going up. He's going over, and they're on the angle. Zershin's going to lock it in. And so MOUZ will tie this up.
That's so awkward for Fessor as well. Like, the nade looks silly, but if they were trying to double nade plant, great idea, honestly, to get rid of JDC, who seemed like he wasn't going to move. Of course, it's the second they pull it that he gets peaked. And yeah, they did have 2 HEs, damn. That feels bad for Fessor. Lovely double flank, not there in time. And MOUZ, who go 5-on-4 up, very decisive B commit. Not messing around. They figured out the weakness. They know the hole in the armor. And they will continue tapping away at it. Altex this time's pushed up. JDC doesn't know. Off the reload. JDC doesn't take space, and little does he know he saved his own life in doing that. He's still checking this corner just in case, and wise. Oh, he clears Altex. He was not convinced by something there. Meanwhile, Astralis, they've lost a B pick first instead. They're going to try and re-aggro on A, where they know the bulk of MOUZ are. Lots of util going in. MOUZ are backing up, though. MHL going to swing, and that's massive. Even though he only kills one, huge info allows MOUZ to just run and gun into the empty B site.
Mate, Shane's taken CT away. Like, you can't even begin to piece together how to retake this one. If you go through this smoke, you're dead. Shane, oh, just looking away.
Hello.
He isn't expecting the smoke walk, so that one's for free. And MOUZ will now play a little safer. Meanwhile, Zershin's wrapping the A side, gonna catch Breezer, lining up nades. And it's all on Mister now, dead through the lip of that smoke. And MOUZ do close it out, 8-7. 1 round to their advantage, moving in to the final half of play in this best of 3.
Yeah, started strong. Astralis still had their second window. This team really, really good at like, you know, not necessarily comebacks, but not getting swept when things are going really bad. We heard it in the comms. They didn't seem flustered. And that seems obvious and like, oh yeah, I mean, every game's winnable till it's lost. But we have seen teams that have, I don't want to use the word tilted, but mentally checked out a little bit in games.
I mean, you know, tilting isn't like some mega conscious decision, right? Whenever you say tilt, you imagine like what you experience in like matchmaking or like Face It or ESEA, right? You're imagining like everyone sat there like, why aren't you peeking ramp? And it's like, well, obviously that's not the extent, but even just micro things like not calming every intention or maybe just, you know, there's like a little too much silence. No one's coming up with ideas anymore. No one's getting hyped. You win a round and it's like, oh, there's just no celebration. Like, that's it. You know, you just move on to the next one. That's kind of it. It's a lot more subtle in pro play, but it definitely gets to you.
Yeah, it's you know, just being in your own head, being silent can be a problem. That's why it's so nice hearing MOUZ's comms. Like, even when they're down, they are still super vibrant with how they communicate. So, yeah, you know, Astralis, they don't have that problem, it seems. They are very much in this one still. They pull back a nice half, 7 CT rounds. Not perfect, but it's enough. It's competitive to the bitter end, as this series has been, and both games have been today. And I like that as well. Every team came to play to this tournament, especially with a 2-week break and knowing your first matchup. Every team came prepped. And so MOUZ favored on the parry match odds. Let's listen in for one more time.
I'm default table. Better you window. Okay.
No, you window. 3A. Running A3. Just stay in setup.
He's down.
Stay in setup.
One yellow. Rushing ramp. They could instantly rush, yeah. Smoking left side. Okay, get ready.
Come middle.
Blind. I cannot flash. Ready?
Yeah.
Flashing now. Flashing behind you.
Don't see me. 1, 2.
To the south.
Hold that. Nice. I'll stick alive in Ivy. Watch out B.
P250.
I'm picking.
You're long, Dory.
I can be.
Tembex still.
Tembex set. Watch out B. Clear.
Be out.
We take together. I have kit.
Running
Two guys default. One
One.
Let's chaos on 3, okay?
Wait, 1 second.
Wait.
1, 2, 3 chaos. Reverse.
Man.
That's why we tune into comms. That is exactly what we want. Rush in the 4-on-1. That's not my matchmaking games, man. But yeah, it works out. MOUZ running down. Good shots from Xerxes on the A side. He has just looked like an absolute beast today. Right now, almost 20 kills, 19 and 9. And on Mirage, he was one of the three-pronged attack that we talked about that came alive and saved that game of MHL, Xerxes, and Sui on the CT side. Well, Xerxes has been at the forefront of this one, entering massive on A to begin the half for MOUZ. So what got them that lead inevitably. Force up for Astralis. Bomb plant gave them a bit more oomph. And so AK, couple of Galils, whatever they can buy, they will. Near full rifles for MOUZ, though. It's all a bit of a ruse anyway. Shane Reload only sells this further, but they won't commit. Altex goes back. Just about dodges his death. Versus Deagle middle, but everyone else grouping back at the bottom A. So he's going to have that early info on the A side. With the Lurk dead, it's just this A collapse. And it's collapsing all right.
Oh. This wrap should have it locked in, should seal the deal. They're also not ready for sandbags, right? Xerxes, it's rough to check him in the 2-on-3. Like, you can't even turn your nose up at this and say, they should have looked at sandbags. Like, you didn't get shot. You weren't expecting him to be there. You don't have the resources to clear that position. And so there's the cleanup. MOUZ NXT, 10-7. An eco round looming for Astralis Talent. And so MOUZ should be moving on to 11 pretty swiftly.
Yeah.
Also, sorry, I just wanted to go, you know, we spoke about the coach edition for MOUZ NXT. Tobiz coming in. He used to play on Team Singularity back when they were the Danish roster. Actually had a stint in there with Trace as the coach, interestingly enough. Trace has been everywhere,
full circle, mate.
Trace is actually just the mastermind behind all of Counter-Strike.
Yeah.
Was back on that team with, like, you know, Nico Dodds, the other Danish player, and guys like Mertz, for example.
Oh, cool. That is a throwback. Double orb. Not in the game, but Nick Dawes and Mertz, that's a combo. Okay, the boost up denied by a nice flick from JDC. He was top default, had a nice bit of warning there. Top default, such a ratty position to get rid of, especially when you put an orb on top of it. Not where you're pre-aiming, at least not for the headshot. And so it's a nice clean one for MOUZ NXT. Astralis talent. This is it. This game, you know, it's not slipping. It's not slipped, but it is slipping. Don't want to let that scoreline get too out of control. Need to win this first rifle round and a half. Their force buy did nothing. Gap smoke and an A attack here for Astralis.
Yeah, that early util going to slow down whatever the game plan was, but they're actually moving through it. You know, they've shown they're pretty ballsy throughout this one. They're not going to get held back by one smoke. MHL, they're not mollying sandbags. What? No one's looking. Oh dear, Sui! Over the top of that short smoke. Runs past the players at ramp and even goes on to keep this in the advantage of MOUZ NXT. Wow. Spam for JDC is good, and he closes it out as well.
Oh, that must have got so convoluted for Astralis and the comms as well. MHL, I'm pretty sure he threw a flash from sandbags and then swung, and they didn't even turn. No one even checked him. On top of that, Sui did the same. He flashed, peeked with it, got the kill before it popped. Even though that player didn't fully turn, like, it's just a very hard shot to hit that quick. And then Sui's full blind to his own flash, but he at least goes 1 for 1 in a difficult position. And then his team are there in time to win the round. So, yeah, I actually like the call for Astralis. It just does, again, come down to not clearing all the spots. If you clear MHL there, it's a very different round. But they wanted to go contact the entire way. And as you talked about in the previous, like, when you don't have a utility to clear it out, or if you want to be contact, well, a mollying sandbags and waiting 5 seconds isn't quite contact. Just a very hard spot to clear. You have to be so open to the bomb site, and at that point, you're going to be seen.
Yeah, you know, I mean, the only reason I think it is a bit of a shame is that, like, they still throw in some exec util when they get to the top of ramp, right, to set them up for the fast pop. And a part of me wonders, like, if you just even chain together, like, a double nade and amongst all that onto the sandbags, like, suddenly you're laughing to yourself. Admittedly, you know, when you're just rushing a site down like that on the back of a contact push, you're not thinking, oh, boys, let's get caught pulling nades at top ramp. You know, that could have been a disaster. So, you know, I think that's more the gift of hindsight there bestowed upon me.
Yeah, I'd love more double nades on sandbags than mollies, personally. I think that's...
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, or just double nade into a Molotov, right?
You can still run with it. And so Sui, one molly, 3rd round in a row. Do they molly it? Do they check it? Do they do anything about this?
Part of you's just saying, like, they can't keep playing sandbags. Well, surely, like, we're going to molly it, right?
You keep not mollying it.
Exactly. It's like, yeah, you know, the illusion of a Molotov kind of fades when you never throw it.
Oh, they're going to clear it, though.
They're so suspicious. That molly's gone in elsewhere, and still no one's checking it. And still no one's checking it. And, well... yeah, you know.
Yeah, it's getting... Okay, now it's too far. Now it's too far. Like, they were holding for the swing, but he's not going to swing you. You've got to swing him. Like, you can't... He knows that you can't clear him without getting up close in his face. That's... Yeah. Yeah, I have nothing now. They use the molly for boost. Damn. Well, now you know... Like, ironically, I don't think MOUZ play sandbags again now, because now it's 3 rounds in a row. Now it's too obvious. Now it has to be molly, very surely. But that's the mind game. But they won't play sandbags again. It's too much. It's too far. However, Astralis will molly it from now on. Absolutely.
Oh, no, they've actually, yeah, they flipped the script entirely. They're like, all right,
screw A.
Screw sandbags, we're gonna push ramp, we're gonna get the info, and we're gonna free up players to hold the B site. You can see the effect that's had already. There's 2 here for MOUZ NXT. They felt like something was gonna change here for Astralis talent, and they were dead on the money. Now they rotate bodies over. MHL holding the line with this AWP. He does lose his teammates, so suddenly he's feeling a little more pressure here to catch these guys crossing. Can he find anything? Molly's going to delay the plant even more so. Man advantage still lies with Astralis talent, but it's threading the needle past this AWP, and they decide to avoid it altogether. An open plant out in front of generators.
It's really smart as well, because you'd have to cross past the AWP in order to get D4. They would have died in doing so. Mid players going to get hurt, but no one's turning. They're focused on the retake, and the attention's being drawn. MHL hits a shot. He's repeaked, and there's the wrap. which does not do anything. Sui wins his fight, however, time and 2 up means this should be an impossibility. Sui might know that as well. There's an AWP to save if he wants, but he seems pretty dead set, and now he's just dead. Set round for Astralis. Up to 8.
And I mean, that's their first round so far over on the T side, right? It takes you 6 to get on the board. But sometimes getting that first can be the hardest, right? That's saying that we throw around a lot, but it's because it's true. You know, like, it's really not uncommon to see a team be very, very quiet for the longest time, just getting wrecked on the bad end of an economy, and then you finally win a round, and it's like, oh, this is what winning feels like. Oh, we can do it. And it's also just going to put a little more doubt in the minds of MOUZ NXT.
Oh, that's sick. That is so huge for MHL. They're playing sandbags, Harry. Now, I've heard that you should probably use utility to rid this position. Double nades, that will do. That's what, and the volley.
Yes,
that's what you get, MOUZ. 4 in a row? No bueno. Not going to happen. I really didn't think they'd do it a 4th time, Harry. Astralis have learned the way to A. The path paved with the blood of Sui. And little bits and chunks of him as well.
Oh dear, that's MHL dead, trying to help his teammate out.
Oh, he turned.
Big O gonna hold the line in the site in a very big way. Him and Fessa, 4 kills between them. Wonderful little timing on the short pincer out of Fessa. And Astralis up onto 9. All right. MOUZ NXT, they hadn't really been tested so far. That round starts so well, but it quickly falls apart.
I'm just shocked that MOUZ thought they could get away with it again. I mean, I know they got away with it 3 times.
Yeah, but ironically, now you actually have more incentive than ever to play sandbags because, like, if you're in Astralis, you're going, well, they're not going to do that anymore,
no, if you're Astralis, you're double-nading sandbags every round of this game until it's over.
I don't know, Hugo.
All right, let's see. Let's see.
I'm terrified that there's going to be one more mode out from sandbags before all this is said and done.
If there's one more, I'll be upset. I really will be. It will be funny. It will also be very sad. No one's here this time. But yeah, you're just like you just got a round off of the double nade. So you're not going to suddenly be like,
yeah, look at them, they're doing it again.
Double nade, then the molly, Harry. They are so careful. Trust me. It's not happening. The only time MOUZ can do it now is like in a mid round, like a 3-on-3, and it's been cleared and they re-aggro, but that's very rare to see. We'll have to see. Right now, it's a mowdown on this A site. The AK gets overwhelmed. Can't control the spray, and 2 CTs left up. Just make sure they don't get the gun, and now there's 2 guns, 1 apiece for MOUZ NXT. Luckily, B is taken for Astralis. Where did the gun go? No way. No way. It went off the map. Surely not. How?
Dude, Jane's trying to piece it together. He's like, we
got our best detective
he's at the crime
case.
scene. He's like, well, according to the angle of the bullet, it should have gone all the way back here. He can't piece it together. It's one mystery too far.
Jump off at this point. You'll find it. You'll find it. That's so sad. He's still looking. This is copium. Peak copium. Hunting the gun that is not in this mortal realm anymore.
It's got to be here somewhere, though. You know, think about it.
If I look at the same spot enough times, I will find it.
It's like going back to the fridge, you know, like, you know it's empty, but there he is going back in. There's still no stuff in there. Damn. Right, 10 on the board for Astralis Talent. Double digits has been secured.
Yeah, 13-10. So Astralis having a bit of a second wind here, all off the back of sandbags. Bit of an orky USP round, but it's not a worry. MOUZ only get away with 1 gun at the end of the day. I don't know how that... Look at that death. How did the gun go off? Did you see that? I don't know how the gun went... He wasn't on top of the rail. I didn't see the gun disappear. Maybe it's still there right now. Go back.
In this round, Shade's like, I'm going back in.
I'm so confused.
I'm cracking the greatest mystery that defined my career. Here we go.
So strange. Right. This game's got it all. Astralis, again, I love what they're doing here. They walk up ramp through the smoke because they know that MOUZ haven't actually fought for ramp, like much as how Vessel does with the one way up in this position. They molly sandbags. But they know they get a lot of room on this A site, so Astralis just keep walking this ramp smoke. And MOUZ are fine with that. They've allowed it. They're still remaining aware that Astralis could be here, but just basically negates the point of the smoke if you're not going to hold it. Because Astralis know you're not going to hold it. So, all back in the site. We should have a double smoke execute. Mr. ready to swing on short. There's a smoke in the way. Mr. turns and flashes as Xerxen turns and walks backwards into the gunfight. MHL trying to cover. He ducks, and that's going to leave his teammate on the chopping block. MHL needs to do something massive here as JDC also falls short. Everyone's dead here for MOUZ, and still MHL is alive and kicking. Can't wallbang that spot, and the AWP will shut him out as well. Finally, Breezer wins that head-to-head back.
Ooh, it's starting to get worrisome. It really is. You know, like the money's run out again, and so you're staring down the barrel of another eco round that you just have to kind of swallow your pride in. Suddenly, you know, they're 12-13. The barbarians are at the gate, as it were.
And they're not knocking, Harry. They're not ringing the doorbell. They're here for the whole damn compound. Yeah, this is a bit scary. 4 in a row.
Astralis be showing up, you know, they're like, trade offer, you get giant wooden horse. We get nothing, actually. Shane, this is good.
Oh no, the spam! Team kill, you take that, honestly, if you're Astralis. That could have been a 3K. He spammed, he needed headshot first bullet, or it was never going to happen. That's the pressure right there the MOUZ are feeling. You don't see him do those often. Swinging into the site. It's player called 0, they can see him. No one realizes JDC does get domed, and a 4-on-3 should be around as MOUZ are locked out. Scout shot through the smoke, and got nothing to lose. May as well run in.
Yeah, very cool smoke shot. Breezer just wants to get one and then get the hell out. That's all he's hoping for. One, get out. Instead, it's none and tagged. But it should still be fine. He's still got plenty of teammates here to help him out, should he need it. At this point, MOUZ are just focused on the idea of doing damage, keeping as many players nearby as they can, and getting out with that 1 AK. So 12-13, 1 away from the equalizer. And for MOUZ, you know, these money problems that we keep talking about, it might feel repetitive, well, it's because they're stuck in a cycle of running out of money.
Oh, no! Okay, that's crazy. Yeah, it's a nice angle for Sui. It's not the go-to check, but that was a very risky situation. Fast rotate for Fessa, but it's fine. Astralis have the money. They have the breathing room, as they are the ones pulling the comeback right now. The pressure feels more on MOUZ at the moment. Getting very, very scary indeed. Oh, dude, Shane, poor Shane. He could have had the round there, or at least the makings of it. Short smoke for Vigo. Altex preemptively smokes a Molotov. JDC, and the thing that's good about that smoke is you can't really hold it, because players can just walk underneath you if you're MOUZ, so they need to kind of give up stairs. Oh, that's an awkward nade. We saw, who threw that? Was it Crimbo or like Process? I think Process threw it, and naded his teammate. A little bit off the money. Out middle now. We haven't seen much mid-control in this T-half, neither for MOUZ. They've regressed B, they've cleared that out, but Astralis are heavy in mid.
Oh, Shane is chasing this kill to the 9s. Oh! Okay, Xerxen, can he be the savior? Can he be the man? He is the man, he drops the bomb. All right, Xerxen, still got it in him, but Fesso round in the palm of his hand, perhaps. This little lurk is nice, however, you still need to go get that bomb. It's in a really awkward spot, and with Altex dead over towards B-ramp, this is starting to slip away from you. They've just seen Breezer in mid as well. They know about him. He's still going to get delivered a kill. Fess is waiting for them to go walking back in. Oh, no! Xerxen, the man who started the round with 3, now needs to close it in an ace as he's suddenly thrust into the clutch. Gives up the bomb for a second, reroutes into CT. They are not going to expect this. He's got the element of surprise. Oh, he's going to go unchecked. Trigger discipline. Xerxen! All 5! And he keeps MOUZ looking pretty. 14-12, doing everything he can to get this victory under their belts.
What a beautiful play. The swap of sides from Con to CT, and they do not consider it. There was maybe a second's difference from that elevator player of Fessa, who did so much on the flank to come and find him. He just dodged death. And then to hold the shot till both appear. That's something else. Xerxen, man of the hour right now. absolutely saving MOUZ from this comeback. That is the first round in a while, and look at how beautiful it is. Doubled up, ace in the round. Xerxion's had enough. And, oh, I love this play because Astralis always walk the smoke. He's just sitting in front of it. He says, fine, go through it if you want. You won't. And they don't. No one's here. It's again the mid clear. 3 walking out as B is getting taken. Xerxion could even activate a flank, but he's in no hurry. Still Astralis, or sorry, MOUZ heavy on A. Going to have to rotate. Sui will do so. Mid is an open chasm right now. No one knows. They're going to get backstabbed on B right now. Sui might not be here in time. If only Astralis went. Their timing is closing. Their window is shut. But Sui's here just in the nick of time to drop Vigo. That's going to force Astralis back out to the drawing board. They stopped in middle for a moment, and now the swings come off of A. Molly and Elevator stop Xerxion from doing exactly that, but this is a very weird round all of a sudden.
Mate, there should be no way back in. Like, you don't have a way to Molotov or smoke this elevator angle once again. So, like, you're left at the mercy of these peaks in middle. It's slowed the mid component down.
God.
Luckily enough, the B component's finding a lot of success. Only for a moment, though. As Shane swings from CT and deals with the mid play. They're having to go back to get the bomb. Oh, that is an ugly way to give over 15 if you're Astralis talent. That is going to leave you kicking yourself.
They never had it. Nowhere near. 3 top mid, 2 back B. And if you're looking at the map, you could even think that that bomb was middle as well. Like, that often happens on Vertigo. There's 15 seconds. Fester's got to run. And Xerxion's won the round. Hate to break it to you, there is no way. As soon as he goes for the plant, fake or stick, Xerxion is going to sprint, and here he is, ready to find kill number 29. It's done, 15-12. One more for MOUZ. Astralis pulled a massive comeback here today, but it might be all in vain. They've got no money. Only Mister with enough for a rifle. Or at least an AK, rather. Those Galils are on Sunday sale, but it doesn't matter. 15-12, and man, you've got to be thanking Xerxion after this game. Some of these rounds got so weird as well. And regardless of how this outcome turns out for Astralis, I think they still do deserve props for pushing MOUZ to the absolute limit, something no team has really been able to do in this league. Spirit Academy, of course, deserve props as they were the one team in the groups to take a map off of MOUZ, otherwise flawless. Spirit is still in this tournament. They will be facing the loser of this bo3. At current, looks like Astralis. Can they change that? Can they find it in them once more to step up?
I'm glad they've left middle. I really haven't liked their mid to B plays. You know, like they're never a team I think of when I think mid to B on Vertigo. And they pull it out in those last 2 rounds. They get betrayed by it both times. So they're going to go back to what's tried, what's tested. Molly on the soundback. Make sure no one's there.
Good shout. Definitely a good shout. Would be a very different game if they did that earlier. Oh, the flank, the double flank.
Oh, but double flank isn't all that here, right? With Smoke's not down to like cut the sight off. That's the bomb.
There's 2 nades ready on the A side to stop
this.
Oh
man, that's kind of brutal, yeah. Double flank coming in, Breezer. Not going to get this info as there's a smoke in his way, so they're able to get super deep. Oh, he's so not ready for it. He just walks to his demise. Missed shot out of Voltex, and it's only Fessa left. 1v4 with the Deagle, and while he's good for the first, that's the end of it. MOUZ NXT, they're going to continue soaring onwards and upwards to face Big Omen Academy, and for Astralis Talent, they drop on down to the lower bracket, where they'll be facing the Spirit Squad.
Yeah, I think, you know, we can call it maybe an off day for MOUZ. There were certainly some quieter players today, but despite that, they still come out on top. Like, typically, this is a team that has just been shredding every roster in the league. And so, you know, I think MOUZ still, they're going to be happy with that. Hey, they get through the upper bracket, or at least they get into it and get to take on Big as well. For Astralis, I'm still super impressed at this team. They showed that not just the gauntlet was, you know, their time to shine. They've kept it up. They've done their homework. They've brought it in today. There were some nice comebacks in the mix. I think Astralis still have a good. In fact, I favor them against Spirit, especially the Spirit that we saw today.
Yeah, you know, I mean, my biggest worry, I think, for Astralis would just be their kind of inability to close out games in a very convincing fashion. I think that's going to get better over time as time goes on, right? And you get more used to this idea that you're not this like underdog / upset team. Because right now, maybe that is like the remit they more fall into. It's like they can beat good teams on any given day. But the fact that we saw so many fumbles when they were in pole position, when they were leading the charge, certainly, you know, left a bit to be desired. That's all from us for now, though. But the Deaths, they're coming up in just a moment. So catch that in just a bit.
Headshot, nice. These bombs go to the teammates.
I wanna hear your go, go, go. I wanna see you rolling fast. Win the round. Win the game.
Pretty much. They play, you win.
Another strong fight coming out from Astralis, but it wasn't enough to seal the deal and win the series, and we will see MOUZ Sports move on ahead. But it's still a MOUZ Sports, but we've got question marks. There's still MOUZ Sports that are not looking as sharp as before, but they do have that championship mentality. They can easily come back tomorrow and just roll over big if they wanted to, but I don't think it's going to be that easy at all. For Astralis, though, I've still got positive signs to say here, realistically. This is massive improvements. I don't think they're going to look at this loss and think like, oh, this was terrible, you know, like they had a fight the whole way through. There was not a single game where they didn't have a chance of winning.
They made a lot of situations very uncomfortable for MOUZ NXT. That's where I'm going to tip my hat to Astralis talent. The prep clearly showed, even on that T side, even when they were losing some of the rounds that they lost. The one that Exertion aced on, for example, that was a round that Astralis talent did almost everything correctly, except for the fact they could not kill that one man. So props to Exertion for winning that one, but I think Astralis talent showed today that where they were in the group stage versus where they are today is two completely different teams, and it's a team that people, Spirit Academy now, has to be afraid of when they face in that lower bracket match.
Yeah, I also think it also kind of showcases some weaknesses that we haven't seen from MOUZ NXT prior in this tournament, or any prior season, really, for that matter. Again, we're seeing a lot more unforced errors coming out of the individual side on MOUZ NXT, and that was never even a worry for us when we were watching MOUZ earlier on. And obviously that's going to be a little bit of, blood in the water type of ordeal. Teams around them are going to feel more confident when they see that, MOUZ are not just like 16-5ing their way into finals and having their way with everyone else. So a lot of revelations to be had to take from this map. Even if Astralis doesn't come out of this as winners, they've definitely, put themselves on the radar to see that the gauntlet was not a fluke. It was not just something that they lucked their way through or anything, or they ran into, 3 teams on a bad day or anything like that. This is just Astralis doing a good job at improving and also actually finding ways to expose the few, weaknesses that MOUZ NXT apparently has.
And we have to be realistic here as well, right? When we're talking about Astralis talent, they are going up against the #1 seed, right? The team that's supposed to be here getting their 3rd championship, and they put up one hell of a fight. So it doesn't matter that this comes through as a loss. We can see that actually, okay, tomorrow could be even more interesting, right? Astralis going up against Spirit. Yeah, okay, you might say at times Spirit's going to have the heavy hitters coming in there, but I certainly predicted Astralis talent to be losing that game, and actually now after seeing this, if I'd watched this game first to make my prediction tomorrow, I think I'd change it, wouldn't you, Mo?
I might have to, yeah. I think that the thing is that if this were a massive, top-tier, major-level tournament, I would say that moral victories don't matter. It's about what you do on the big stage. But in an Academy League, it is what matters. Moral victories play a part in the development of these players, and now Astralis talent should be going into their match tomorrow against Spirit Academy with some confidence, knowing that they push MOUZ NXT to the limits. And what we saw today from Spirit was nowhere close to the level that we saw from MOUZ NXT. So if Astralis talent was able to go the distance, almost force 30 rounds on Vertigo here against MOUZ NXT, I'm worried about Spirit Academy because what they showed on the 2 maps that they lost today was bad. It was ugly. Big exposed them in so many different ways, and you know that Astralis talent, they're going to grind those demos. They're going to look at all the ways that everybody in their spot was able to take advantage of the flaws that were in Spirit Academy.
Yeah, homework time tonight for Astralis Talent is going to be very interesting. But we've got to talk about the winners, right? Because MOUZ Sports, yes, they've gone through. They'll be facing Big tomorrow. It's looking very good for them. At different times across these games, we've seen other people step up, but we are still seeing uncharacteristic mistakes being made. And that's something that, at least between today and tomorrow, they're going to have to work on, especially going up against Big.
Yeah, I mean, if you just take a quick glance at the stats, like you wouldn't think that there was that much to have a gripe about, right? Like, say, I know Exertion had a great game and everybody else is contributing to an even factor, but that's not how the game actually played out, right? Like, it was a lot of Exertion bailing them out. I think it was Suhi who also had, a massive round to kind of stabilize, in a situation where Astralis have gotten way further front. Like, basically, MOUZ are playing blind, and I happened to walk around the corner and accidentally find 2 frags that kind of salvaged the round, those kind of things. And then the stat will be misleading because this is not a fantastic showing just across the board from MOUZ. And I think if Exertion doesn't have that massive of a game, MOUZ just lose this.
Yes, yeah, they definitely would have lost it. It feels like this is a game where MOUZ NXT has a lot to learn from. And I think that's kind of been a factor where they haven't had to necessarily progress or do more than they've had to in the past to stay on top of this event. But now this is a tournament where their backs are being pushed against the wall. They're really in a position now where it's clear that the other teams are catching up to them. And so this is definitely going to be the hardest playoffs that they have fought through yet.
Well, let's find out what Exertion thinks of this, because he's standing by for the interview. Mr. Exertion, you hear me, buddy?
Hello.
Hey.
Yeah, how are you?
I'm doing good, mate. How are you?
Great, great.
Nice little ace, by the way. Yeah, you really saved the day on Vertigo in a big way. You a bit pumped up after that one?
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's important to keep focus on the game, though, like not get too hyped, of course, as well.
Oh, yes, definitely. Now, we got to ask, right? Obviously, you guys come in as the favorites. You're on boot camp. You guys are always looking good in general. But we expected maybe a bit more of a convincing performance against the Astralis Talent from yourselves. What do you guys put this down to? Do you see this more as like you guys being off your game, or has Astralis Talent improved that much?
I mean, first of all, I want to give props to them because they deserve it. I think they played really good CS. They caught off guard a lot. I actually was surprised by how well they played, in my opinion, at least. But in general, I mean, we're going through a rough period. It's not something that we ignore. I mean, obviously, losing 2 players like Torzi and Cyclone is really difficult, and also being with no coach until yesterday, basically, is a very difficult task, for young players like us to keep. And I think the thing that hurt us the most is that we don't have this coach that maybe discipline the team, and sometimes when needed, like tells them, guys, like focus more, or do this, do that. Like, it's really missing. And as much as we can help the IGL, there is so much pressure on Shuhe. Like, it's very difficult for him. And I mean, yeah, we just have to do our best to get out of this bad period. And I believe we can.
Now, I also want to ask as well, right, you've touched on it there with Cyclone going out. Now, obviously, he got the bump up to the main team. Obviously, he did a great amount of work with you guys in the opening seasons. But how big of a loss is this to you guys? How are you feeling it?
I mean, it's like really hard. It was really hard. I mean, I can tell you personally, I cried a little bit because I was really attached to him, and he taught me a lot. And yeah, I mean, I think that if we had a faster replacement, maybe it would be like easier to recover and everything. Because obviously, Cyclone is great, but you have to move on. But like when you're left as like 19-year-old average team and you have no coach, it's very difficult,
Oh, yes.
So yeah, actually, to kind of speak further on that, how different is, let's say, like the preparation you would have going into a game with Cyclone compared to what it's been going into this series right now? Like, is there a vast difference? Simply because obviously you guys have to focus on what you're doing on the server and actually practicing and so on, and usually there's a coach to kind of take care of pre-game preparations and things that you need to be aware of going into a matchup. Has that changed a lot, or were you guys still able to prepare somewhat decently for Astralis Talent?
I mean, our new coach did the preparation for this one. He told us that he wants us to keep focus on the game, of course. But in general, even in our other matchups, it's obviously very difficult and very demanding of players now, and the IGL even more, like Shuhe. And I personally try to help him as much as I can, but obviously it's not as good as a coach would do because he's way more experienced than me and knows more than me. But yeah, I mean, it's definitely a lot more pressure, and also something we had to learn is that we have to lower our expectations because playing without a coach is like it's very, very difficult.
Exertion, I wanted to know about the form you guys are in versus what we've seen from Big Omen Academy. I'm sure you've at least caught some of their games and seen how they're doing. They've really impressed us, and it feels like tomorrow is going to be a huge test for you guys. Does the upcoming game tomorrow? Do you think that there's a chance that you guys can be sent to the lower bracket, or are you guys still going into it with a lot of confidence?
I mean, in every role there is a possibility, but I think they are a good team. I think they have a good chance. I mean, as I said and I say again, like, it doesn't matter. Like, at the end of the day, if you win the grand final, you win the event, right? Like, it's like the first season we lost versus Young Ninjas. We played really bad, and then we came to final, and it was different, you know. But I mean, they think they are a great team. I respect them a lot. They have good players, and I mean, we'll just have to play better than today, in my opinion, to beat them tomorrow.
Now, I do also want to ask Exertion around your new coach, Tobias, another Dane coming in. Was this one that you guys chose together, or was this Cyclone recommending someone? How did it all come about?
It was basically Cyclone. We didn't really know about it. It was more of a surprise. They had a meeting with him after, I think, talking with him, and then they just okay, this guy's coming on this day, and he's your new coach. And I've personally, at first, obviously, it was a bit of a shock, but it's in a good way. But I said that if Dennis, Cyclone, trusts him, then I trust him fully because I have my full trust in Cyclone. And when he left to the main team, he told me that he will only get a replacement he thinks is good enough.
Yeah.
And I believe he did it because, I mean, first talks with Toby, it's amazing. I really like the guy. He seems hardworking. He already prepared game plan for this match. And he's very, very nice guy. And I'm sure that we will achieve great things with him and it will be much easier.
Well, I'm sure we'll learn more about him and as we go along all of this, but it's great that Cyclone was involved as well. And I love the fact that you have so much respect for Cyclone to then even take his on like that, because we've seen it with many teams in the past where a new coach will come in or a recommendation will come in and it doesn't quite work. So far, so good, mate. And you got the win today, that's the main thing. But Exertion, I'm going to let you go because it's very late, but we will see you tomorrow and good luck against Big Clam.
Thank you very much.
There we go, a lot of extra insight there. So there is a new coach on the block. Tobias snuck his way in there.
Yep.
And this is now a recommendation from Cyclone. But obviously, the problem is, right, when you're a coach like that and you're newly coming into the team, you've got the first event, you've literally just arrived a couple of days ago, whatever it seems like. And then also, there's a huge amount of pressure because Cyclone did such a good job with these young guys. But a real important part that I think people should never overlook on this is the fact that they believe, because Cyclone recommended him, right? That's because how many times have we seen it, not even just in esports, but in other sports as well? Another coach comes in and they just don't respect him because he doesn't have the legacy or he doesn't have the background in it, right? This seems like a nice pass in the torch.
The chain of the command is there. I love that they're kind of having this top down sort of approach. That's something that, from regular sports, there's a general manager, there's a coach. Those are the guys in charge, not the players. And if the players just selected somebody, they could go, someone might just be kind of they might just pick a friend, right? And that's happened before where teams just kind of get a yes man on their team and that doesn't always work out.
No.
I mean, I feel like this is such a huge test though for their new coach in a way where this is a tournament that they actually just should be winning, and for him to have that sort of expectation on his shoulders, it's a lot of pressure. So I feel like Ben, you've probably been in situations where there's just a lot of pressure as a coach. It's just kind of rough sometimes to get thrown in the deep end like this.
Oh yeah. No, especially for Tobias in this situation as well. He doesn't obviously know the players fully. He doesn't know necessarily the full playbook, etc. So it's hard for him to know when to impose himself in a match, right? So when it gets tight, maybe normally in an ordinary situation, Cyclone would have called for a timeout. Instead, Toby kind of just lets this pass because there seems like there's active communication going on with the team. So, okay, maybe that's normality. Maybe they actually have, that's their process to figuring it out.
Yep.
So they don't need a timeout, that kind of thing. So that's something that he's going to have to learn on the fly. Obviously, there's a lot of high-pressure games coming up for his team, already tomorrow. So it's definitely difficult, and it's hard to find the correct balance because you don't want to be basically like a puppet master either, where you just don't allow the players to have any sort of freedom or say in what's going on.
We'll have to see how it all pans out from tomorrow. But we have had an exciting opening day at least, right? All the maps going down. Okay, Big did kind of roll over Spirit on the final two maps, but they showed their form. And right now when we look at it and we say, okay, how this pans out, so far so good for our predictions. But I am seriously worried, guys, about our lower bracket game now, because Astralis Talent, you have made me believe
Yes, I mean, Astralis talent are in such good form right now. It's not even just the preparation, it's the individuals too. I mean, different players seem to be capable right now of stepping up in a multitude of ways, and Spirit Academy, they didn't even have their main win condition today. Chiron didn't perform all that well, and that was such a huge reason that Spirit Academy was so deadly during the group stage, and if he's unable to shape it up for tomorrow, to step up his game, I think Astralis talent are the better team right now, but Spirit Academy, it looked like during the group stage there was no way Astralis talent would have been able to contest it. This is kind of a Cinderella story for Astralis talent to even be here, but they have a huge and serious chance to continue it tomorrow.
And that Cinderella story may not be over just yet. They made it this far. Can they take it another step? Also, these are the games that we have coming up tomorrow. We touched on the lower bracket game, but that big upper bracket game is not just the real test for this new MOUZ NXT, but it is the new test for Tobis, as we just learned, right? And Big are going to come in with all their prep. They're going to come in very confident. And even if the map initially didn't go so well for them, the other two were such a dominant fashion for them that this could be a wild series as well.
Yeah, no.
Do we have any regrets?
I mean, it's not just the lower bracket that we should potentially feel iffy about in terms of predictions. No, but out of the all the teams that we've seen today, I think it's fair to say that Big played the best overall, or they were the most impressive, at least given their performances. So, take that for what you will. Tomorrow could be a completely new day for MOUZ NXT. It could be, the same for Big in a bad way. We don't really know, but yeah, it's definitely going to be more competitive than I assumed as we were starting the playoffs.
Well, let's find out. Let's get ourselves out of here. Thank you very much, Maya. Thank you very much, Vendetta. We'll be back tomorrow with more of the WePlay Season 3 Academy League. It's the playoff stages. It may not be in land, but the action's still here. The big teams are going up against each other head-to-head to see who's going to take that crown for the third time. Will it be MOUZ Sports with the 3-peat, or will Big Omen Academy come through with an upset? Or maybe Spirit or Astralis can sneak through. You'll have to find out tomorrow.